shot. They'll win a jersey if they get it. Oh, none of us made it. Come on, Dad. You get a free Cowboys jersey if you get it. None of us have made it. Dad's going for a shot. Come on, let's get it. Oh, that was the closest one.
It felt like the closest. That's gross. Yeah. We all missed it, so don't worry about it. We missed it. You guys go to the game tomorrow? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, nice.
Cool.
Us too.
Not only are we giving away 3 jerseys for whoever can toss a football into that can, we're also going to be leaving the can so someone can take that home too.
Look, there's still practicing all part of the set. I got 2 words for you. Super Bowl!
Hey, guys, what are you doing here?
Game day, baby!
Game day, baby! Woo!
Kickoff's a month away.
Yeah, but we gotta get our reps in.
Yeah, they train, we train. Crack 'em, bro.
No, it's 7:30 and it's a Wednesday.
Road pop?
Oh! No, I'm going to work and I'm driving. Get out of my car. That means we got him.
Super Bowl! Super Bowl! Super Bowl!
Let's get it.
Guys, can we just get one? I mean,
Let's just get one. Doing the mojo moment. We got Dak Prescott in there. What they do is they're running one play, and then right after they just kick a field goal. TP20 to the
out
outside.
to the left, gets tackled
Swallowed
behind the
up.
line by Micah. Micah and his gang.
The linebacker.
Linebacker gets
So they're going to
tackled.
come back out. Again, it's going to be Aubrey. He missed his first field goal
Was it
attempt.
short or left?
Aubrey missed left. Let's see if he can put it through this time. It is
Short!
short.
What the f?
0 for 3.
That was like a 50-yard field goal.
Oh, was it?
That was a 50-yard attempt.
Yeah, but it needed to be 54 yards.
I mean,
that's 0
you
for
still,
3.
you gotta at least get the distance.
Go for 2.
You know, get the distance.
Just go for the first down conversion. Kicking is still a big problem.
Yeah, you're gonna run into those, and it's the distance though. Accuracy, okay, you can miss that from 50. I'll give you that. But if you're not hitting it, if you're not kicking it 50 yards,
So the issue right now, that was the 3rd mojo moment and the 3rd missed field goal attempt. We're gonna run out here, and TV Tristan Viscano is gonna go for his 2nd attempt.
you gotta go through all the motions, okay?
Yeah. So what they're doing, they're running the kicking team off. They're practicing in a last-minute situation, having the kicking team try to get out there in time to kick a game winner. There's been no game winners kicked yet.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately. Here it is, though. Let's go, Tristan!
Come on!
Here we go.
This would be like a 50-yard
He's
field goal.
He's hitting this. He's hitting this. Yeah,
What
they're-
practice is for? Make your mistakes and then correct them.
He's gonna crank this one. He's gonna boot it, and that one is
Far
wide
left, far left!
Wide left.
Distance. It's got the distance.
I mean, I don't even know why I'm surprised anymore. Yeah.
So we just lost 4 games on game-winning kicks.
Crosby's available, right?
Yeah, I
someone.
think so. I think.
Gotta get someone. So yeah, he spikes it. Let's
And
get
bring
Aubrey,
Aubrey
out.
back out.
Aubrey out for hopefully his first made field goal. 1. Here it is. Let's
We
get it.
Guys, can we just get one? I mean,
Let's just get one. Come on, Obs. Brandon? What's his first name? I mean,
Aubrey.
Aubrey.
I mean, he's kicking from the.
That's a nice kick.
kicking
He
from
got
the
under
40.
it. That's good. Oh! That's one. That's one, baby. That was a nice kick.
I don't think he has much leg though.
Now
I mean,
just-
anything from
No,
the
that
max is
was
gonna
not-
make it.
Now
That
just
was
do
not-
that
like
every
48
other
max.
time.
Yeah, that was almost short.
Yeah.
But hey,
That barely
you know what?
hit, but
I'm
it
gonna
counts.
take it. I'm gonna take it.
What you just did, just rinse and repeat.
Rinse and repeat. Okay, is this-
TV lining up. He's 0 for 2 right now. This is his 3rd attempt. Kicks it and
Wide left.
By,
Get him off, get him off
This
the
is-
field.
Go for 2.
this is looking not good.
Well, I mean, look.
I mean, at least it's not windy.
I'm going back to the car. I'm getting my jersey. I'm going in.
Yeah,
Yeah, the Boots is
Hey,
in.
at this point, Boots.
His nickname's
Going in.
Boots. His nickname is Boots.
For a
He's got to be
reason,
good
yeah.
at
I'm
kicking.
going in. I mean, I can't do any worse. Can't
Yeah,
do any
yeah,
worse.
no doubt, dude.
Practice my kicking.
Yeah, get your
Oh
kicking
my
game.
God.
My jersey on.
John Stevens Jr. JSJ.
That little bastard! We are believers! Shelby.com. Let's go, Cowboys! Baby. To be quite honest, I've not seen enough of our boys.
Day 3, baby. We back. We back.
Thrizzy.
Dizzy Thrizzy. We've
Busy,
already-
dizzy, Thursday.
Dizzy.
Dizzy, Thrizzy.
What are, I think we're 11. Both our streams have been 5.5 hours. So we're at 11 hours of streaming the draft so far. And I think today's a 6-hour day minimum.
Hey,
Granted, we started right when the draft started. So that's a little bit better, where the other days we
what
went
an hour before. Hey, we
so-
put in that pregame time.
We put in, yeah, you could say that. We've put in the pregame time, 100%. So the Carolina Panthers already have a pick in, fellas.
Jeez,
They ain't messing about.
let me get that draft tracker up on here.
This guy looks like he'd fit right in on our show.
And as you can see, we're drinking some coffees this morning.
Oh, David Laubert, International Fan of the Year.
From Zemini.
Deutschland. Sanders, tight end, off the board.
I thought the guy had a boner, but it was his pants had like a front pocket in his pants or something like that.
His pocket boner.
Jatavian Sanders, tight end, Texas.
Texas boy, only 6'3", almost 6'4", 245 pounds. Runs a 4.69. Got some wheels. A lot of Texas players taken in this draft. So, like we know, the Dallas Cowboys do not have a 4th round pick. So we're going to be trying something different here for the first little bit of the draft. We'll get into that in a second. I'm kind of hoping that the Cowboys draft or trade up to get into the 4th, maybe get a couple of those comp picks from next year to move up and get a running back.
Yeah, I hope that we're not expecting it, and then all of a sudden someone's just going to be like this. Oh, Dallas is on the clock. Dallas is on the clock.
Very good chance that happens.
Bandwagon Baba says, but you guys will power through those 6 hours.
Oh, for sure we will.
And you know she's going to be there too. She's gonna be at our grandson's flag football game today, listening to us. Make sure you try out those wireless earbuds that we got you, so that you don't scare off everybody else.
So Carolina, they have Jonathan Brooks. Oh, and there's a trade in. The Broncos are trading up, fellas.
Already.
Got ourselves a trade.
Actually, Panthers got Brooks. I'm
looking at the board here.
Must have been one of the ones that you didn't record down.
No, because he was the first running back on.
Kilo C's in the chat, boys.
What up, Kilo? Yeah, Panthers. And they traded Indy at 46. Because Edgerrin Cooper and Jonathan Brooks went back-to-back. Actually, 3 guys that we liked. We had Jackson Powers Johnson gone at 44, then Edgerrin Cooper gone at 45, and then Jonathan Brooks gone at 46. There's going to be a run on running backs.
There's
Better
going to be a
believe it.
run on running backs.
Yeah, gonna bet. Oh, shit.
Is this your first time streaming?
Well, that speaks. I went into 8.
I think it's AJ.
I'm muting you.
Okay, he muted me.
Oh, there you go.
It's gonna be me.
It's gonna be me.
The only issue with me having to have this up on my screen, I won't be able to look at my character board. That's okay. Okay, we got the Broncos selection coming up. Round 4, pick 102. The Seahawks traded it. What did they get? Oh wow!
Troy Franklin, wide
can't believe
receiver.
I can't believe he fell all the way to the 4th round. Honestly,
Giving
that's pretty crazy.
Giving either Zach Will, I was gonna call him Luke Wilson, Zach Wilson, and or Bo Nix. Well, hey, Bo Nix and Troy Franklin, they're there together in Denver.
They did it. Lean build,
They got
deep
that-
speed,
that-
contact drops. Like he was Troy Franklin at the start of the draft process. People had him in the 1st round,
I mean, that right there tells you that Zach Wilson's not starting.
right?
Like you're drafting the tandem from the Ducks.
Wah, wah, wah. Ducks fly together.
Oh, so Bandwagon Bob is saying that we're behind. This is on NFL Network. You could, I don't know if there's, you could check the other channels.
I'll see what we got going on.
So 900.
Unhunted? Let's get it.
Okay, if it's not, oh darn.
It might only be on NFL Network.
And then go to 100. And then keep going down. It'll be like 131, I think.
Let me see. Do we got something better?
Okay.
There we go. ABC. We switched our feed. ABC. Switched our feed.
I mean, ABC will probably be quicker.
You'd hope.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
so
So look, right here, it's saying 124 for the Pats on the clock.
Yep.
And on my internet thing, it's 312. So she might have been saying it's behind here on my ticker.
Well, I think we just got ahead anyways, though. Let me
Yep.
check. Let me check if I go like this.
Oh, she goes. That's the one that she's on. She don't know. She don't know.
Let's just trying to help troubleshoot. That's all.
I appreciate it, really. Where are those crackums at?
Oh, okay.
Just bring them down just in case. Not saying I want one, but I'm not saying I don't want one.
You want the option?
Patriots pick is in.
Hey, are you an option quarterback?
I'm an option. Hey, well, what it is, I'm an option quarterback.
See, if I'm coming up the rear.
I want options. Patriots pick is in, so they've already. This is gonna fly. Picks are gonna be off the board. Mel Kiper's looking very strung out today. Teams needs wide receiver, offensive tackle for the Patriots. Mel's best available. You still got TJ Tampa, cornerback. Jaden Hicks, safety. Devontae Walker, wide receiver. So I need, what do we need? Just 2 10s? And they have to be different colors?
They're just there. I just have them. I put them in the garage just so they would stay cool. They're still in the cooler.
It's gonna be May.
It's gonna be May. Okay, AJ's laptop sounds like it's gonna take off here.
I'm just trying to find another D10.
Who's your character gonna be?
Like a name?
Well, you can come up with a name.
Yeah, and I want to find a photo.
I'm Gooner.
You're Gooner.
Oh, it's funny because I think all of those dice that were in there were Jesse's.
Oh, and I just dumped them in.
Oh shit.
Doesn't matter.
You could have given me a heads up. Layden Robinson, guard from Texas A&M.
Texas AM. It's okay. He'll look through them. He knows which ones his are. Just don't mix them around. You just dumped them in the top
Yeah, but I need a D10.
because he has a couple like. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Under the day 2 in the thing, it says I labeled
Okay,
it there, so you can
awesome.
send him that link. I'll probably do that for all of our after today. I'll do that for every single one of our guests, like TGR and everyone. They can
Give them a feed?
Yeah.
Do the Cowboys trade up? That is the question. No pick for the Dallas Cowboys until 174. We are only at 104. That is still 70 picks away. New England Patriots have added Drake May, Jalen Polk, Caden Wallace, Layden Robinson. So they're trying to rebuild.
Sorry, boys. Jenkins Gaming in the chat says BB pick is good now if he is a Pro Bowl guard or could move to center. Everyone on social media in Dallas says he could be a Pro Bowl guy. If you got it, you guys got to admit we are great at O-line now, not like a month ago.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Totally. We always talk about how O-line is one of those spots where you can never have too many of them. So
That's right.
If BB was the best player at the time, we've preached BPA. So if
for
Nealand and
position in need or just BPA
no,
and
just
Gen?
BPA, if he was the best, if he was their highest ranked player,
Take him.
yeah, fuck yeah, we've preached BPA from day one.
Well, more people are keep talking about how the Guyton pick, they were dropping back because they thought they were going to get Barton, and then Barton, a couple of their guys went that they were going to pick, and then ended up settling on.
And then
Tyler
they just
Guyton.
said, "You better be Guyton."
You better be Guyton.
Ty guy.
Ty guy. Ty guy, what's going on, dude?
That's our dude,
Oh,
Ty
that's
guy.
Ty guy. Oh, Ty guy with that hit. Oh, that's Cooper, baby.
Yeah, baby, BB, baby. I'm a BB boy. I'm a BB boy. BB boy. That'd actually be a good shirt.
BB boy.
A BB boy.
BB Bay.
You're BB Bay.
Yeah, BB Bay.
BB Bay. We're BB Bays.
Yeah, we are BB Bays. You look at the comments from some of the people when we posted, though, they're like, "You guys don't know what you're talking about." We don't. We're fans with
Yeah.
opinions. We're putting it out there. You sons of bitches.
You sons of anarchy.
It's all been anarchy. It's all been anarchy.
Got to plug my phone in here and run that stream, you know?
Get us them numbers.
Just sending out a bat signal.
Theo Johnson, Javon Baker still out there. What other players? Cade Stover, Mason McCormick still out there. I took him off our big board just because it's changed now. I don't feel like we need a guard. Jared Wiley, TCU, tight end. Brendan
Actually,
Jackson,
that's a good
edge.
point. That's a good talk about our big board right now.
Oh, yeah, our big board. So we got our big boards updated. Today's Johnny Wilson, Brendan Rice, Jalen Wright, Bucky Irvin, Braylon Allen, Isaiah Davis, Cedric Gray, and Jace McClellan. As you can tell, very heavily offensive influenced with 5 running backs, 2 wide receivers. We actually don't have a single defensive player on our big board right now. We have
I don't like that you didn't say Cedric 50 Shades of Grey, though, when you announced his
Oh, no,
name.
sorry. We do have one defensive player. Cedric 50 Shades of Gray is out there, linebacker. Which I wouldn't mind another LB pick. Double dip a little. He probably won't be there at 174. Arizona Cardinals 8-26 in the last 2 seasons. Worst in the NFL. 1 playoff appearance in last 8 seasons.
The pick is in.
We flying.
We flying and dying.
None of you guys have to fly
Hey.
anytime soon, do you?
70 picks to go until the Dallas Cowboys, Dallas Cowboys.
So you don't think they trade up?
Hopefully they trade up.
Trade up.
Hopefully they trade up today.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that.
Who would you trade up for?
Jalen Wright.
Jalen Wright?
He just seems right.
Do you think, what about Braylon?
Yeah, Braylon Allen. I mean, either of those guys. If they traded up into the 4th and got Braylon Allen, Jalen Wright, or Bucky Irvin, I wouldn't be too mad. Texas Tech player, safety, Dadrian Taylor Demerson, DTD,
DTD.
off the board.
I wasn't a DTD boy, but with that type of, not acronym, what do you call it? Initials? Those type of initials, I am.
Hey, we didn't even sleep this whole weekend. We've been riding on coffee and cocaine.
Or as what is my character in there have it called? Nose candy?
Nose candy.
Yeah, nose candy. I'm gonna go find a photo of my guy right now.
Dadrian Taylor Demerson, he's that really big. I think he's the really big safety. Like, I think he's like 6'3". Oh, nice pick. Nice interception by DTD. Round 4, pick 104. Chargers are on the clock.
So not nearly as many people in Detroit. Cardinals, man, look at this. Marvin Harrison Jr., Darius Robinson, Max Melton, Trey Benson, Isaiah Adams. And now the safety, DTD.
Oh, that's Jess.
Oh, I guess I should maybe.
Yeah, hey, this is my guy right here.
Yeah. Puppy likey. So as we wait for this, forever pick until the Cowboys go in the 5th, unless a trade happens, we got a little special fun game. It's nerdy.
Guess who's wiener?
Guess whose wiener's the most micro?
Baba, you're probably going to want to step away for about an hour.
Yep, yeah. Well, she's like, I've seen them all anyways.
That is true.
She's like,
Draft fact.
She's like, I already know.
Jay Colson, first Michigan player drafted by LA Chargers in last decade. Wow. Oh, so Jim Harbaugh drafted Junior Colson. That's kind of cool. Couple Michigan boys.
Who they pick?
They haven't yet. This guy Kiwi? Kiwi or Australian? So could we try to be NFL international fan of the years?
Well, we need an accent.
We just got to ham up our Canadian accent.
That's right.
We're about to pick a guy over here.
What do you know about that guy?
Oh,
Eh?
yeah, we're about to pick this guy over here.
A? As long as you said A but after everything, people would believe the accent.
Stop. Master Smith.
You're over there, sir. You're on. He's like, oh, if I, no one told me that I was going to be on air.
Oh yeah, you're on air, bro. You're on air with me. Yeah, and it's actually this. We've told you D&D, but we actually are doing this thing called the Love Couch.
Yeah.
And you're over here with me, big fella.
We just watch.
I feel very privileged.
How's it going, Jess?
Good. How are you doing, man?
Good, man.
Great to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too, buddy.
I'll have to adjust that cam.
You got to zoom out.
Yep.
Zoom out. Zoom
Zoom
out.
out.
Well, once Jesse puts this, I'll go get Jesse set up, and then you'll have to just kind of read. Yeah, you probably already mentioned some rule sets here, but
No, so
So Ad didn't tell me that your dice were in the other one, and he just put them in front of me, and I dumped them out of this.
No, there's no, like, don't worry about the dice at all. I've got other dice kicking around.
Ad was like, Jesse might bottle you.
Bottle?
Yeah, and you bottle me, like, because I took your dice.
Yeah, like, there's, there's certain etiquette protocols. Like we're cool, but you might get a bottle.
Just right to the side of the head.
Jess, can you pull that mic in front of you, beside you, whenever you're ready? But just pull. You'll have that in front of you. That's So, what's your email? Because I'm going to send you a little bit of adjusted rules to try to make this a little more smoother. It's D&D, and for everyone who's like, what the heck's going on? We have a little Dallas Cowboys draft influenced D&D game to get us through this 4th round here and into the Cowboys 5th round pick. So. Should only take us about an hour to get through, but you know how that rolls. But there's a few adjusted things. So what's your email? Well, maybe just send it to my WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Send me your email, and then I'll.
No problem.
Yeah, we don't want to dox you.
Oh, shit. Oh, did that thing fall?
Yep.
Good setup, Ad.
Like, it's clear it had nothing to do with me. Like,
Definitely not.
yeah, it's my first time here, but it's clearly.
It's anchored, but it's still really top heavy.
The best is when there's like 3 drinks on it and that happens.
Yeah,
It's really funny.
I could see that.
The Titans are picking. 6-11, last in the AFC West last year, fellas. Key departures: head coach Mike Vrabel, running back Derrick Henry, quarterback Ryan Tannehill, defensive end Danico Autry. QBs in 2023 sacked on 11% of dropbacks, 31st in the NFL. So the Titans in short form were dog shit last year. They were not good.
Jess, are you able to see Ant's screen there?
I can see Ant's
Okay,
screen.
good,
I was
good.
thinking it may just be best for me to like go on my tablet.
Yep.
And kind of that'll be the less
Sure.
mess and noise for you guys.
Yeah, well, if you guys can both use that as the board, because I'll be moving us just with how we have this set up. And but I just need to send you your character sheet to pick from.
Yep.
And then the rules you can scan through. They're not very long.
No problem.
Are you gonna?
Like,
So you're gonna share me that screen, or am I able? Like,
I can share you this one, yep.
Like, I want to be able. Yeah. So you'll have to put it there, right?
No, I have to use this one for now.
So then, can you output to that then for me, so I can put it up on the screen here for people to see?
Okay, yes.
I think you tried it in settings.
What if I just send you the link? Can you use the link?
So Jesse, the NFL draft is in Detroit this year.
yeah.
Have you ever had any
No, you're already using our Ant's using the
urge to go to
CanFan.
Detroit?
I've been to Detroit.
Really?
Yep.
And what'd you think of it?
I would rather
we
you
went
just be able
8
to export it
Mile
out.
Really?
and all that stuff. Yeah, we went to a big
You did
mall
have a-
there.
it
For
would
about
be in
6
your
hours.
settings, I
It was
think?
it was cool.
Oh, that's cool.
Like Detroit's a
Let me just see
like
here.
it's a big
Um,
big ass city. It's
We've
great.
done it once before.
Okay,
I had
so
a great time there.
Because as far the draft goes to a different city almost every year.
Yeah.
And we went to Ad and I went to the one in Vegas a couple of years ago, and when it was in Detroit, I was like, I don't know if I'd really want to
Okay,
go to
I'll just-
Detroit, but it
hang
would.
on, hang
You
on,
think
hang
it'd be worth going to?
I would
let's
say
do this.
Vegas would be more exciting.
Vegas was
Like-
good.
Like if you've got 2 years and you're like Detroit or Vegas, probably go to Vegas. But yeah, no, when I was in Detroit, I had a great time.
Cedric, 50 Shades of Grey taken off
Off
the
the
board.
board.
50 Shades of Grey is off the board.
Hey, whatever that.
So I
You know.
throw a big wrench into your guys' plan here. Just actually showing up.
No, not at all. Zero.
Alex, I like your glasses.
Thank you.
Actually, I like both your glasses.
Look at these ones he's got too.
Nice.
Very cyberpunk. I put them on, but like Ad said, I look too much like the villain from Sonic, so I took them off.
So
Yeah.
this is just
So Jesse, one of the rules that Alex has is instead of you only use 2 dice.
Yep.
Both D10s.
Yeah.
One's a good one and one's a bad one.
Yeah.
And whatever's higher, I believe whatever one you roll that's higher, that's what you have to you go with. Right,
Yes.
AJ?
Yeah, so 2 of the major differences is we roll 2 D10s for any saving throws. You pick which one's your good dice, you pick which one's your bad dice. We add it all up together with your modifier. And then if the good dice rolls higher than your bad dice, it'll have a good outcome.
Okay.
You'll still hit and still pass, but there'll be like good benefits to it. If your bad dice rolls higher than your good dice, you could still make the roll, but there might be some negative outcomes of that.
So we're speeding up game mechanics.
Little bit.
Certainly.
Little bit. And if you roll both of them the same,
Yeah.
it's an automatic crit.
Excellent.
What are you calling this? Is it Dungeons and Cowboys?
That's fans and foes.
Fans and foes.
Very
Fans
cool.
and foes. And then for round play, and I just want to share you the folder with the sheets so you can pick. So did you send your email?
I did. I sent it to the WhatsApp group.
Okay, awesome. So I'm going to send that over to you now. But basically, round play, same idea. You can move any amount up to you. You can move on your turn. You can attack or consume, like do an action, and then you can also have a special abilities play or a 4th quarter ability is what we're calling it. And that's where you use Crackem points instead of no magic or no spell slots.
Yeah.
You have crack 'em points, and then you have like 4 special abilities on your character sheet. You can pick to choose, and it has an explanation of that. So,
All right.
there's also one last thing is a damage threshold. 2 last things, sorry. Damage threshold, which the person has to give that damage or more than that damage threshold for it to actually cause damage. But if there's an effect to the hit, it can still affect you.
Yeah.
But you just wouldn't take the damage, right? And then finally, there's an intoxication level that you need to play around with. So each character has a base that they need to stay above, or else they'll lose their modifiers if they go below it. So you got to keep yourself a little intoxicated. Then there's a buzzed, which grants you some bonuses. And when someone gets there, I'll tell them what those bonuses are.
Yeah.
And then there's a drunk, where you've gone too far,
Yeah.
and you get some negatives.
So do
there
we
as well.
start off as at the base?
You start at your base.
Okay.
It's nice. It's a nice layer. You have
Nice
to, You
layer.
have to stay in the zone. You
Got to
can't be
stay in
too
the
drunk,
zone.
and you can't be too sober.
No,
Yeah, that's good.
no,
I
no,
like
we're,
it.
we're not allowing.
Especially if you're in Detroit.
It sounds like a
Oh,
lot
yeah.
of fun. Yeah. you really have to walk a fine line.
Okay. I'm gonna send this to you, Jess.
Can you share that folder with my email too?
I did.
I don't know why it's not.
Would like log in with your right.
I am. No,
okay,
but
okay, I'll share it right now with Jesse's here.
It's gonna be me.
Maybe it didn't.
yeah, there you go. Yeah, you just posted the link, which is fine. And I thought it would show up here on my computer just so I could bring up some of the player stats for the people to see here.
Okay.
I guess
yeah.
actually you can always bring them up too.
So if anyone's watching us right now and has no idea what we're doing, we're playing a modified game of Dungeons and Dragons, but it's taking place in the real world of the NFL draft.
Yeah, in Detroit. And the storyline goes like this. Jesse, you should have that to your email now, so you can go ahead and pick. Ant's being Gooner, and Adam is being who?
Party bro.
Adam's party bro. And so there's 4 other characters to pick from. Stat Boy, Sneaky Pete, Smarty Pants, and I guess I missed one here.
Is there one on there that is someone who doesn't know anything about football, and that's who Jesse could be?
Oh, I shouldn't be stat boy. I feel like there will be expectations for knowing a lot of stats with stat boy. And,
I mean, technically, maybe Jesse could be party bro. No, I'm gonna still be party bro.
go Sneaky Pete sounds fun. Smarty Pants and Stat Boy seem like they're out of my league. Right now.
And sorry, there's also Backyard Brawler.
Backyard Brawler. Where's that guy?
So
That's a crew.
I just put him in there now.
That's a crew where it's frickin' Ant's a gooner. Then you got me as a party bro, and then Jess is a backyard brawler who doesn't know anything about football.
That sounds about perfect. I mean, I can make my way around a football game, but
Right. What university? What college? University were you at in the States that you were saying that you went to?
Yeah, Sam Houston State University. So we were in football. We were NCAA Div 2 school for football, and we were national champions. In Div 2. So
Jesse has more college credibility than us.
yeah,
That's why we brought him in here. Now you are the stat boy.
yeah, that's right. Yeah,
You probably watched
like not
some.
not pertinent stats, but
I wonder what year were you there?
I graduated in 05. When did we graduate high school?
Oh, so 20 years ago. There's no one that you watched would be in the NFL still. Maybe a
Negative.
lineman.
Yeah, probably Tom Brady. Like, you know,
Oh, 2005.
Yeah.
Jeepers.
I just hope 20 years from now Taylor Swift is still winning Super Bowls.
Me too.
Yeah.
I just hope we don't have to see her on the screen.
Well, Alex is getting that going.
Brandon Dorless off the board, defensive tackle from Oregon, another duck. Whack.
Jenkins Gaming says, I love Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah.
Hey.
But he also asked, would you guys be mad to trade up for Johnny Wilson?
No,
No, I like Johnny Wilson. That size is.
he's on the big board.
He's on our big board.
You got to make a move for the big board because the Cowboys don't have another pick until another hour and a half, maybe hour.
Hey, that's why we're playing
Perfect.
friends and foes.
So.
And then do we have to keep up with our own hit points and stuff, or do you do that, AJ?
Yeah, if you can, just keep a note of how many Crackham points you've used and how many hit points. And you know what? We're
I need
we're
a
playing
piece
for
of-
fun. This is a rough run through.
I need a piece of paper then.
I can actually keep note. I can, yeah.
Oh yeah, I wasn't even thinking about that.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, this is all about the bear hugs, guys.
I only have 10 minutes on this share.
Oh, because you are probably on your own.
Yes. Okay, so what do I need to log into?
You go you'll have to log into our Zoom.
So Ant's going to have to get out of it.
Yeah.
Ant, can you...
Yeah, I'm backing out right now.
Okay,
And then you
thank
just send it to his email.
Out.
Okay.
That's okay. I'm not on the screen. You can. I need a minute here to do
That's
stuff, anyways.
Just log in.
Well, in real life, my base level right now is 0. I got to get to 4.
Get to
crack 'em if you got 'em,
4.
son.
I'm gonna do that.
Only
too.
time you're allowed to drink is if there's any type of sporting event on, even if it's just people talking.
Any type of sporting event, and or if you're on like a vacation that
Yeah,
you're
vacation.
traveling to, Vegas and or Mexico. Actually, any
I
vacation.
took
you
Thursday,
can.
Friday off. Does that mean I'm technically on a 4-day vacation and I'm not in my hometown? I'm not in the town I live in. Does that count as a vacation?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I agree.
I got a roundabout way to get that out there.
The other person
Javon Baker taken.
that Jenkins was talking about moving up for was Estime.
Oh, Audric.
Yeah, and he goes,
Running
boy,
back
the
from
videos
Notre
of
Dame.
this Estime is a home run kind of guy.
Yeah. Okay, I'll address that when we need to.
There was on day 1 of the draft, there was 275,000 people in downtown Detroit at it.
Wow.
They were showing drone shots of it. It looked like the zombie apocalypse,
Okay, do you have your character up?
just with a lot more fun.
I got my character up.
You know, it's janky, it's homemade, but hey, we're going to make it work.
I think it's awesome. This is great.
Homebrew?
Party bro. So the only thing that you guys really want to read right now is your fourth quarter abilities, just to see what you have there. But you can, you know, we'll do it live. Fuck it.
We're gonna do it live.
Okay. So in this world, you guys traveled to Detroit, Dallas Cowboys fans. You made the trip to Detroit. You arrived yesterday, and you went hard. You went hard in the paint. Okay?
Naturally.
Memories were lost, drinks were consumed, and
I think my character was actually on the wrong flight. And doesn't-
yeah,
He doesn't
okay.
quite know why he's in Detroit, but he likes football, excited about football. Wouldn't be classified as a fan, but he's here, and he's just ready to go. I think he met you guys possibly in the airport or in
Yeah.
the plane after maybe a few on-flight drinks.
Okay, maybe because my guy's a party bro, so I definitely brought you into our
Yeah.
because I said the guy was kind of lame,
Yeah.
so he doesn't want to party.
I think it was during the partying that he figured out he was going to the wrong place.
Nice,
And then I think at this time he's just happy to roll with you guys
sweet.
and maybe figure out the flight.
Well, as a natural party boy, my name's Chad. My character's name is Chad, or I guess I'll just be Adam. So it's easy
Chet.
for us.
Your chat.
Chet, yeah.
Wait, Jay, did you resend that link?
Nope, but I will right now. Sorry.
I like how Alex was explaining the rules and Jess got right into backstory, and I love it. We're already. That's why we brought in a ringer.
Yeah.
That's why we brought in the ringer.
You got to bring in the guy who knows nothing for just a little flavor.
Well, I'm gonna have to ask Jesse a bunch of questions. I'll be like, "What is my modifier, and what am I doing right now?" Okay, it says right there +3. Gotcha.
Yeah. So, Anthem, sending this to you. Okay, so you guys, let me know if you get that. You guys wake up in the same hotel room, and you're missing your cell phones.
Did we get date raped?
Yeah, you just you went on a bender. You're a little hungover, so you still got that whatever your base level. That's your intoxication level.
Okay.
You'll have an inventory too if you scroll down to your second page, so you can see.
My
what you
inventory:
got.
6 yellow bellies, a vape. Thank you. Where's my vape? Right here. Hey, 6 yellow bellies and a vape. What happened last night?
Yeah.
Hey, I brought my vape, so that's perfect.
Oh,
He'll mute
that's
that
it,
there.
I'll mute.
And I got 2 nose candy bumps for mine.
I'm
Party
not sure. I
time.
don't know. I'm not. I'm unfamiliar with the appropriate level. The appropriateness level is in terms of language.
Oh, say fuck, shit,
ball,
bitch, ball, shit.
Yeah, whatever
Okay,
you
that's
whatever you
good.
want to say.
AJ, if you watch any of our streams, AJ's drunk before the first
Okay.
kickoff.
Okay, so smoking my vape pen.
Oh, smoking
yeah,
vape
yeah.
was encouraged.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Encouraged.
Like I saw you guys doing it over there, but I'm like, should we talk about it?
Don't worry, we're probably already
Soak it up.
we're probably already demonetized on this stream, but that's how we like it.
weed every day.
So you end up collecting yourselves enough, and you head down to the lobby of your hotel.
Okay.
And
What kind of hotel are we staying at? Like a Marriott?
No, like
no.
Howard Johnson.
Oh, jeez, a Hojo.
A
Yeah,
Hojo.
We're staying at a Hojo.
Do they have
Weird.
A free
There's
breakfast?
there's a Courtyard Marriott commercial up
That's-
right now. That's hilarious.
Give a perception roll there. See if there's a free breakfast you can go in.
Oh, yeah.
Like the brawler is definitely looking for the free breakfast.
I got a 12 and a 10. So I'll take
Which one's your good dice?
the black one.
Okay, so keep that. You can't be changing those up.
So I got a 9 on my good dice and a 7 on my bad dice.
You're rolling 12s.
Oh, yeah. How
Tens.
did that happen?
What?
You got a 12 on your good?
Hey.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
That's
we
why I'm party
are,
bro.
Are we rolling 10s or 12s?
Tens.
10s. I got 10s.
Okay, good.
Yeah, yeah.
So you 2 10s is what you're rolling. So as you guys stumble down into the lobby, dressed in the same clothes you wore yesterday, your brawler? Yeah, brawler or BB, he finds
Cargo pants and flip flops.
you find a sign that says breakfast is served till noon. It's 11:50. You're gonna have time to go grab some food if you guys need it.
Yeah.
So you're gonna hop in line.
I don't think line is the operative word. I think there's going to be. It'll be a direct path to the eggs and sausage.
Okay, so you you cut in line,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. Like, he doesn't. It's not that he cuts in line. He doesn't notice that there's a line.
right?
No social cues. There's an old lady that was trying to like hobble over there and get some oatmeal.
Yeah.
She's very offended, and
Yeah.
he's getting some sausage oatmeal. Probably spies a biscuit with some gravy,
Yeah.
and then he relaxes.
Okay.
Heart rate comes down a bit. Now he's looking for a mimosa.
Perfect.
Yeah. While BB's doing that, I noticed that I have 3 yellow bellies and 1 Vadi soda still left from the night before. So I shotgun one of the yellow bellies
Oh,
right in the lobby.
Okay.
I'm gonna shotgun with you. I'm shotgunning with you too. And
Okay.
hey, can you toss me one, son?
Toss me one.
Toss me one, son.
So you guys each move up an intoxication level by 1.
Are you keeping track of that? Here, let me just start right here.
Let's just write it down here.
I will not be able to keep track of that.
I'm at 5. My base is 4. Yeah, and now I'm down to 2 yellow bellies and 1 Vadi soda.
Okay. Thank you. Keep track of that. What's your beginning intoxication levels?
4 for me.
And now you're on
5.
Adam.
Looking where my beginning level is.
It's just your base, your intoxication
Oh,
level.
3.
So now you're at 1. And Jess, what's yours?
2.
Well,
Two, okay.
did you?
Crack me if you got him.
No, Jess is BB's drinking or eating food.
Chet, the party bro, says, "I ain't eating food. You know what type of diet I'm on." Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah, BB's got
Actually-
his face full of sausage, but he's keeping his eye out for. He really wants something sweet.
I shotgun one and then I cracked another one, and I said,
How many? You got to remember how many you have. Did you check how many yellow bellies you have?
6.
You have 6.
Yeah, bro.
Who you know?
he's party bro.
You know,
bro.
Gooner's eyeing those up once I get low.
Yeah.
What,
So
what is a yellow belly?
It's a Coors Banquet.
A Coors Banquet.
Yeah.
Excellent. Right.
geez, Adam's going hard on the vape today.
Well,
You're
is
in
that-
character.
Is that just a nicotine vape?
Yeah.
Okay. I only hit that every now and then for effect.
So yeah,
Just
you're
for
gonna get that
character
little-
To
effect.
play your
You're
character.
gonna go green.
Because
So-
I kept on hitting that on night 1 with you. I was just like,
Just saying, we missed a very good opportunity to use AI as our thumbnail today.
That's right, and we will in future.
no, I mean I could do it for us right now
No.
while we're doing this.
No.
So
Too
as
late.
you guys are
I got my guy
in
already.
the lobby drinking, getting food, you look around. There's other fans from other teams here. No one's really causing a ruckus.
Eagles suck.
Outside of your hotel, there's a busy street. People are making their way towards the draft. There's also, a couple carts set up, either selling merchandise or food, and you see BBC's out of the window. He sees this father and his 2 children, Dallas Cowboys gear on, and they're kind of look like they're in this engagement with a couple Eagles fans outside the
Eagles
hotel.
suck.
You're inside. You yelled at. They can't hear you.
Yeah.
But everyone else in the room looks over at you and is like, "What the hell?"
And this is exactly what I'm wearing too. Okay.
So,
Well, I think the backyard brawler sees this and he's like, "Oh, he did it wrong." So he gets up and he goes out the door and then he yells, "Eagles suck," directly to the group. He's like, "That's all you got to do, man."
Party Bro goes to reach for his phone to start filming it, and he realizes he doesn't have his phone.
Yeah.
that's right.
Where the hell's my phone?
And the backyard brawler doesn't really understand that he's really like possibly offending people and starting some shit. He's just helping his new friend
Right.
deliver the message that he assumed needed to be delivered, and he returns back to his, or at least heads back to his eggs and sausage.
Okay, and as you come out and yell, it's noisy, but you yell loud enough that those Eagles fans, they hear you, and they look over, and they like the challenge that presents themselves with you better than this father and his 2 kids. So they kind of start making their way over to the hotel door, but as you're walking back in, there's now this
Well, I think,
disconnect between you guys.
yeah, I think he totally interprets it as a positive interaction, and
Okay.
I don't think he realizes that this was, a deal. He
Starting a
just,
fight.
yeah,
Right.
gives the crowd a thumbs up and kind of like heads back.
How many of them are there?
You see 4 of them together. 4 Eagles fans together in a sea of other team colors and people.
And we're just talking like average Eagles fans, like
Average.
build, weight, size,
well,
appearance, slobby.
slobs. They have some beer bellies, which are not no offense there, and they look like they've been getting into it a little this morning as well.
They've had a couple morning mimosas.
Had some mimosas, and they are casually coming to the door, and that's about as much as you saw. The streets are kind of covering where they are, but you can definitely pick them out from their lime green.
Can we get a time check? Like how long until the draft starts for us right now?
Okay, I did say noon, but it's actually the draft kicked off at 5 p.m. So we're gonna bump that up to it's about 3:30. So you got an hour and a half to get to the draft day 1.
Okay.
They went late breakfast. Breakfast ended at 3. Breakfast ends at 4 p.m. So you got in there about a half an hour before.
It was just breakfast that they forgot to clean up.
Yeah, exactly. The eggs that you were eating were very rubbery.
They were gray.
And now we want to be there at the start of the draft, not the start of the Cowboys pick.
You want to be there at the start of the draft,
'Kay.
yes.
'Kay.
Yeah. So this is the scenario you guys are in. What do you do?
So are those guys are you guys coming at us right now, or
They got disinterested with the dad and his 2 kids that they were kind of like
All right.
harassing mildly, and
Chet just goes like this? So they
are you by the door?
yeah, so they can visibly see him.
Okay. That definitely makes them continue their walk over.
So
Are you gonna go meet him outside? You're gonna hang out in this lobby.
well, Gooner doesn't even know what's going on. He's back.
Right.
He's shotgunned his beer and he realizes that it's time. He sees the crowds all moving that you said towards the draft. So I'm just walking outside and I'm gonna start walking towards the draft,
Okay. So are you guys all following?
I'm gonna follow Gooner.
fingering the guys.
You
Yeah.
fin-
I'm following. I'm trying to like grab drinks as I go.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
And you're not wearing any Cowboys clothes, or did we give him a jersey to wear?
I would think just for the sake of the story, he's in Cowboys gear, but it's like been a gift,
Okay.
a couple gifts over the years from your family who really loves the Cowboys. So like, that's why you connect with them.
Maybe
Is
that's how we started talking on the plane.
exactly
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
I happen to have some Cowboys stuff on.
You have a
Okay.
Sean Lee jersey,
Oh yeah. Okay.
and you have a regular Cowboys
Bandana. Cowboys.
a Cowboys
bandana.
bandana.
Cowboys bandana, sweet. Okay. And I'm not a big guy either. Party Bro, he's a skinny meanie. He's
Yeah.
a skinny guy.
So as you walk out, Gooner, and you're starting to make your way, and you can tell because the direction of the crowd's going, you're assuming that that's where you're supposed to be going. So you start walking in that direction. You get approached by those 4 Eagles fans, and they go, "Hey, buddy, are you with them?"
Yeah.
"Oh, cowgirls, huh?" And then they kind of surround you.
Okay. So Gooner's not smart enough to know that he's in an altercation yet. He just thinks these are random guys. He notices that they are wearing Eagles stuff, so he kind of feels like it could get a little bit serious. But I'm not taking their tone of voice as an initiation of anything other than them just coming up to talk to me.
Right. Okay. And where's BB and Party Bro?
So if he just got surrounded, I'm like right behind him getting surrounded.
Okay, can you guys see that on the screen here?
Yep.
Okay, so this is kind of the outlet. Just imagine there's other people on this street, but this is where you guys are situated here. I can zoom in a little here.
There you go. Okay.
Boosh it in.
Oh, and then there's the father and the kid.
Father and the kid are right here. Leave my son alone.
Are people able to see our board?
Yeah, I brought it up.
Oh, that's sweet. That's funny. Okay, so I'm surrounded. I'm Anth. Anth is Gooner. We got bad guy 1, 3, 2, and 4.
Yeah.
And they've surrounded me.
Yeah, you can see, you can tell, Anth. Roll a little perception check for me if you don't mind.
So I got a 8 with my good and a 3 with my bad.
Okay, so you're easily able to pick out that bad guy number 1 seems to be the ringleader.
Okay.
Bad guy number 4 is with them, but definitely is like not wanting to be in that front row of the conflict, but he's in behind going like, yeah, tell him, John. And so now they kind of, they encroach on you and they go like, oh, you're trying to make it to the draft, huh? You guys suck. You know, they're kind of just harassing you with some really lame.
But no pushing. They haven't like tried to push my hat or like do anything physical.
But their chests are puffed up.
Oh, okay.
They're trying to intimidate you.
Okay, I want to invoke my dance-off ability. So it says, instead of fighting, challenge a target to a dance-off, make a save.
Okay.
Make a saving throw.
So where are you?
Challenge to a target to a dance-off, make a saving throw plus charisma bonus. Dance-off takes 10 minutes, but will result in a good outcome.
Okay, so who are you dancing off against?
Go one bad guy, one ad.
But I'm going ringleader.
Okay, so you walk up, you push yourself through. Like this. Yeah, you push yourself through the dad and the dad and the son here, and you come up on his flank.
Yep.
You just get these.
Did I get a surprise dance-off roll?
Well, I don't know why I can't change that guy, but anyways, you push through that dad and his son, and you and Anth now are kind of looking at bad guy number 1, and what do you say to him?
I say, hey, bros, different teams, different lives, different journeys, but there's no need to get hostile here, dudes. It's just all in fun. It's all in draft day fun.
Settle with a dance off.
But if you want to go, and I roll up my fake sleeves.
Yeah.
Why don't we go? And then I start to
dance. Okay.
I start to move and say, let's settle this like real men with a dance off.
So go ahead and make a saving throw roll and add your charisma bonus, which is going to be +3, because Party Bro, he's a charismatic bastard.
Yeah, that's how I pulled in. That's how I'm pulling dudes all the time.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you got one on the airplane with us.
And he just decided to go with it. He's like, you know what? This is going to be a good weekend.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
What?
I did a natty 1 on the dance off.
Which one's your good and which one's your bad?
Black's my good, red's my bad.
Okay. So
That's what happens when the bard just gets set up for a rockin' performance.
Yeah.
And then tanks it
Oh,
we've
man.
seen that. We have seen that.
many times. Yeah.
But so as you start dancing, there's too many people, and you start like your arm kind of hits someone in the face. You can't get your full moves out, so you're feeling very limited. And
Oh, sorry. It would be technically 4 with my charisma bonus. So I rolled a 1, but I got a 4. Or are you gonna go?
at this point, it
doesn't
doesn't
really
matter.
Hey, I had to
You're
try.
not getting it.
You're not getting it, but you begin to dance, but it's like so awkward. The Eagles guy mistakes it for you getting ready for combat, and he swings at you.
Oh, fucking sweet.
Okay. Does 14 hit? No. Your armor class is 15.
Oh, there we are.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he swings at you, and because you're already fluid with your movements, you are able to just pull your chin back. He misses, and now we're entering combat. I need everyone to.
Oh, and do you need to take this down here? I used
That wasn't a Kraken point. That's
Are we
an
just roll?
ability,
Are
I
we?
guess.
So we still roll both on this though, and we still take the high or the whatever dice is.
This
higher?
one we'll just take
Just one
straight
dice.
up. Yeah, you can just roll a d20 for this.
Okay.
D20? You mean a D10?
D20.
Oh, I thought we were only using D10s here.
15.
Oh, that would be an 18.
Nice.
18 for you. Okay.
Plus
And
one,
what did you get?
19.
15. What's the plus? What would I have if I had a plus?
There's no plus on this.
Okay, so
Yeah,
just
but-
15 then.
Yeah, 15. And Adam?
14. And then do I have to add any modifiers there?
No.
So so bad guy number 1, the ringleader here of the Eagles fans, he swung and missed, but he had a bad outcome. So he's actually going to be moved right down to the bottom of the initiative, even though he rolled a high initiative, essentially losing his turn this round. And he's was off kilter a little, and that's why he's not going to be able to attack on this round. So coming up first is going to be our boy BB, the backyard brawler, Jesse, who is still on the outskirts. So Jesse, you can pick what you want to do now in this battle map. You get your movement as normal, your attacks, whatever they say. One of you guys has 2 attacks per round. I think it's you, Anth, Gunnar.
Okay.
And BB, you also get to do one. You can use one of your special abilities using your Kraken points as well in this round. So you get same idea as D&D.
This loser?
All right, guys. So BB, he is a backyard brawler, so he was kind of oblivious to what was going on outside. But once he started getting into it with Party Boy, like the little antennas started to prick up, and he's like, "Oh, fight chance."
Combat.
Not so much because he could read the room, but more just because he's got that instinct for when there's going to be trouble and when there's going to be some mayhem, which he obviously really enjoys. So he kind of, he takes his 2 drinks and he just kind of chucks them at the first 2 combatants there.
Okay.
Just to piss them off. Doesn't do anything, no damage. Just to be like, hey, here's a drink in your face.
So -2 are your drinks that you're throwing.
Don't waste no drinks.
Well, they were the mimosas I was just trying to pick up as I go.
I'll give that to you as a free action as you're walking up because you're not
Yeah.
trying. You're just trying to like toss it.
That's what I was going for.
Yeah. Okay.
Like
Okay.
a, like a WWE entrance.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
right.
And then where are you moving to on this map?
He's gonna run as fast as he can at the 2 closest individuals.
Okay.
I believe they're Eagles fans.
Yes,
So they're
disgusting.
losers. That's what I'm picking up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're right beside either bad guy 4 and 2 are in your striking range, and
Yeah.
you can make your attack. You can do your special ability. You get to choose.
Yeah, I'm gonna do my special Ultimate Warrior multi attack.
Okay. And what's that do?
So he gets to run up to 30 feet in a straight line. They're only about 5 feet away, so there's not going to be a ton of speed. But he does get about 10 feet of just straight sprint.
Yep.
And fisticuffs aiming for a couple of jaws. He's just got two fists. He wants to use them both at the same time.
Okay. So one attack on each guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So go ahead and roll your attack for, and that's just a regular D20. The attacks here.
All right. Oh, so I got an 18.
Hits.
Excellent. And then I got a 16 before those are before modifiers.
Okay. So both those hit. You
Nice.
hit both of these guys.
Yes.
They're also not. They didn't even see you.
Yeah.
So, you kind of easily can come out and you can hit these guys wherever you're swinging.
Excellent. Well, then I'm gonna hit them in the nuts. That seems more
Yeah,
like a
get it.
backyard brawler thing to do.
Awesome.
Yeah.
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 Low, 2 low punches.
Yeah, 2 low, dirty punches,
Okay.
and it probably exposes him to obvious counterattacks, but that's not really his.
Worry.
That's their business what they want to do.
All right. So now you can go ahead and just roll your damage on both those guys. Regular. I have it on the. You see where the damage is there?
Yeah, I got a
Okay.
2d6 plus strength.
Yep.
Oh, it looks like we got a 12 damage on the first guy,
Okay.
and we have a 9
Okay.
total damage on the second.
So as you run up, you clock bad guy number 4, who's the guy who's kind of just standing in the background, just chirping. He doesn't even see you. He just drops to the ground from the nut shot.
Excellent.
Incapacitated. Basically, you've seized him up. You know that feeling when you get hit in the nuts and it like just makes you feel ill? Well, that's what he's going through right now. Bad guy number 2, you clock as well. He's able to withstand, but he's hunked over now, still on his feet, looking very, very woozy, very out of it. You still get, that was your special move, so you still get another attack.
I get another attack.
You get your attack. Oh wait, no, sorry, that replaces your attack. My bad, I believe. So,
I think I moved and attacked.
you moved and attacked. Okay, so that's it for you.
And Jesse was attacking bad guy 4?
4 and 2, and
And 2, okay.
I'm just gonna bring bad guy 4 out of here because he's dick
Dick shot.
he's dick shotted out.
Ball shotted.
Next up we have
balls.
next up we have Gooner. That's Anth, and then Adam, you're on deck.
So Gooner, as soon as stuff started kicking off, he knew it was go time.
Yeah.
Like he was kind of trying to play polite with these guys, but as soon as bad guy 1 swung for Party Bro, that's who I'm kind of going for. But I'm going to use a special ability. I'm going to use my Double Dragon,
Okay.
which is a double multi-attack. So Gooner summons the power of the liquid gold, and he gains a second attack for 1 round. Do not add Gooner's modifier to second damage, but still add it to this attack. Okay.
Okay, and keep track of the Kraken points you're using because
so
you do
I'm
have
down
limited.
1. So I think I have 3. So I start with 3, so I'm down to 2.
Okay.
So now I roll both D10s, or am I rolling?
Now you would just roll your D20 to hit.
Okay.
Yeah. Just the saving throws are the double
Okay.
D10s,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Gotcha.
Jess, how many Krakens was that? How many Kraken points did you use?
I believe that was a 1 Kraken point.
Okay.
I
Yep.
decided to just quickly look up the rules to determine what Kraken point was.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah, I believe I used 1.
So I
Excellent,
rolled
excellent.
13, but my modifier of
Yep.
strength is 16.
Yes, you hit. These guys are not. They're Eagles fans. They're not out here for combat.
So do I have to roll that? Do I have to roll that for? Is that? Do I just have to roll that once for both attacks?
Yeah, just roll that once for both attacks, and then on
Okay.
your second attack, you won't get the modifier bonus for the damage, but
Okay.
you can add it to your
So
attack
this
bonus.
this right now is just my first attack then.
That's your first attack.
Okay, sweet. So now I'm gonna roll my D12, and I got 10,
Okay.
and let's see what my
So where are you?
plus 3, so 13.
Wow. Where are you striking them?
I'm going right for the face. I'm going for
Okay.
the no. I know Gooner knows that if you put one of them down,
Yeah.
the leader, the other ones might cower and run away.
So you wind up smash him in the face with your fist. You hit him right in the nose, and he's shocked by it because he was not expecting the combat to happen so quickly, and his nose just starts bleeding. You can see that his eyes are all like tearied. He's kind of steps back a little bit, and he is still on his feet.
Okay.
But he's woozy, very woozy.
So the good thing about the double dragon, it doesn't say it has to be an attack on 2 different guys. I want to go with so I landed a right. I want to follow up with a left on this dude.
Okay, just a nice combination.
Yeah, just
Whack,
a
whack.
1-2 right on him.
Yeah, and so go ahead, Gooner.
Fuck, 5.
Is that damage or attack?
That's attack. So
Okay.
5 plus the 3, so 8.
So because of your drinking in the morning, you're a little your next punch just misses his chin. He also stumbled back, so he went out of your range a little bit. So you got 1 solid strike on him. Is there anything else you want to do here?
No, I'm gonna stay in the middle of the guys.
Okay, Adam or Party Bro, it's now your go.
Yep.
You
Okay.
still got your sleeves rolled up from your dancing.
So I'm gonna just attack. I'm gonna attack the. Who was you? You were attacking number 1.
Yeah, bad guy 1. That's the guy that you tried to dance off with.
Yeah. So then I'm just gonna try to. I'm gonna try to like. If you were punching him, I'm gonna cheap shot him. I'm a party bro. I'll cheap shot him.
Okay, so same guy?
Well, what actually? It's not a cheap shot. Yeah, same guy.
Yeah, okay.
It's a
so
fight. It's a
Yeah.
fight now.
So go ahead and
Win.
you can roll your attack, D20. And then
7. Fuck.
Then you add your charisma.
So 10.
10 total.
10 total.
You swing and a miss,
Yep, that's what I expect.
but because you kind of swung at the same time as Gooner, so you guys did like a double miss punch on that second one. But you do still have your a 4th quarter ability that you can use if you'd like,
Invoke.
or you can still move.
Yeah, my 4th quarter ability will be. I'm gonna miss him, and then I'm going to. No, I'm just gonna miss him, and then I'm not gonna use a fourth quarter ability yet.
Okay. Okay, so next up here is these next two guys, bad guy number 2 and bad guy number 3. Bad guy number 2 is going to swing at Adam, and bad guy 3 is going to swing at Anth. So I got a 16 on Party Bro.
Yeah, you hit him.
Okay, so he hits you, and he's going to deal just 4 damage. Does that beat your threshold? No, it doesn't. So he hits you, but it kind of just goes off your shoulder. And
this might be the worst fight of all time.
Yeah. This is people are looking at like
we just woke up.
Yeah, everybody's just swinging blindly. We're not. I guess we did. We did just wake up.
Yeah, we partied all night on. We landed in Detroit. We partied all night. We woke up at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock.
And the other guy tries to do a double punch to you, Gooner, and he only does 9.
Yeah, my armor class is 17.
Okay, so he just like he swings and misses on you with his double punch, and he's like, bad move. And now we are resetting to the top of the round here, where bad guy 1, the de facto leader, is going to try to swing on Anth again here. And he got a 19 to hit.
Okay, so armor class. Does armor class get a plus or no?
No, that's just straight
okay.
up.
So yeah, he hit.
Okay, so his strike, you notice that he's got some brass knuckles on him, and he gives you 11 points of damage with that strike.
That was a good hit.
Clocks you back. Now, what he's going to try to do is he's actually going to drink a yellow belly or drink a shot here to heal himself, but he goes up 2 intoxication levels. So he gains back
drunk.
a little bit of health, but he's drunk.
Be careful, though.
Got 6 points.
Spicy.
6 points HP back. Now we go back to BB.
BB. Oh, BB is just gonna punch bad guy. Bad guy 2.
Bad guy 2.
Right in the nuts.
Yes, I love the nut
He's
punches.
he's like, I'm 2 for 2. You know.
Yeah. So another nut punch. Go ahead, roll your attack your attack.
Oh, that's a critical miss.
Oh no.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you swing low. Bad guy's he's already felt it, and so he moves out of the way. And there's not going to be any negatives to that, but that was your attack. You do have your fourth quarter abilities you can use if there's any Kraken points you want to use.
No, I think these are Eagles fans.
Jalen Wright's
they're
been
not really
picked
worth,
off.
a lot of Kraken points. Just with a couple of Eagles fans. So
you're just staying in the pocket.
I think he's pretty ashamed of himself. It's a critical miss. So not only that, he kind of really misses and swings himself around and just winds up on his ass.
Yeah. Okay.
And
he's prone.
He's prone. Yeah.
He's prone. Okay.
He's knocked himself prone.
So now we have Gooner and then Party Bro on deck.
So I'm still into it with this guy, with bad guy 1. Can I try to tackle him for a ground and pound?
Yeah. Do you have that as an option on your? You can grapple, but you might have an option where you can.
I can
knock
use
a guy prone.
I do have that. It's too many points. I'm not going to use that yet. I'm
Okay,
just going to regular attack.
Yeah. Okay.
I missed with that left, so now I'm going back with my last left. So I'm going back. Actually, I'm going to try to headbutt.
Okay.
I'm going for a headbutt.
Brother Adrian says, "Damn, Lorelai is looking good."
15.
15 hits.
Okay, so then D12
Damage.
them.
Yeah.
12, baby. Plus 3, so 15.
So the headbutt hits him in the nose again. It's
And that's
too
what
much.
I already damaged him
Yeah,
with.
it's too much. He's seeing stars and he just drops to the ground.
Finally,
Yeah, baby.
jeez.
Wacky tobacco.
He's out cold, and now, oh shit, it's doing that thing again.
That headbutt felt good. I'm gonna keep his blood on my forehead too for the rest of the what would we call this quest?
Yes.
You wipe them under your eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you do got a little blood splurt. Go ahead. That's your end of your turn there, Goon.
I'm gonna move to in front of right directly in front of bad guy 3.
Like over here.
Yeah, I'll go back to back with Party Boy.
Okay.
So
okay.
now we're like back to
Back
back
to
with
back?
each other.
Okay, and you didn't move out of Bad Guy 2's range, so he doesn't get a swing on you because you're still in his range. Now we're gonna go to Party Boy's move.
Oh, are we flanking? I think
It looked like it.
I think it's a reasonable.
This
It
is a
looked like
flank
it.
now. Yeah,
Yeah.
you've moved into a flank on Bad Guy 2 here.
Just I got to mention something football related real quick. Another guy off our big board, Jalen Wright, off the big board.
There he goes. We knew it was gonna happen.
And he went to, where did he go?
Dolphins.
Dolphins. Let's just cross it off there.
So
Party
Party Boy.
is going to, Party Boy's going to actually cross through. I want to cross through and I want to like kind of come out of the range here.
Okay, so they're gonna. Both of those guys are gonna get an attack of opportunity on you if you do that.
That's fine.
Okay.
He did, that's fine. I need to get out of this situation. I can't fight.
So Bad Guy 2 hits you as you're leaving and deals 6 points of damage. So keep track of that. And Bad Guy 3 misses. So where are you going to be now?
I'm going to be, yeah, keep going. Keep going. I'm going right there.
Okay.
So that was my move. I guess I could have taken an action like disengaging and then I could have given you a disadvantage, but I didn't do that. So technically I moved and I still have an action I can do, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm going to
You
take
can still attack, but you're a melee guy, so you don't really have. You have to go back into.
No, I have attacks.
Yeah, you can use your special abilities, but
Yeah.
I'm saying your regular attack, you're a melee.
Yeah. I'm
Those are reactions.
no, I know. I'm going to
The Bears just took a punter.
What?
weird.
Yeah. Torrey Taylor, punter,
Oh my
Iowa,
God.
at 122. Looks like a serial killer.
I'm gonna use my sail attack.
Okay.
Sail.
So sail is you can throw something at someone, giving 2d12 damage on a successful hit, but no modifier, and they have to be within 20 feet, which he is. So
Okay, so
what are you throwing?
It looks like a pretty empty street here, but I'm assuming there's more people on the
There's
board.
people and there's things you could grab off.
Okay,
You're right by a market table, so you could
Yeah.
grab something off the.
What can I'm looking for something that's a sizable throwing object.
There's got to be like plastic helmets or something.
There's
like Detroit
yeah.
Lion plastic helmets.
On this table, it's a merch table, so you can grab something that's like merchandisey. There's like a couple paperweights that are a little heavy.
Okay, I'm gonna
What
grab
about
a paper.
those chains, like the Detroit Lion
Yeah,
chains?
there's the Detroit
Well, it
Lion
needs to
chains.
be
There's
heavy enough-
plastic ones, and then there's
I want
more
something that's
expensive
I
ones.
want something that's a little heavy that
Okay.
I can whip.
So you grab one of those Detroit Lion chains.
Yep.
And the vendor's like, hey, what are you doing? You got to pay for that. And
And I say, let's go Cowboys, and then I'm gonna whip it at.
okay,
I'm gonna whip it at
This guy's
Bad Guy
announcing.
3.
You guys know who this guy is? He's like a big streamer.
Yeah.
He's like a huge Madden streamer.
so go ahead and roll your hit on this.
A D20.
Yep. D20 for hit.
Fuck me. 6 plus 3, 9.
Ooh, no. You wing it. It just happens to miss him
Which is good. I probably would have killed him if I would have hit him.
and lands on the ground behind him. You
Man,
still
Party
have
Bro-
movement left.
Party Bro sucks.
He does.
You still have some movement left, but those are your actions are done.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay.
I'm just gonna
Actually, no, you still have your attack action if you wanted to move back into.
Okay,
range.
I'm gonna run back in, and I'm gonna run in to tackle that guy.
Okay.
Bad guy 3.
So roll your regular attack now. Melee attack.
AJ, want to toss me one there,
Yes,
brother?
sir.
Then don't get me tossing it because I obviously can't.
Go high because I got a laptop out.
Well, it was.
Oh, man.
I got my arm got stopped.
No, 8. Fuck me, I'm rolling like shite.
Okay, so you go up to grab him, and he just like kind of knocks your arms down, and nothing.
He obviously played some sort of lineman in the guy that I'm trying to tackle played like a lineman in high school or something like that.
And you were like the third string place kicker.
Oh yeah, I was a punter.
So Ant, Bad Guy 3's just he doesn't like the scenario that's unfolded, and he's about to run away. But you get an attack of opportunity on him if you want.
No, if he's gonna run away, I'm not even gonna bother with him.
Okay.
I want to see if Bad Guy 2's still dancing. I want to take a chomp out of him.
So well, Bad Guy 2 now is surrounded by you guys,
Yep.
and he's like, he's going to.
I'm gonna give him a chance to surrender and just say, I'm gonna say, you saw what happened to your other buddies. Just give up and we'll let you walk away.
So he's looking to attack, like he's got his hands up, but he realizes the scenario. I mean, he's pincered between all three of you, and he goes, "Okay, okay."
And
I'm
you know
done.
what? And you know what? We're in a fight, baby. So you're surrendering. I'm going for that punch.
Okay, give him one hit there, Ann.
Yeah. Okay.
Take off your Eagles
Oh
jersey.
shit! I went the wrong.
Oh, you say take off your Eagles jersey?
Yeah, take off your
Okay.
Eagles jersey, or I'm gonna crack you in the head.
So do a in what's the word? The intimidation. Give me an intimidation roll and add your charisma.
I have to see what that would be.
Intimidation. Just roll a d20 or roll your two.
Okay, do the 2.
Roll your 2 dice,
Okay.
and then add your charisma.
Is that a 9? Yeah, so I got my bad dice was a 9 and my good was a 6.
Okay, so and then what's your charisma?
I think it's.
Maybe -1.
I thought it was +1.
Okay.
Charisma's +1.
Okay, so you do convince him, and so he slowly starts taking his jersey off, and then he throws the jersey in your face, covering your face, and he's gonna just run. He's gonna start running. Jesse and Adam, you guys each can take an attack of opportunity on him. Otherwise, he's running kind of past Gooner, and heading in the same direction that the
I
other
want to
dude
try to
went.
sweep. I'm going to do that lame ass sweep kick move that people like to do.
Okay, go ahead and
Well, we know you're missing.
17.
Oh,
okay. So you do hit him. Do a damage roll now. And you're gonna trip him up. As
Is my
well.
damage a 1d6?
Yeah, 1d6 plus charisma, which is 3. So
4.
okay. So you trip him. He falls down on his trying to leave. Jesse, if you want, you're prone as well. And so is Bad Guy 2 now.
We're just both laying on the ground.
You just both laying on the ground.
Broing it up.
Yeah, I'm like, no, I'm just gonna tap him on the calf and be like, I'm gonna get up now.
Okay, so you get up.
Let's go look at the draft.
He starts crawling away now from you. Combat's over, and you guys come together.
Don't forget, we've gained an Eagles jersey now.
You've gained an Eagles jersey, so you have an Eagles jersey that you have. And I'm just going to stop this because the time was going to run out, but I'll bring it back up when we need it again. So just keep that open. And
it was funny because it went off of that, and then it's just a shot of Anth.
So yeah, so now you guys find yourself in the street. You can see the direction that people are walking. You need to start making it. It's now because of Adam's dance off and this combat. It's now 65 minutes to draft.
I have $10. I want to go over to that vendor and give $5 for the item that Adam threw.
Okay,
No, I had $15. I'll go pay for it.
Okay.
Because I even though I'm a party bro, I'm not a dickhead.
Okay, so you go ahead, Adam. You're down $5.
And then the guy tells me,
Like, you
"Oh,
did
it's only
just-
$5."
You did
Should've did
needlessly
too.
sweep kick that guy as he was running away.
Yeah.
You know, you're not. You're all
Yeah.
Hey, he's
I'm not
party
a-
bro. He
does it for the show.
Yeah.
He knew it would be a
my
good.
my eyes are sunken in.
Yeah, swollen.
I was like, "This
Yeah, it was like one of those things where you just did it without even thinking
Yeah.
about it.
good fight, bros."
That's what party bros do. So good thing you paid him because he was riled up. But once you pay him the money, he's like, okay, no problem. $1's a dollar. Now you guys are on the streets here of Detroit. You need to make it to the draft. What do you do?
Need to get some drinks. There's got to be, there's got to be vendors and whatnot. Can we just, buy some drinks at the local apothecary?
Yeah. So a yellow belly is $5, a vodka soda is $10, and a screech shot is $15. And each of those give you a different level of intoxication. You guys are
And that's Screech, Jesse.
yeah.
Excellent.
You guys are starting to feel like your intoxication level is dropping.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
And then
again.
in the next 5 minutes, you will, or like this is the grace period here,
Yep.
where you can have a drink and rekeep where you are on your intoxication level. If not, in the next 5 minutes, you're going to drop.
I'm shotgunning.
Yeah, I'm shotgunning.
Okay, so make sure you keep track of that, Adam. You're down to
Well, I shotgunned one, and then I had one in my hand that whole fight. So I'm going to shotgun another one, and I'm going to keep sipping my
And you have 6, don't you?
Yeah,
Oh,
so
so
I'm-
you're laughing.
I have 3
And
left.
how much money do you have left?
$10.
$10.
Okay, so I got $10 too.
Okay.
All right, well, I'm gonna cash in my 2 free Yellow Belly tickets.
Okay.
I only got $5 to my name, so I feel the only thing that we're gonna buy.
I do have nose candy bumps for you if you need any. I have 2
Excellent.
nose candy bumps.
Does that increase your speed or attacks per round?
As a reaction when drunk,
it
can
gives
use
you
a bump to lower intoxication level by 2 by going, but gaining fiending for 10 minutes, decreasing constitution by 2. So it is a risky move
And
to
I
do.
will say though, it does give you +10 to movement too.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
So you
we
do get
have
more
fat.
movement, but you because you're fiending, you lose some of your ability to.
We'll
defend
hold it when
yourself.
we
Yeah,
get
that's
when we're
fair. Yeah.
when we know we're going to be late for the draft and we're like a couple blocks away. We'll do a bump to sprint for 10 minutes or whatever.
So you're not familiar with the streets of Detroit, but you guys can roll a either insights check or perception, and that'll kind of determine
Well,
how good you are at navigating these streets.
And can we ask somebody like that father with his 2 kids,
Sure,
or did
yeah.
they take off?
No, they're still here. They just moved out of the way of the combat.
Oh man.
I got a 15. I guess just gonna repeat a 15 on perception.
Okay.
So what am I for perception though? I do both dice, right? Or what am I rolling for that?
Yes. So for your perception, it's both dice, both your D10s, and then pick your good or bad dice, or let me know which one rolls.
I
higher.
got my good. My
Hey.
good one was 1, and my bad was 7.
Okay.
And Bucky Irving went off.
Shit.
Damn it.
To the Bucks.
To the Bucks.
So
Bucky
he-
to the Bucks.
No, Bucky.
So
Bucky, why?
so what happens to you, Gooner, is you
dropping all of our guys that we want here.
You-
Anyway, I just have a question here.
Mhm.
If we're getting more drunk, do we have a penalty to our ability to find the convention? Or
Yes,
do
if you
feel that's
fall-
factored in?
If you're past your drunkenness,
if you go into your drunk level or you drop below your base, you lose some of your wits about you. So, but just let me know if that happens. And
Also-
then you're buzzed, you'd get some bonuses.
I also have a question. So you said we all drank, right? So I was
Yep.
at base. I went up to 5 for
Yep.
my base. Is that gonna if I have another one, do I stay at 5 or will it move me up?
It moves you up. And what's your buzz level?
6. So I'm
Okay.
gonna after I asked that guy and he
Yeah.
had no idea what I was talking about, and
Yeah.
he just looked at me like I was an idiot.
Yeah.
I'm shotgunning
Okay. So you shotgun,
one of my yellow bellies. So I'm down to 1 yellow belly, 1 body sewed, but I'm buzzed now. I'm
but
feeling
you're buzzed
good.
now. So you're buzzed.
Am I buzzed too then?
Well, what
you
are
have
you?
to,
How
you have to
many?
look at your.
I've shotgunned twice.
So what's your base and what's your buzzed?
My base is 3, my buzz is 4.
So yeah, you're buzzed.
And I'm drinking one, like I'm just drinking one.
You got to be careful. What's your drunk?
7.
You're on fringe.
Yeah, I'm party bro. I might.
That's true.
Hey, listen, look at how I'm rolling. I'm not rolling. I'm getting wasty.
So with
Crack me if you got him.
Crack me if you
correct
got
me
him.
if you got- with your buzz bonus, you double your modifier on all your rolls. Okay.
Oh,
That's your buzz
nice.
bonus. So
So I'm buzzed up.
yeah, and if it's a negative, it's a 0 instead of a -1.
So
So you buzzed up. You get to double. Are you as well buzzed up?
I'm 5 right now.
Lions
Yeah,
traded
so
up
you're
again.
buzzed.
Lions
Lines
traded
straight
up again.
making moves in
Johnny
their,
Wilson.
in their draft. Oh God, no.
Johnny Wilson, or do you think they're gonna go for Bloodline, Brendan Rice?
Could be.
So go ahead, and you also have your modifiers doubled.
This is doubled.
Because
Your
you're buzzed.
modifiers, yeah.
Nice.
And if it's a minus, it goes just to 0. You don't
Oh,
get a
shit.
negative.
So we need to figure out what we want to do now. So
Yeah,
I
you
tried
guys
to
are in the
I tried to
streets.
find directions, and so that was my attempt at getting us to the
Yeah.
draft faster.
What did
I'm
you
out
roll,
of
BB?
ideas.
Sorry.
Roll perception. I rolled a 15.
And then add your modifier, your main modifier, it should say on the sheet. Like just your attack modifier is going to be your main.
right. It just says strength mod ×2.
Okay,
AC
sorry.
times 2.
Add your either intelligence or your wisdom.
Yeah,
What's
yeah.
that?
The 15. I rolled a 14 and added 1 with my wisdom.
Okay, perfect. That's great. So you you've never been to Detroit, but you're such a go-get-em dude,
Yeah.
meeting these guys in the airport and just jumping on the ship, that you start to move in the direction that the crowd's obviously going. You pick that out very easily, and now you guys can follow BB here through the crowd, making your way through the crowd. It's a little crowded, but you can move easily enough. If that's what you're doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's head to the game.
So you're making your
The
way.
draft.
You're making your way through. It's actually pretty easy to follow because the people are all going in that direction. And you get down to a point though where there's a construction going on in the middle of the road. And so like just blocking people off. So the way that you want to go, that you saw everyone, now they're peeling off into different side streets. And so you're kind of like, okay, you've gotten a pretty good ways into the draft, towards the draft. There's about 50 minutes left before the draft begins. You got to make a decision here as to which way you're going to go, to the left or to the right.
And there's no chance we can get through the construction site.
You could try.
And can we see through the construction
You
site?
can see through the construction
and
site.
do we see people walking in one direction when we look through?
Yes. It's about a 30 to 40 feet of this construction going on. There's no work actually being done. It's like just on a break or something like that. But you can see down this main street, you see the draft stage.
Okay.
Gooner's going right through, or trying to go right through.
So it would appear to be as the crow flies, a shortcut.
It could be a shortcut.
Does it appear to be difficult terrain?
There is difficult terrain. It's a construction zone. So
open trenches.
Yeah, like the ground has been ripped up. The fence ain't going to be hard to scale.
All right, let's do it.
It's like one of those regular construction fences. So you can climb up it and go over. You don't see any security guards, though.
Gooner's going for it. Gooner, in his time in the construction industry, has a feeling he can maneuver this pretty well.
Okay, are you going to try to climb over? Or are you going to try
I'm going to open the fence.
Okay, so because of your construction, just do a strength roll because you got to just lift it up off its bearings, basically.
So strength roll, is that still the 2?
Yes, that'll be the 2.
Okay.
Can
we all help him?
Can be
Sure.
Give him a hand.
So five. So 5 for my good one, 4 for the bad.
Okay.
Okay,
We're
plus
gonna,
your strength, which is 3, I believe.
So 8.
oh, I'm not helping much here.
Okay.
I got 4.
So 5's my good plus the good plus 3 for my strength.
No, and add on your bad one.
and
too.
add the bad one.
Yeah.
So we got 12.
Okay, awesome. And BB?
I got a 4 on my good and an 8 on my bad.
Okay.
And I have a +3 to strength.
Okay, so we
And
got
I'm a 3 for my good, 1 for my bad, and I got a +1 for strength.
okay. The goods outweigh the bad in this scenario, so you all help. BB though does fall back on his butt as you guys are lifting because it comes out really easily, and so that jars you down. You just take 2 points of damage there, falling down, and the gate's now open. But you hear this call from somewhere outside of your visual radius. Hey, you're not supposed to be going in there. And
I'm gonna start sprinting.
Okay, so you're in.
I see, like, how far are we away from like the other side of being
like 40 feet.
Okay, I'm sprinting for it.
Okay, it is difficult terrain, so you're going to be moving at like
Half speed.
half speed. Do a dexterity roll for me. So
Man.
the 2d10s. And are you guys following?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so everyone do a dexterity roll.
My dexterity is -1.
Yeah, 2d10s.
Oh man, 2.
Yeah, I
With-
got
with my
I got
minus.
10. I got 10 plus 3, so 13.
10 plus 3, 13, and then okay, and Adam, you
Oh, the British Columbia guy just
Adam.
went to Detroit.
Wow,
Add
that's
your-
crazy.
Yeah, Giovanni
Whoa.
Manu.
That's crazy.
So I'm
add
CC
both
boy.
of those dice and the -1.
6, so 5.
Okay, but guess what? You rolled 2 dice of the same. You are automatic critical.
Oh, nice.
Positive critical. So you see Party Bro limberly move through this construction site, moving ahead of
Still
you.
with my
Ed.
beer,
Oh,
in
and
my, still
also-
with my beer in my hand.
One
Yeah.
sec. What's so buzzed? Because I'm buzzed. So that
yeah.
I actually had
Double your.
Yeah, so I actually had 16.
Okay.
And I'm 1 above buzzed,
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You got
which is
the crit
nothing. I got it
anyways,
anyways,
right?
but what? I keep forgetting that I'm buzzed.
What was yours, Jess?
I think I got a total of 16.
16. Okay. So you're all moving pretty good, but Party Bro makes it across easily, and you're standing by the fence now. You guys get about halfway through the construction. No falling or anything, but you got to move now the rest of this halfway through, jumping around these holes and the equipment that's left out.
Sweet.
And the security guard is run up, but is hesitant to follow you in. So he's just kind of yellow. You're not supposed to be in here. Hey. So now you two can go ahead and try to get across, Gooner and
So
BB.
re-roll?
Reroll another dex roll. You're standing by the fence. What are you doing, Party Bro?
I'm running.
You can't. The fence is closed. You got to climb it or try to
Oh.
open it again.
I'm climbing. Are they climbing it?
We're
No,
already
they're coming
past.
up behind you.
You fell down.
I didn't fall down.
Oh no, you're ahead of us.
I'm
So
ahead
yeah,
of you.
Oh, you're
Right,
at the,
right,
you're
okay,
at the
so
very end.
I'm doing the hopping up the fence to try to do like a one swift move because I'm moving.
Okay.
I'm moving so nimble. Come on.
So just let me know what you roll.
I rolled 8 on my bad and 2 on my good, plus 6, so 16 again.
16 again.
10 for the good, 9 for the bad, plus if I'm doubling my modifier, if I go minus 1, is
It's
it
zero, it's just
neutral?
zero.
So yeah, so
19.
10 and
19.
19.
So I got a 9 on my good and a 2 on my bad.
Okay.
And then I think like my dex modifier is +1.
Okay. Okay, so you got 12.
Okay.
12. So what happens is Party Bro easily does that hop, skip, and a jump, beer in hand, one hand, like amazingly lifts himself up over the fence, making it over like a high jump. Gooner, you make it across, but you twist your ankle, giving you 6 points of damage on that one. It was a bad one, but you make it across as well. You still got to hop the fence, and then there's BB who makes it across unscathed, but now you and Gooner are standing on the other side of the fence, and Party Bro's on the outside of it.
I'm with
Hey,
that.
you guys!
As I was running and I just twisted my ankle, but I still have momentum, I'm just dropping a shoulder to try to go through this fence.
Okay, do it. Do a strength.
I'm gonna try to open it for both
Do
me
an
and the
attack.
brawler.
Give me an attack. Attack roll, right? Straight up.
Oh yeah, 18, baby.
18. So
Plus 6, 24.
and then the
Oh,
damage.
sorry, that's just a.
Yeah, no, that would be
Okay.
Yeah, the modifier would be. See, 24, big hit. Like you smash it at the perfect place. Now
Were
it's
you a
just about-
linebacker in college, or what was your guy?
Just a construction worker.
Construction
baby.
Not even a player. Okay.
So, but that was so my attack would actually be a 12. That would have just been if I hit or not.
That was just your attack. So now now you do your attack damage
Okay.
to it,
to the fence.
Yeah.
Bitch ass fence. Let's go.
and add your double your modifier.
Oh yeah, 12.
Okay.
18.
18. So you literally smash that gate open, and it actually starts to fall. Do a dex roll because the fence is coming down on top of you. That's your 2. Yep. Now I'll re-roll that one.
Shit.
Okay. So you had an 11, but you had a 0 on your bad
Yep.
dice, a 10 on your bad dice. So you don't get out of the way. The fence comes down on top of you, and it's going to give you just 1 point of damage.
Okay, that's not
1
bad.
point of damage.
Just kind of hit him and
Just
bounced him off.
Hit him, bounce him, and you flip out. So now you guys are open. You've cut through the shortcut. There's about 40 minutes left before the draft, but you can see the draft stage ahead of you now. It's a straightaway shot there. Straightaway to get to the draft.
Security's not still coming after us,
He's on his radio, but he's not making that attempt.
so we can change our pace a little bit.
You can change your pace, yeah.
Ray Davis went off the board and 49ers just traded up. I just want to keep you guys updated.
Yeah, I
there.
saw the Ray Davis pick.
You guys estimate you're about 20-minute walk at a normal pace at a good pace from the stage. So you got about 40 minutes to get there, but it's going to take you 20 minutes to walk there. How do you want to get through that? Just a quick hit. One of you, I believe, has an ability. If you go to look at your character traits on the second sheet, one of you can carve through.
I can.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember reading that. How do I get to the second page here?
Scroll it down.
No, I tried. It doesn't do that. I gotta 1 sec, because I have it minimized so that I could. Oops. I do have that ability though. I remember reading it. 1 sec.
And that's whenever you can hop back into that.
Okay.
Oh wait, I gotta send another one. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I thought that might be the.
So at 129, as Ant's bringing that back up, the 49ers are on the clock. They have a pick in. Do we think they're going to take Bloodline pick?
Oh, could you
Brendan
imagine?
Rice.
Maybe they traded up for Brendan Rice.
Well, they
here.
did trade up. I bet
Well,
you.
that's what I mean. That might be who they.
Running backs have started to. There's like a little bit of a run on running backs
There
right
is.
now. So maybe they're. I don't see them trading up for running back, but possibly. But
So I have Moose is loose. Move at your normal speed through a crowd, carving a pathway for the following you up to 20 feet behind.
Okay.
So I do have that as a character trait.
So Moose is loose means that Ant's going to be able to, Gooner's going to be able to push through this crowd without hesitation. That increases your guys' movement speed because you're not going to be fettered.
that helps the party.
That helps the party because
Nice.
both of you guys can like follow in his wake.
Yep.
And you start moving at a really good pace, getting towards the stage. Unless you're stopping to do anything, that's the direction you guys are headed, right?
Sorry, AJ, did you have to send me a new one?
Yes, I'm going to do that right now.
Okay.
So
Oh, you must be in an old. Oh,
don't worry about it. Let's
yeah.
just
It
get
doesn't
through
matter.
this.
I know why though.
So anyone that's watching us right now, we are playing a version of Dungeons and Dragons called Friends and Foe We are dropped into the day of the NFL draft. We are drunk in Detroit trying to make our way from our hotel to the draft before it starts. We've had some trials and tribulations, but we see it ahead of us.
Boot says, "What in the name of the ex-Dungeon Master Kellen Moore are you guys playing?" So it was like perfect timing for you announcing what that was.
That's funny.
I want a couple times I was like, oh, I should tell everybody that because people have been popping in and they're like, what's going on?
Yeah, just
Anti-Senate, don't hop in yet though. So,
Okay.
So yeah.
just tell me when.
Okay, so you guys are moving through the crowd, all right? You're getting there. You're kind of getting excited as you get closer and closer. You can hear,
I can feel
you
it in my
feel the
palms.
energy of the stage.
Can we hear Eminem playing in the distance?
Move yourself,
Nah.
move, and you're getting pumped. And people, the crowd is starting to get a little thicker as you get there. But because of Gooner's ability to just push through and create like a nice wake, you guys are unfettered, and you get right to the next street. You get right to the main street, but then you are confronted by a big bad dude. And you see, standing in front of you, as you approach the street here, you see, stretch this open a little bit, you see Swoop, the Eagles mascot, standing side by side with Philly Sports Guy, and these two bad dudes who ran away are on, and you hear them saying, "There it is, there they are, those are the guys."
Bastards. We should have never let them get away.
Stupid shirtless Eagles fan.
Yeah.
But
So-
you are nothing but garbage, yeah.
Do they look aggressive?
The two bad guys that you've already encountered, they are looking like shying up back. They're kind of standing back here, like a little behind. But Swoop and Philly Sports Guy, they look
Looking tough.
they're looking to
They want to rumble.
they want to rumble with
So
you.
I'm gonna that jersey that we still had, I'm gonna rip it right in front of them. Like I'm gonna hold it up and rip it.
Philly Sports Guy goes, "Those are fighting words." You guys go ahead and roll initiative.
Fucking 3.
14.
Total of 6.
14 for this boy.
14. Anth, you got 3?
Yeah, and that's just what I roll, right? Like I don't add anything, or do I
No.
add? Okay.
You got, sorry, what'd you get, BB? You got 6?
Yeah, I got a 6.
Okay. So that really pissed him off. And so Swoop's going to run towards you, Anth.
Am I adding? Or sorry, have you got that chat going up again?
Yes, you can go ahead and bring that up. Sorry. Go ahead, bring that up. We got our battle screen on. And Swoop's coming up to you, and he's going to give you a double wing bird flap. And
Classic Swoop.
let's see what Swoop gets on you. All right.
Oh, you actually have the
Ooh.
pictures of them.
Yeah. So Swoop comes up to you, but he only does he's only got 10 on his attack, and he rolled his bad one. So he misses. He misses you and actually ends up kind of getting his own feathers in his face. So
What an idiot.
yeah, so he's going to have some restrictions there because of that. Next up is Party Bro.
Another
Okay.
running back off the board, Will Shipley. So there's a run on running backs right now. Just got to say that.
Yeah.
Shipley went earlier though. It went Shipley went to
Oh, and then Ray Davis. Okay,
and
they're
then
just showing.
Davis and then
Gotcha.
Garandio or whatever. I'm going to use my War Room Blast. Instead of attacking, Party Bro can piss on an opponent within 20 feet, blinding them and doing 1d4 plus strength damage. 2 of these in a row reduce Party Bro's intoxication
So
level by 1.
you piss in their face?
Yeah. So I'm gonna try to arc over top of Swoop and into
Philly Sports
Philly's.
Guy?
I'm gonna arc over top of Swoop into Philly Sports Guy.
Okay. So you're in that range,
Okay,
and
what
it's
do I roll?
instead of attacking, so it's an attack roll.
Okay.
And
then
are we still? How are we feeling from those drinks? We're still good with the drinks.
Yeah, after all that running and stuff.
Yeah, well, you did lose. You would lose. Sorry, good call, Anth. You did lose 1 intoxication
Perfect.
level.
So I'm
on
gonna have
that
to
trip.
shot. I'm gonna have to
Perfect.
shotgun. a
I'm-
beer
I'm,
before I fight.
I'll say for the sake of missing that you did shotgun, so
Okay.
you can be back up.
Okay, like before. Yeah.
How's your intoxication
Like,
level? What's your base? 0?
Yeah.
Okay, so yours doesn't really matter, but
I was 5,
you
so
did drop an intoxication level.
and this is going to drop me down 2, so I'm going to be normal, and then I'll shotgun after I do the piss strike on.
You might have to even go 2. Party boy.
Okay, so I gotta.
So I'm out of Crackums.
You're out of
Hey,
Crackums.
I
But
got,
we're in the.
I got 3. I'll toss you one.
I do have a Vadi Sode though.
Okay, so
Okay, nice. That's a
so I
2.
got-
That puts you up 2.
I got 12 plus. So with my being buzzed, I
Yep.
can double my modifier.
But you're down 1 from where you were.
So I was at 5, so I'm still
So you're
buzzed
still
at
at 4.
4.
You're still buzzed. Yes. So you double your modifier on all your rolls.
Okay, so I just rolled a 12. That's damage. So my roll is charisma modifier. So
Yep,
plus 3.
just
So
add
I'll,
that
so
one.
6. So I'm at
18.
18. So
18.
you definitely hit him in the face. Now you do your
it's
damage.
1d4
And
plus
you-
strength. for
And
damage.
regardless of this damage here, your
Oh, so 2, 3,
3, 4 because you double your modifiers.
4.
So 4 damage to Philly Sports Guy, but he's blinded now.
Yeah.
He's blinded with
For
this.
what for this round?
He's blinded for. Doesn't say, but
And imagine Party Boy's piss.
I'm
Like,
gonna
that's
say-
toxic.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna say he's blinded
it
for
sounds-
at least 3
sounds
rounds,
wretched.
unless he takes an action to wipe his eyes.
Can I at the same
But
time?
it is dehydrated orange piss.
because
Like
I'm
PFF bad.
PFF bad.
because I'm going with one hand as I'm peeing over, and this is an arcing pee, so it's like a nice solid
That's impressive.
stream.
Is this somewhat like acid damage? Does this
Yes.
ongoing damage? Yeah.
Yeah, this will be an ongoing damage as it stings his eyes. Yes.
Can I also pass Gooner a drink?
Yep,
So-
you can.
So I toss Gooner. I one hand toss.
That's
Gooner.
your main action.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
So
so
you-
I'm 1 up now.
So you get +1, Adam. You're -1 on that. And next up here is going to be. That was Adam.
It was good that Party Boy had the first attack.
Yeah.
That was key.
So next up actually is Philly Sports Guy. But guess what? Philly Sports Guy being blinded, he's just going to wipe his eyes. That's his action. So he's gotten rid of that piss, and he's dripping with it now. And what he's gonna do is going to move over to Adam and insult him.
Insult?
Insult. So
That's
he's
what
gonna-
Philly Sports Guy's gonna do to me.
yeah, he's coming up and he's going to insult you. So I need you to make.
But he knows where I'm at. I thought I blinded him.
He just
He
used his action
He used his action and then moved to you.
and moved to you.
Oh,
And he's
okay.
using a special
Now
ability.
he's using a special ability
Oh.
to insult you, you cowgirl, 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 cowgirl. And you need to roll a Constitution check with your 2 dice and add your Constitution and see if you beat him.
Is Party Boy wearing a Dak jersey?
Oh yeah.
Dak Rider.
Actually, no.
Yeah.
In my photo that I have up there, he's wearing a Micah Parsons jersey.
Oh, is he? Okay. Micah should have been an Eagle.
6 and 5.
Which one's higher?
Bad dice.
Okay.
And then I would have 6 for my Constitution modifier because I'm still buzzed.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, he rolled a. Oh shit! Is that the right dice? Yeah. He rolled a critical on that. So the insult stings at him. It hurts.
What did he say though? Just
Cowgirls.
He's just
Just
chanting
just
cowgirls in his
nonstop?
face nonstop. It's kind of annoying too.
Does it
Oh.
make all of us sad or just?
It's just focused on Party Bro. Party Bro, you can only attack Philly Sports Guy now, and you don't get any of your you don't get any of your modifiers when you do actions towards them for until your next turn, where you can re-roll to try to shake off the insult.
Yeah, well, Bocce says, do not allow anyone to insult Adam. The man is Canadian national treasure and must be protected at all costs. He ain't wrong.
Then
I have a question.
Yep.
How do you gain Crackem points?
You guys would have gained. Yeah, sorry. Good question. You would have gained 2 Crackem points, all
For-
of you,
for
from that time. It refreshes every 20 minutes
Okay.
or 30 minutes.
So I'm
sorry.
up to 4 again. Okay.
You're up to 4 again. Just add on 2. I think that kind of basically wipes out what you guys have used. So you got full.
I used 1.
Okay,
so I'm up 1.
We're back to full.
You're up
Crackems.
1. Yeah.
Excellent.
Bad guy 1's going to run up to.
By going to
BB.
7-Eleven, he says, that's how you regain Kraken
Yeah.
points. That's what Jenkins Gaming says.
You run up to BB, and bad guy 1's just going to try and attack you, and we'll see what happens here.
Somebody roll something where you can get Bocce to roll up with a can of whoop ass to protect Adam.
That's right.
We should have had like a.
Well, we were gonna have Bot G originally on, but we didn't. I just wasn't sure if he
Yeah,
was gonna be around first thing. So
maybe we'll do something like this.
well, a couple of people are like, "Man, are there rules? Like, we want to sell this on the CanFan shop." So
Yeah. So there is rules, and we're trying to work them out right here. So he rolls a 12 to hit. Does it hit you?
No,
Okay.
no. Armor class is strong with the backyard baller.
Yeah, you would assume. He also rolls a negative. So he comes up, swings, misses, twists himself into the ground, a la what you did when you went for the nut shot on him,
Yeah,
and falls to the ground. He's prone now.
excellent.
Done. Turn is done. And now we're moving to BB, and then Anth, you're next.
Okay.
Then Gooner.
Jenkins says this dungeon game is way better than the Green Bay Dallas game. Well, originally we had it at one of those types of games, but then Alex modified.
I think for
this
the draft is good.
You guys got 10 minutes left before the draft kicks off, too.
Jeez. So we got to get.
Is BB up? Are you
BB's
guys-
up. Yeah,
All right.
BB's
I was kind of just
All right.
joking about the nose candy bumps to run to the draft, but we might have to do it.
Might have to.
Go in there all schnicked fiending out for the first one.
BB is going to perform an elbow drop on the
Nice.
target.
Oh!
Whoa.
Okay, so how does that work?
Well, he full on just taps his elbow
Yeah.
like a champion, and he does a little hop up into the air and
Comes down hard.
comes down hard right between the shoulder blades.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. And what's the attack there?
So I get. Hold on, I got to roll an attack here.
I mean, he murdered somebody, right? The guy fucking murdered somebody, and you don't fucking take him.
So it's
Oh, I got a 21 to hit.
oh no, he's prone. So you no worrying about hitting.
Oh yeah, because he's on.
He's on the ground.
He's like face down. So
face down. Like
yeah.
it's one basically to hit him. So you hit him.
Yeah.
Braylon Allen just went for the Jets.
No. That sucks. Another one off the board, fellas.
Sorry, Jess.
This is bullshit.
You know, of all the guys, I was really feeling for Braylon.
Yeah.
Like,
Guys that you should see him in
You've
the
always
shirt
been a
off.
Braylon Allen dude.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you definitely
I
would
know.
be a Braylon Allen boy.
and I thought he'd do really well with the Cowboys.
So it 2d10 plus your strength modifier.
Yes, sir.
That one sucks, guys.
Ah. I thought there he is, Jess. There's your boy Braylon Allen.
I'm just glad he didn't go to an NFC East team.
Jeez, I feel a little betrayed.
Dolly, okay.
A
Hey,
little
what's up,
betrayed.
girl? We're in Dolly Parton.
That was an amazing hit. Look at this guy. You can't tackle him.
You guys are you're making some good time here.
Yeah, I think I rolled like 20, like a lot of damage. Yeah, like 20.
Nice.
We're looking at 23 damage.
And you're fighting
Whoa.
bad guy one?
Yeah, and so
Maybe
you
21. I don't think I'm at double modifiers right now.
no, but it doesn't matter because when you land on him, you feel the life squish out of his body. You hear a little crack, so there's
Yeah.
some ribs breaking,
Yeah.
and just and that guy one is just
Dunzo.
KO'd.
Like, it's the draft. What are you gonna do?
Just stormtrooping our way through Detroit.
Yeah,
Just trying to make
it's
it there.
common. Like most
No
of,
phones, no nothing.
no reaction from the crowd.
Nope.
It's just
It's
what
Detroit.
happens.
This is another
Yeah.
day in Detroit.
Yeah, people walking by are just kind of like, it's not really.
No one's out there holding like filming.
no. Not at
Everyone's
all.
trying to get to the draft.
Yeah, exactly. So next up then, or you can still do some other. I think you still got your attack and your movement that you can do.
Just
Because although you did an elbow drop,
I didn't know.
you bounce back up. Like you're not prone yourself now.
Yeah. So I'm up. Like, can I move and attack still?
Yes, you can still do your normal attack and you can move.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm gonna do both of those things.
Where you want to place yourself.
I want to place myself directly in front of the chicken, and
Like on this side?
Yeah, that sounds about good. I want to flank him.
So you guys are flanking
Yeah.
swoop.
I love a good flank.
Yeah.
Anyway, swoop is just gonna get some brass knuckles right to the back of the head.
Okay, so you're slipped on your brass knuckles.
Yeah, and you know my normal attack is 2 attacks.
Yep.
Nice.
So yeah, I'm just gonna swoop, brass knuckle swoop right in the back of the head.
Okay,
Nice.
do it up.
It seems like the braver thing to do.
And
Yes.
and you can roll it if you on this one it'll always be good because you have them flanked. So it doesn't matter which dice
Oh.
wins out, it's a good roll. You guys
Okay.
have them flanked.
Nice.
Okay.
Just trying to fast track some of these rules, you know.
Yeah, you're fast tracking the rules, or do you, crack me if you
Crack-
got- ooh,
crack
crack
me
me.
if you
Toss
got
me
it.
one, son.
I think I got. I think I
Toss me
got like
one,
a
son.
14 to hit.
Okay.
I think that's how this works.
So it would be add them both plus your strength modifier, right?
Yep.
Okay. The first attack does hit,
All right.
just barely. He's in a mascot
Yeah.
costume. It's not great armor on that. Okay.
right. 9 plus my modifier, I think 12. 12 total on the second one.
12 does not hit.
Yeah.
So you do hit with 1,
Yep.
and with your brass knuckles, you add. Did you add your 3 to your attack because of the brass knuckles?
I did not.
Okay,
That
so
would be
both hit. Both hit.
Excellent. Good. Okay, that's.
And then you add so you add your strength modifier and then add another 3. So
Yep.
you get +6 to your attacks here.
yeah,
Ooh, swoop, you little chicken bitch.
yeah.
Swoop's getting the 1-2, baby.
He is. He's getting a great deal of 1-2s right now.
Are they actually?
That's a 12 and a 13. So 25 total damage.
On both hits.
No, yeah, in total.
In
That's
total,
pretty
okay.
good, though.
So it's a solid bap to the back of his head.
Yeah, there's
He's-
a lot of bitterness
You-
behind those punches.
And you end up knocking off his mascot chicken head.
Yeah,
What's he look like underneath?
an asshole.
It's actually a female
Oh,
in
no.
the costume. And back of her head is split open. But she looks like a rough Philly girl. Like this ain't
Use
nothing
use fucking bitches. is
yeah,
what
you
she's-
fucking bitches.
You hit like you hit like my mom.
Just
that-
I imagine her like to be like the sisters off of.
The fighter.
the fighter.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that
Good reference.
that
A great
25
reference.
that 25 drops her to a knee. So she's woozed out. And now we move on to Gunnar.
Gooner's up. So Gooner's just pissed about the bad guy in the background because he's the one that started this whole altercation.
That's right.
And we let him leave. Like we let him run away.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna use I'm gonna tell you what it's called.
You know, people say D&D is so brutal because no one lives. You know, you just kill everybody.
Yeah.
But we let
Well,
one
this
time we let a
is-
guy run.
This is why.
This is goddamn well why.
Yeah.
Because they will always.
They
come
always
back.
will come
Yeah.
back.
So
Yeah,
I'm
like
gonna
you have to Ender Wiggins these guys.
I'm gonna
every
use
time.
my special attack, also known as the Lion Backer.
Okay.
Bum rush a target within 30 feet. Gunnar can push one other target out of their pathway, moving their target 10 feet back and dealing 2d4 plus strength damage. Gunnar avoids attacks of opportunity upon a successful hit to the original target. Add 3 times the strength modifier onto damage. If unsuccessful, Gunnar still hits, but there's no additional damage bonuses.
Okay, so your first move then is going to be to push Swoop out of your way.
Yeah.
So go ahead and
Get out of my way, bitch.
so you just go ahead and roll an attack on them.
So is that going to be the D4 then?
Yeah.
Or do I have to roll attack?
Roll attack to
and
hit.
then the D4 is the damage.
Exactly.
Okay.
So attack to hit, that's just the D20
Fuck. 2.
Ah.
plus your bonuses.
So plus my bone 8. I think she's also on a knee now. Does that help at all?
Yeah, she's semi-prone here. I'm going to say this. You can do 1d4 plus your strength.
Okay.
And she doesn't get moved back 10 feet. She stays where she is.
Crack me if you got him.
Crack me if you got him.
Crack me if you got
So
it.
you nudged, you kind of threw an elbow as you ran
So
by.
8 damage.
8 damage. How do you want to do this?
Just by the push down, like just by pushing her prone, that did the damage. Like she hit her head off the ground or
Okay.
something.
You clipped
Because I'm not purposely trying to attack her. I'm
You're just-
trying to get through to get bad guy 2. Because bad guy 2's the little bitch that ran away and then
Yeah.
told his girlfriend in
Yeah.
the swoop outfit and Philly sports guy.
So Swoop is KO'd now.
That's right.
And you're now in front of bad guy 2. You can do your regular attack.
okay. So I have to roll to hit first, right?
Yes. And you're on deck.
I know. I know. what I'm
10
gonna do.
plus 6.
Hits.
Okay. And then now I get to do my damage and it times by 3. So does that include me being buzzed also or no?
Yes.
So will that be 6 times 3 after?
Yes.
Holy.
Nice. I love the
So-
stacking
so 9.
modifiers.
So 9 plus 18.
Okay, so you just literally smash him so hard, he flies back into the wall, and it just like sitting up there like a villain in a video game where he's like, "Eh," and like just fucking smashed. There's a little bit of blood streak on the wall from his head. You don't know if he's alive or dead, but he is definitely unconscious.
And because this was my special move,
Yep.
that doesn't count as a move or an attack, does it?
That was
an ability. That was my linebacker.
okay. So you still have your attack.
So I want to go over
and
to
your movement.
Has Philly sports guy tried to attack Party
no
Boy?
One. No one yet. Yes, he did. Well, he came over and he insulted him. He
He
actually tried
insulted
to
him?
attack. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna move over to him.
Do you want to flank him?
Yeah, I want to flank him,
Okay.
but he hasn't punched anyone yet.
No.
No.
He hasn't attacked anyone.
I was
so
gonna
I don't
I was
really.
gonna try to tell him the draft's in 5 minutes. You're supposed to be front row. What are you doing?
So I'm not gonna attack him.
Your turn's next. So you
I know, that's
grab-
what-
I'm not gonna attack him.
Okay.
I might be a barbarian,
You
but
wanna
I'm
grapple him instead. Just hold his arms.
no. I don't want to do anything because that's insinuating that I want to fight. If
Okay.
he's just insulting, I actually want to. I just want to tell him he's a bitch. I do want to call him a bitch.
Okay.
I'm gonna call him a bitch.
Call him a. So you call him
Tell
a
him to
bitch,
go fuck himself.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell him to go fuck himself.
and he's kind of standing in between you guys now. He's going, whoa, 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 hey. Your go.
Okay, so I have this playoffs.
Playoffs.
Sorry, I can't use any of my abilities with his. I forgot all the stuff that he did to me that I can't use. It just
You're
modifiers,
insulted
right?
right now. Your modifiers are gone.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to use my playoffs thing, which is distract a target by talking their ear off. So there's a lot of stuff to do here. It just drops his AC, but I'm just trying to talk his ear off to have him leave. And I want to try to be like, what are you, let's stop this. The draft's about to happen. You're a content creator. You're going to be on TV. I shove a beer in it. Like I'm trying to get him all pumped
Yep.
up by talking his ear off with this thing here.
Okay, so roll yourself a charisma modifier with the 2 dice, but you get no bonuses.
9 and 5.
Which one's the good?
9.
Okay, so he sees the scenario that's unfolded. He's not a fighter. Okay, he just thought this was going to be an insult competition until you guys wiped out everyone around him.
And I pissed in his face.
Yeah, and it's still kind of dripping down, and he's like, okay, hey, you guys win, and he hands you back the ripped jersey. He kind of picks it up and hands it to you as like a flag, like he's waving the white flag. So he's out. He does not want to have any more combat.
I give him a beer. I give him one of my crackums into
Wow.
his hand.
He goes like this. He takes the crackum and he goes, "Here, follow me."
Oh, yes.
Okay, so that's it for that combat. Now you guys are literally just 5 minutes away. Well, 5 minutes away from where you need to be, and behind you, you hear the security guard. There they are.
Oh no.
But because of that nice action that you did, Philly Sports Guy grabs you by the hand, Party Boy. And he goes, "Come with me if you want to live." Yes. And now he's got his drink, and you guys can follow him in if you want into the draft.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're following him right in.
Yeah,
Well, hey,
for now.
for now,
Well, we know what happens when we let people go.
that's right.
So, BB's keeping a pretty close eye on this guy. I don't think he's gonna let him go.
Well,
Well,
that
now
was-
we're inside the draft.
you're
so that
inside the
we,
draft.
We,
Yeah.
we made our thing.
Is that
You
one
may-
of the? Is that one of the fans that we killed?
yes, that's bad guy 1. So you guys, you achieved the goal. Congratulations on campaign 1 here of Fans and Foes. You made it through all of the hiccups. You had 2 nice combats, a little bit of piss in the face.
Yep.
There we go. Perfect.
That was the
timing.
draft. We ended right on time.
Right on time. So hey,
Well, yeah, it was
Thanks
good too
for-
because I don't think BB ever had a ticket to the draft or anything.
no.
No.
And
So it's
Philly
good-
Sports Guy got you guys right up
Yeah.
first row with him, although
Yeah.
you're going to be on camera with him, but that's just part of
I wonder if they're gonna
Part of the
show
game.
show a shot of him here right now. Philly sports guy. He's probably not there for this day.
Well, thank you guys. That was fun. We sped through it, but I think we had a little play of Fans and Foes, the CanFan tabletop game.
I had a
Yeah.
great time.
We liked it. Hey, Jess, thanks for.
Yeah,
That would be fun to take and edit and have it so that we have like AI images and stuff. Of
I will.
Like
I'll-
make a cool edit version of
I'll
that.
do exactly that.
Like with music.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
Yeah. And we'll put it down to like 12 minutes or something like that.
Yeah. making our way to the NFL draft. Or
I'll work with AJ on it. We'll put some. It's just cutting away to the stuff that we have there.
Yeah. Was there anything that you would like to see improve there? I mean,
No, I think how you had it. Everyone was talking about the map that your little map. It was nice to visually see everything on there.
Yeah, if anything, it would just be us on preparing it better for like if we cut away from the map, we have like a Gooner's picture or like our character pictures.
It's like what they do on other streams, so that when you see when it's your turn, it would be that avatar would be up.
Yeah, like
and the
that'd
map
be
would be
sweet.
there. Yeah, well, I can do that for the unedited of it, and then for our next one that we do in the off season.
And there's 3 other characters we didn't get to play with, which are you guys pick basically the
brawl team,
fighters,
the
the
brawl
brawl
team.
team. But there's other characters: Stat Boy, Sneaky Pete, and Smarty Pants.
It would have been funny to be those 3.
Yeah.
We're
Well, I'm
going to
glad-
the draft.
They have more like enhancements or debuff abilities and
Yeah.
stuff, whereas you guys had much more of just the
buckle down and scrap.
yeah, exactly. So it was a good first run, and yeah,
That was a lot of
successful.
fun.
It was fun.
And you guys did good.
So
You did all the right moves, cutting through the construction site.
Had to do it.
yeah, that was a
big
good
move?
That was a good move. Thanks for prepping that way, Jay.
And you're lucky you made friends with because otherwise the security guards were going to be coming right up behind you.
If
and
we
you'd
would have
to-
fought Philly Sports Guy,
yeah, and you would have had to try to get away from them or fight them too. But
that's a whole can of worms.
that's a whole can of worms that you don't want to open. Okay, let's get into this draft.
Yeah,
now,
handing
right?
that beer was a good move.
Well, I pissed in the guy's face. I mean, I can't.
And thanks, yeah, Jess. It was nice to have you up here.
Well, thank you. For
Is it
having
Paul
me.
and Mike that I'm going
Yeah,
with?
Paul and Mike are both coming on. I'd let them know we'll be about just 5 to 10 minutes late with that link. So, are you hanging out for the day, Jess? Or you gotta?
No, like I'm kind of interested in just watching the draft for a little bit, but
Hell yeah, do it up.
I
Watch
just
away.
left my children with my in-laws kind of randomly.
That's the best move to do, though.
It is. It's really. I think they really appreciate it. Just
Yep.
having 2 children to take care of.
I wish we were playing Friends and Foe for another 3 hours, to be honest.
No, it was really good. Thank you for having me, guys.
We appreciated it. That was a good time. A lot of people were probably like, what the hell is going on? But the thing with this, the Cowboys didn't have a 4th round pick this time, Jess, and like what's happening right now. So like they're still the Cowboys are still another 30 or 40, 35 picks away. That was it.
You guys got a day.
Yeah, it was a good way. It was a good way to have some filler, but while we waited for the Cowboys pick, and a fun way too.
Yeah, and I think we can kind of smooth out some things there, and maybe at another point in time during the dead season, play another campaign. You know, and I would love to be Stat Boy, be myself.
Yeah, a good one, like a good scenario would be the draft is obviously good. I feel like the final boss would be going to the Lincoln Field going to have an Eagles game.
Well, that's another scenario. That was the original concept, but then Adam had the idea of making it draft.
Yeah, the draft
orientated,
was
so,
good.
But yeah, there's a lot of fun things.
You could set it up for. You could be like at the pregame.
Yep.
Have a bunch of encounters there.
Yep.
You know,
Well, it's almost like you could do. I thought it would be funny to do so as the season's going on, you're doing it live. So they've traveled to this game. So the whole campaign is an entire Cowboys season,
Right.
and you got to make it from game to game,
Well, Thanksgiving weekend or Thanksgiving week
Yeah, while we're down there.
could be
like a live action one.
could be a campaign. Yeah, but like sneak. We're trying to
can
sneak
LARP.
into.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are we gonna LARP? Are we gonna LARP?
But you got to sneak into Jerry Jones. I'm just
Guys, we've never had any type of altercation. Now that we've played Friends and Foe, I'm worried that it's gonna happen in real life to us now.
yes. Totally.
I'm scared that I've became my character Gooner. I'm worried that Ad's gonna piss in a fan's face. Good to see you, Jess.
What you can hang.
You can hang if you want.
You
Jess.
can hang
I'm
one.
not kicking. We weren't
You
kicking
hang
you
until
out.
you have a ride there, dog.
Oh, it's good. They'll be here.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
they'll be here pretty soon.
How about that vape? Can I get a quick pull off of it or?
Off of mine?
Yeah, because mine's a nicotine vape.
Oh, I can go get that other vape for you if you want.
Yeah.
Where-
Got 'em really
Oh, you posted it in there.
Can I have some of your water?
Can I have some of your lipstick?
Why are you saying that he's got lipstick?
I don't know. I meant to say chapstick, not lipstick. I meant to say chapstick, not lipstick. Okay, I'm gonna get the World's team in here. Okay, here we go, baby. Okay, so recap, Anth. Who got pulled off of our board there?
So far off our big board, we had Johnny Wilson, Brendan Rice, Jalen Wright, Bucky Irvin, Braylon Allen, Isaiah Davis, Cedric, 50 Shades of Grey, and Jace McClellan. And off of the big board is Jalen Wright, Bucky Irvin, Braylon Allen, and Cedric, 50 Shades of Grey. So we lost a bunch of running backs that we wanted. We still have Johnny Wilson, Brendan Rice, Isaiah Davis, and Jace McClellan up on our board.
Jace McClellan.
So a couple of guys, like I was kind of hoping, we're into round 5 now too, by the way. I was kind of hoping that the Cowboys traded up into the 4th to select one of those running backs that's gone. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. But we're going to wait and see.
Case race?
We're going to wait and see if they pick up a running back. I really think a running back's an important position that hasn't been addressed yet.
Yeah. See you, Jess.
See you, Jess.
See you, Jess.
Here we go.
That's okay, dude. I came over for a quick, quick roll. That was awesome. We'll get a real sesh going.
Yeah, I want to. Now that I'm not working out of town.
Are you
Oh, yeah.
back in town?
Yeah, like I'm home. So if you guys start up again, I'll play.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm working on the campaign that we originally started.
Yeah, like for sure. I will definitely play.
Sweet.
Yeah, see you, Jess.
Eastside Herald just showed up, says Dallas's draft is trash.
Of course.
What did he say? Weeknight 1. Look at these losers.
Yeah, these losers are still here. Like,
Look at the Commanders' war room. That is the worst war room. That's an F. We got to move it down to an F.
Commander's War Room definitely has to be an F.
It looks like you're at a Halloween dance.
I do not like the red carpet.
No, it looks like
either.
you're at a Halloween dance.
Yeah.
Halloween sock hop.
Have we ranked Washington yet?
We must have, because they were the second team to draft on night 1.
Now
I
we got to
feel
go
like-
back to see what we actually gave them.
That's got to be. I mean, I want to. Now that we've seen most of them, I'd like to bump it down to an F. Some of these fans have some great costumes.
I'm pulling up our war room ranking right now. Right here, right now.
Right here, right
I
now. I better
know.
take a leak before we get a guest up in her.
Yeah, we're gonna have Mike Poland and I am Paul Stewart. P Stew up in the hizzy.
It looks like my armpits are fucking.
Okay, we did rank Washington a D. D's good. I mean, it's not good, but that's what they are.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all,
All
ages. You know him. He's been a multiple guest on this show. One of the sexiest mofos out there. Give it up for Paul Stewart. Oh,
What's happening, fellas? How you doing?
what's going on, brother?
Dude, I am so freaking tired right now.
What
Oh my
time? What?
God.
Every time you come on, I'm always like, "What time is it there? What time is it there, though, Paul?"
It is 7 p.m.
Okay. And have you been up nonstop?
Yeah. I didn't get to my bed till 4 a.m.
Okay.
And day one was about 5:30 a.m. And then I had work at 8 o'clock. So I am living in bold time right now.
How how tired were you?
Put it this way, it would take more than a nuclear bomb to wake me the hell up. Put it that way.
Oh, you know what? Here comes Mike. I'm just going to bring him in for a second too, Paul.
Cool.
And then because what happens, I got to reset the thing here. So I just want to make sure it's not all screwed up. But Paul's just showed up. Mike's just showed up. We got ourselves an international world's team party.
There we go.
If
Not
there
just
we go.
America's team.
There's the world's team. Mikey. Here we go, boys. We got now. Are you guys still branding yourself UK Cowboys, or is
This is so obviously now this is we're still doing the UK Cowboys, but because we had the segment with blogging the boys, and now we're officially independent. Now we're gonna like run it off our own little segment now, just to kind of raise the awareness of Cowboys fans all across the world. So we want to kind of like get more features with fans like outside of the states, like the German Cowboys fans, yourselves, etc. Like just kind of like really make sure like it is the world's team loud and clear.
What about the Canadian Cowboy fans? Huh?
He did
That's
say.
what
I
I'm
know.
saying.
He
like,
did say us.
like yeah. So that's what I was saying. Like German, Canadian, French, whoever. Like just to really spice it up. So yeah.
They're out there. They're definitely out there. What's up, fellas? Peace Stu and Mike Poland in the hissy. How's your guys' draft weekend been so far? Have you guys been hopping on a bunch of stuff as it's been going on, or what?
Yeah, we've been bouncing around.
Yeah, nice. Hell yeah. So you've been paying attention obviously for the whole thing, and it's like what, day 3? Now we're into I'd say hour 12 or 13, I'd say, of draft coverage for us. And I just want to get from you guys first off. Thanks for hopping on with us. We really appreciate it. But what have you guys thought of the first 4 picks that the Dallas Cowboys have selected?
Love it. Absolutely love it. Especially now when you really think about the trade back. We basically got 2 offensive linemen from that one draft pick, and it really fits the mold. BB in particular, I love a lot. Like that guy can actually play as your center, and that's that. So now you've got Guyton, you've got Tyler Smith, and you've got Cooper Beebe on the left hand side and at center. That's going to be really interesting to see, and depends what we're going to do. We're running back, whether Zeke is going to officially sign or whatever, or we're going to draft someone. It's going to be a nasty O line. There's more identity by the looks of it now.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. As far as we preached the offensive line, the whole draft process. So you can never have too many offensive linemen. They just need to shuffle it about. And if if the plan was to bring BB in and start him at center, well then the first 3 rounds are a knockout, knock it out of the park. So as long as we got a few starters, we were big fans of Nyland. We just never really talked much about him because we didn't think the Cowboys were going to draft edge in the second round. But that doesn't take away from the player that Nyland is. So I was even when it first happened, we're like, oh yeah, that's not a bad pick. Just kind of a weird positional fit. But besides that, yeah. How about you, Mike? You've been down with the 4 picks?
Oh yeah. So they asked about yesterday. We were with Dave Hellman, and he asked about we was talking about what sort of grade we give it, and I say it's not an A-, it's not an A+, it's a solid A right now because they've hit everything that they need to do. They're focusing on stopping the run. They're focusing on the offensive line in terms of being maulers. That's really because like if you said last year, what was the type of O-line? I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't know what the Cowboys O-line was last year, but now you see how things are starting to progress. There's a definite pattern emerging on what they're trying to do, what they want to establish. And we were just speaking to Nick Eatman, maybe, what was it, about half hour ago, Paul? Something like that?
About 45 minutes ago, yeah.
Yeah, and he seems to think the Zeke thing is going to happen.
Yeah, it sounded like they were pretty positive they were going to bring Zeke back. As far as that, though, I don't know if that's a fix. I think it's a nice piece to it, but I'm still expecting the Cowboys with their first pick to take whatever running back is still available. There's been a little bit of a go on running backs here so far in round 4, but now that we're into 5, do you guys have anyone left out there as a running back that you'd be like, okay, this guy will fit in as a nice piece with Zeke and with Rico Dowdle and with Deuce Vaughn?
I suppose there is Rasheem Ali, the who is affected the visit guy, but
Marshall.
Yeah, from Marshall. Yeah. I think the interesting thing you need to think here, like if you're giving like Zeke like a 1-year deal, like next year's draft class for the running backs is much more deeper, much better. So even though it's just one of those ones where I think they're it's not really a desperate need per se when you've bolstered up your offensive line if you're bringing Zeke back, but you could still get a much more better quality running back next year. So I think there are no desperate needs. So they could still draft a running back. They might not, but if they're going to be going by the running back by committee situation, I don't see that much of an issue. But as long as the offensive line is fixed, I think that would actually might resolve a few things with the run game as well, because that was what most problems were, was we couldn't get the ball beyond the line of scrimmage a lot because the offensive line kept collapsing quite a lot, especially in the interior at some points.
Yeah, the offensive
I mean,
line last year wasn't great, that's for sure. And I've said that out loud to people before, and they're like, there was 3 All-Pros on it. I still did, but I still don't think that the offensive line was great, even with the 3 All-Pros. Like, there was Terrence Steele, huge hole. Whoever they had at left guard was never super great. Even Tyler Biotish, I mean, he was serviceable, but he was nothing stellar. So the upgrade at offensive line has been nice, because we preached it all the whole draft, the whole draft segment for us, and then now that we got 2 offensive linemen, we can't really be upset about it.
Yeah, I mean, like the left guard, like Tyler Smith. Me personally, I thought he actually had a good season. The only downside was the penalties with Tyler, and we knew that when we drafted him. But now you're bringing in the guy like Guyton and BB. Like BB's stats, and he'll have the stats there in front of him, no doubt. Is very impressive when he was at Kansas State, sorry. But the identity going forward is like you're bringing in big, nasty finishers in that offensive line now. And that's basically going to be a judgment, really instrumental towards the run game. So I'm very intrigued to see how that's going to pan out.
Yeah, definitely. And people keep worrying and saying, and they like, people are like, oh, Tyler Guyton, he's a right tackle. Can you play him as left tackle? Yes, you can. He, for one side, he was the blind side block for a left-handed quarterback. So there's that going in his favor. He did play some left tackle in college, so he has some experience in that. But knowing how Oklahoma, kind of like how they practice with their offensive linemen, it's pretty much a guarantee, as I said, that he's been in training practices playing as left tackle, because that's just how Oklahoma work. They like to shuffle everything around and have all the players play all the positions just in case. So that is a fact. Well, so I think there's no problem. And then people worry and they say, well, Cooper Beebe, he's right guard. Well, yeah, but he also played at tackle and he also played left guard. But let's put him at center. Yeah, no, but he played center as well. I know
it's just funny though. You have to admit it's kind of funny, because you named every position except the one that everybody keeps telling me that he's going to play. It's funny, and I'm sure that he's athletic enough and smart enough to pick up center. And if that's their absolute goal, then like I had said, then that's amazing. That's put him in there, get him to battle with Hoffman, and let's see who we get out of the best player. And that upgrades the offensive line, because you watch BB's run highlights. He's a road grader. He definitely moves people, and he moves them far and fast, and they hit the deck. Yeah. So if he can do that in the NFL at center, sign me up.
Just to add as well, when we drafted Travis Frederick, he was like, he played a lot playing was it tackle, Mike? He played but we drafted him as a center. Tyron Smith was a right tackle mostly in college. We moved him to left tackle. So it's nothing new when it comes to the Cowboys. So like, we've drafted guys that are not from their natural position. We've moved them over to somewhere, and they've ended up being good successes end of the day.
Cooper Beebe as well. He's a Duke Manyweather guy. So you guarantee that Manyweather has had him rotating in position. But he's also in spring ball in 2023. He was playing center. They put him in center and put him in there, and he was doing it, and he did look good. It just so happened that they just decided to keep him rolling the way he did. And the crazy stat, the one, like, I know Paul was talking about stats, but the one I like is that he was all Big 12 offensive lineman of the year in 2022 and 2023, and he was an All-American. He's just basically, while he was the offensive lineman in the Big 12, he was just dominating. He was nobody could come close to him. He's winning all the accolades and all the awards. And Paul was talking about the stats, and I gave it to Nick Eatman, which he quite liked, is that in the whole time he played college, he played a total of just shy of 1,500 pass blocking snaps. In that time, he only allowed 5 sacks.
That's pretty good. That's only that's giving up a sack every 300 pass attempts. That's pretty good.
Yeah. And then in the last 2 years, he's only allowed 2 sacks and 3 penalties. And, we were talking about the penalties being a problem for the Cowboys, offensive line-wise. Well, the discipline with BB is there.
Buffalo's trade the pick to Chicago. Bears are back on the clock.
Classic.
And then even the linebacker that they've taken, LaFou, I put a comment on that was the worst pick the Cowboys have made so far. But for me, that's still a B grade pick.
Yep.
Because so the only reason it's not higher is because the other linebackers who are available. But when you go through it, you kind of go through each one and you say, you look at one and you say, okay, he's undersized. You look at the next one, he's got issues in tackling technique. Trotter's still available. Trotter has not been taken because he's so undersized.
Yeah.
And for the linebacker position to be so undersized, the volatility of it all, you wonder how long he's going to last.
Well,
Peyton Wilson was still available. I know me and you guys spoke about Peyton Wilson. We call him Rainbow Wilson.
Yeah. with all of his injury history. But
yeah,
the thing that we liked with the linebacker pick was for the exact reason, his size. He's a hard-hitting run stopper linebacker, which is what we wanted. So out of all the picks yesterday, we were like, oh, we actually liked that pick. Now when you hearing everybody talk about it, look through it, it's like, okay, I'm actually really happy with a lot of our picks that
definitely.
That we've done.
I don't think that there wasn't there wasn't a Mozzie Smith moment for us. There hasn't been a Mozzie Smith moment where we were very vocal that we didn't like the Mozzie Smith pick. We didn't in the first round. Every pick that they've had, like even with the Guyton one, at first I was like, shit, Guyton, and then I'm like, if any team deserves the benefit of doubt drafting offensive linemen, it's the Dallas Cowboys. And we went into that mode instantly almost. The guy's 6'7". Yes, he's raw, but he's in the perfect place to learn how to do, it's a technique problem, right? So he's in the best place possible to be able to learn how to play the proper technique. So even the Guyton pick, I'm okay with. The Nealon pick, we really like Nealon. The BB pick, if it's a center, it's a great pick. And then the linebacker, it's stacking up depth position. Maybe he doesn't start, but at least he's going to be out there. And adding linebackers to our notoriously bad linebacking room, it can't be complained about.
Just to add to the linebacker pick, if there's one thing about how do you pronounce his name?
LaFou.
LaFou.
That's why I said That's why I said the linebacker pick.
And is his first name Maurice LaFou?
Yeah. So basically, he's got probably one of the best IQs for a linebacker. That to me is Sean Lee all over. And that's one thing you can bring him on board is learn from Eric Kendricks to understand what Mike Zimmer is want to achieve. He can now take that on board and actually help. That guy is like your navigator in the linebacker course. So, and that's something we did last year. We didn't have someone in the midfield helping it out, in terms of you're out of position or whatever and that. So I think that is a really good safe pick. And like you said, he's good at something and he's good in coverage. Have you seen his highlights and going back in coverage? That's something else that it needs to be looked at as well. He's really good at it. So I think because he was not going to be there in the fourth round, no chance. So I think it was the right choice.
Well, and even if he was there in the fourth round, we weren't getting him. You know the Cowboys.
Exactly. Yeah, I think pulling the trigger. People say is maybe ever reach, but when we really dissect it down, it makes so much sense.
Do you guys think that? Sorry, I was going to say, do you guys think that? Correct him if you got him. That wasn't my question for you guys. I just had to.
No, yeah.
Look at that! Look at that! Paul has a bullet, a massive. Oh, look at that! What kind of drink is that, Paul? It was a bullet drink. Whiskey drink.
Peanut butter and jalapeno flavored whiskey.
Oh wow!
Peanut butter and jalapeno.
I mean, that's just
Holy shnikes, that's a weird combo,
That's just
but
the weirdest combo.
That's like you
So good.
That's
though.
like you threw a dart at an ingredient
Yeah,
board
yeah.
and you hit
Yeah,
jalapeno
yeah,
and
that was-
peanut butter.
That's exactly what I thought. When he said it to me, I was like, it's like as if they were just like on a wheel and they spun it and they were like,
What can we do
just
here?
went on jalapeno.
What's-
And what will be the second flavor?
Peanut butter.
Is peanut
Well,
butter. Okay.
and hey, guess what? Let's just throw everybody for a loop and let's throw it in a bullet. We'll,
Yeah.
we'll make it look like it's a massive bullet.
I bet
Big
It's the
Yeah.
bullet that's
50
so good,
cal.
to be fair.
Is it tasty?
Yeah,
It's really good.
he likes it.
Really, really
Oh,
good.
that's good.
My
But
question.
I don't-
Okay, you go
Yeah,
go,
go
go
on,
ahead.
go on,
Wait,
sorry.
no, go ahead because
Well,
you're
I
gonna.
was only going to say, just to continue on with the LeFou comments about the coverage. So going back and having a look, and then we'll answer. I didn't mean to interrupt, mate, but
No, I
here's a
interrupted you.
crazy one. He played 443 coverage snaps since 2022. 0 touchdowns allowed.
Oh,
Wow.
okay.
That's pretty good. That is pretty damn good. And hey, he's got that Polynesian blood, which we love.
Yeah,
We love that Polynesian blood because you look at, obviously you have the greats in Troy Polamalu, one of the most famous Polynesian players, but they don't mess around. They're there to hit. They're there to hit. They want to take somebody out, and to have a linebacker that's going to hit, we want the linebacker that's going to meet that running back at the line of scrimmage, not run with him for 10 yards down the field and tackle him after he's ran for a first down. And just having him being able to play in some of the early or the later down snaps because of his coverage, that's great. Like that's all in one, because out of our linebackers, Damone Clark hasn't showed a whole bunch of dropping back in coverage. It's still out. The jury's still out on Overshown. So it's nice to me for us to get another nice depth piece in the linebacker room.
It needs bodies. It wouldn't surprise me if they get another linebacker in day 3.
I would love
That
it.
makes sense to me.
Yeah.
I would love it.
I just saw Eric's comment if that was a Scottish thing or European thing. No, it's actually from Texas. I actually brought that back from Texas. So it's from the Giant Distillery in Houston. That's where I got it from.
Crazy.
Well, Bot G actually said, he goes, "Is peanut butter jalapeno just European for screech?" So hold it up, Anthony. We have this Newfoundland rum that we take shots with,
Ooh.
Which
have a-
does not taste
and
like
it's not
rum.
good.
We have lots of empty bottles.
I was
of
gonna
it.
say rum is the only drink that would make you want to punch the wall, essentially.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I
I
call
feel
I
that
call,
about
like
whiskey.
mojitos.
I call the wall AJ.
Still.
See, Paul, I'm a rum man, and so like the whiskey, no matter what, it's just there's something about it where the taste. It can be mixed in anything, but if I have a taste of that whiskey flavor,
You want to headbutt someone?
oh no, I can't finish it.
So round one, guys, every trade, we said the first 3 trades we were going to do screech shots, so we did screech shots.
Yeah,
and then I
okay.
can't even remember when else we decided to drink
Oh,
screech
man.
shots, but Adam and I, not Alex. Alex felt fine yesterday, but Adam and I were both very under the weather,
Oh, yeah.
self-inflicted yesterday morning.
Yeah, so it was a good sleep off whole day. But speaking of round one, what I was going to ask both of you guys, do you think that when Dallas traded back, they had somebody else in mind, and then that other person
Yeah.
that they had in mind kind of switched up their entire draft strategy?
Yeah, I think it was Graham Barton, if I'm being honest. Then obviously Tampa Bay came in and swooped in on him. But yeah, and that was the guy I really wanted the most, was Graham Barton. But I'm happy either way. We fixed the void. Like, even though, like we all mentioned that Dighton, he is raw, but he has a lot of upside potential to really be good. So, but yeah, and I'm pretty sure when the Cowboys were talking about it, they had 3 or 4 guys kind of still left on their board they were worth drafting. So, yeah, so
It would have also
Graham Barton
changed
for me.
if they take Graham Barton in the first. You're more than likely not taking a BB in the third, right? Like it's probably going to change
True.
that up a bit because Barton was slated to play center for the Cowboys if they took him. So that possibly the trade. I am all for gaining the extra pick because the BB pick ends
Yep.
up being a freebie. Essentially, he was a free
BB.
Yep,
free,
exactly.
free BBP. I like that. But yeah, what do you guys think coming up with this 5th round with the 174? What do the Cowboys need to target, or what would you guys like to see? Or do you have any pet cats or players that you have as sleepers that are still kicking around?
Position wise, I think it could be wide receiver or defensive tackle. We need a big body. We need a big body guy as well, because we don't know. Well, obviously we've lost Hankins. He's gone. Neville Gallimore's now gone, and literally we just need that extra big body in the center of the defense and that defensive line. So it would not surprise me if we went defensive tackle.
How about you,
Yeah,
Mike?
I mean, I like so the guys I like Makai Wingo from LSU. So the three tech there. A little bit of Neville Gallimore, which I know will be happy with you guys. That straight line through the middle type guy from the three tech position. Jalen Ford, linebacker. We're talking about double dipping at the
Texas
position.
linebacker.
He was a fake day visit.
He was. I know you mentioned Rasheen Ali, who's I think quite good. Brendan Rice, he's still available.
Yeah, interesting enough.
Okay, the problem that we've been having on our drafts this entire time is every single time someone says a name, like you just said, Brendan Rice, he's on the board as possibly being a pick for the Broncos. I bet they're going to take.
Yeah, whenever
Brendan
a name
Rice
gets brought up, they get taken right away.
Yeah.
It's interesting that you guys want defensive tackle because, and you're talking about three tech, and you're talking about big bodies. Really, like there's not a whole bunch of one tech guys left or the bigger type bodies. They're all around
there is one
There's a
guy,
couple.
but
There's
there's a couple. The one guy in particular I quite like, but it will be much later down, maybe the 6th or 7th round, is Evan Anderson from Florida Atlantic.
Yeah, he's huge. He's
FIU.
like
Yeah,
340. He's like 345 or something, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, no, yeah.
big
He's a
boy.
monster.
Then that was my next
you've
question.
also-
Like, would you rather a one tech or a three tech?
Oh, one definitely.
One.
I'd
Yeah.
say.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
So, like,
to have in rotation with Massey Smith if things are not going well.
Right.
yeah. So, because you've got also as well Justin Rogers from Auburn, who you could take with the last pick, and he is Tim Settle all over. That type of guy who can anchor down, plant, and just fill in the A gaps. In terms of like wide receivers, I'm all about X type wide receivers, or if not, a nice slot guy just to keep CD Lamb out on the fringes. So like Malik Washington works for me. If not, there's Bub Means.
Yes.
You could get
Great name too.
late in the round. Who's the other X receiver? Oh, I talked about Brendan Rice. So that's Jerry Rice's son.
Yeah.
So you've got the bloodlines.
Bloodline pick. Yep.
Yeah. So they're the type of guys. So I did want Chris Abrams-Drain from Missouri, but he's now been taken. So the only other cornerback that interests me is
Aldrich
Chase
Estime
McQuaid.
is now
Estime
gone.
just
Oh,
got
Estime's gone.
God damn it.
That would have been a good
Just
pick
when
at
Eric just
that would have been a good
commented
pick
on
at
it as well.
174.
Well, yeah, Bot G commented, but I'll take Austin Estime from Notre Dame. We need a running back, and then like I said, he got booshed off the board.
He's gone.
But Cody
gone.
Schrader from Missouri is another guy. He led all Power 5 running backs last season in rush yards.
What are your guys' thoughts on Johnny Wilson? Because it's kind of
I like him.
Yeah, it's kind of
Yeah.
interesting to see him still around. Just for his size alone, I find it weird that a team hasn't just been like, even if they're trying to convert him to a tight end or keep him at wide receiver, it just seems like a weird. It seems weird that he's not gone yet.
So me and Mike were talking about this. It's like the only explanation we could think of is like he must have not done very well in the interviews.
Right.
That's the only reason I could think of, because there's nothing wrong with him medically. Like, you know what his ability is like. He did fairly decent at the combine, etc. So
There's something out there.
There is something else.
Yeah. Right. I do have to jump back because we've got guys hopping off.
Yeah,
the other
all
show,
good.
But I'll probably come back in later if you guys want. If you're still about.
Absolutely.
I'll stay on for a little bit.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay,
They're asking me to go back because there's
no
running out
worries.
of bodies
No worries.
over on the show.
Hey, get
but
the,
I'll
get the
try and
fuck
pop
out of
back
here,
in.
Mike.
I'll shoot you a message.
You know
Hey, get the
what's-
fuck out of here, Mike.
Yeah, you know what's funny, Mike? Mike, we're kicking you off. You're not leaving.
You don't tell us that you're leaving, Mike. Get the fuck off of our show.
But,
Send us
just
a
to give you one, I'll leave you with this one. Is Johnny Wilson, Paxico Burress.
Oh, nice.
That's who he reminds me
Like
of.
that.
Okay.
Oh, just don't give him a gun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Etchenberg
Apart from the
is-
off field.
All right.
But okay.
Thanks,
I
Mike.
gotta get out of here.
Thanks,
I'll
Mike.
speak to you in a bit.
See you, Mike.
Appreciate it. Love you. Whoops.
Whoops. I mean, I love you too. Are we all supposed to say it now? Just if AJ said it, we all have to say it so he doesn't seem weird.
Thank you.
I love you too.
Dear.
The Broncos war room, guys. I like it. It reminds me of like it looks like in Vegas where you go to gamble. It does. Looks
Well,
like one of the
have we-
sports books. What did we give the Broncos war room prior?
Broncos got an S tier.
Okay, I still think that's a good choice. Tommy Etchenberg off the board. So Paul,
Yep.
we've also been going, and when they show draft rooms, we've been rating the draft rooms, the draft war rooms.
Oh, I'll bring it up in a second. I'm just
And
listening to Bryce.
so if you see a war room, we would love to hear your take also on the war room, the aesthetic of it, the crampiness,
The vibe.
the vibe.
Oh
like-
yeah, I completely agree with the F. I completely agree with that, Chris. Nothing makes me more want to take a dump in Harry Roseman's desk.
Yeah.
We said S. So S S is like for us one of the better ones.
No. S is for Broncos.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was talking about the Phillies for the
Yeah.
F.
Oh, yeah, okay.
I was talking about Philly. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. Philly's definitely an F.
Phillies.
We did I don't even need to see the war room for it to be an F.
Yeah, exactly. They automatically default to that. We've got a few we haven't judged. I just haven't seen them, or I haven't heard anyone.
Give me
any
some
of us
names.
over.
Give me some names. I'll think back in my
San
brain.
Francisco, I've seen theirs is kind of. I would put them in the same class as LA Chargers, if I'm being honest.
Oh, the Chargers is gross. The
Okay, so-
Chargers room's
Yeah.
gross.
So then we have to just real quick. We have to put them in C. Oops, San Fran.
Oh, I would say San Francisco. Sorry.
Oh, I grabbed the wrong. There we go. So
Tommy
they're in C.
Etchenberg. Wow, the Vaggers, Brock Bowers, Jacks. The Raiders have had a good draft, man. What do we think about? Okay, here's the Raiders war room. What feed are you watching, Paul?
I'm watching it on the zone, so I must
got
be
DAZN?
about 10 seconds behind you guys.
Okay, so
Good. I can't
so
wait
hang-
to ruin
hang
everything
on.
for you, Paul.
We missed it there, but Raiders, we did give an A.
Raiders
However,
is nice. I like the
however,
Raiders.
I noticed they had a projection screen up, and it did not look like it was a good projection screen. I think
Are we gonna knock them down to B?
I think if it's not a full knockdown, it's a half
But
step.
here's the only issue with that. I think there with the other view that we saw with the Raiders, there was more high tech stuff. So they might even just have this like low key massive projector in the one side. So that's not the same view that we saw with the Raiders beforehand.
they
But yeah,
sti-
you could bring them down a half step.
They still get down a half
It's
step.
either an A minus or a B plus when it
plus,
goes in
yeah.
the fringe.
I see.
You can take it whatever way.
I see. I don't hate it. Paul, what has been the most exciting part of the draft for you so far?
Besides coming on the CanFan Day 3 show.
Yeah, right,
Hey.
right.
I think the biggest surprise I would say about the most exciting part was seeing the Atlanta Falcons blown up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I still can't believe that happened.
That was wild. Makes no sense. It still makes
No.
no sense to me. It's literally the weirdest thing to sign a quarterback
yeah.
and get with your first overall pick, a high overall pick too, to go and get a quarterback that they may have been able to get later on or tried to trade to get or trade. They probably could have traded back, gained a pick, and still got him.
Yeah, that's crazy. And not just that, have you guys seen the video of the Falcons owner and the Falcons GM basically having exchanged words in the war room?
No.
Seen that yet?
So that they're like they're pissed at they're pissed about it.
The
so-
owner is not happy. Put it that way. He's not happy.
Well, and it makes sense. Kirk Cousins, your starting quarterback that you just paid a buttload of money to, also
Yeah,
isn't
he's the
happy.
one paying the checks. Yep.
Yeah. Josh Newton, cornerback from TCU, off the board to the Bengals.
That's not a bad pick.
We'll wait too, Paul, because if you're a little bit behind us, when the Cowboys are up, we'll wait
Oh
for
no,
you to.
I actually just saw it pop up there.
Oh, nice. Okay, perfect. So we're pretty close then.
I got that clip here if you guys want to watch it.
Yeah.
Well, let me switch screens over here.
Sorry. So we're just watching that clip.
Like
the
you can tell
Atlanta
the
room.
owner is not happy.
He's saying, okay, so you see, we've got a Venn diagram here. If you see what happens when I move this,
Why is he dressed up like he's a blackjack dealer?
the owner,
And the owner looks as though he's like one of those casino security guards.
Totally.
that last thing that he said
Wow.
there, he's like, future. You could see his last
Yeah.
word, he's like, for the future. Because they're thinking, look, Kirk Cousins here for only a couple of years. There's no other draft picks. We're going to be we're going to be way better than we are.
Even the guy in the
Future.
back, he's like, "What the hell did we just do?"
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
what's the
you're
guy
just-
in
you're
the-
bringing
the-
so
the-
much
the guy in white hair.
You're bringing so much
It-
controversy
guy.
in.
Yeah, this guy. Yeah,
It does look
Watch
like
what
it's
happens.
Falcons set up in some sort of like
He's like,
Georgia casino.
what the hell did we just do?
Like it's a bunch of casino dudes coming down.
They just brought in more controversy to their team than they needed.
Yeah.
And you could have got a like. So let me see. I'm gonna look at our board here. The Falcons took Penix at 8. They could have got Rome Odunze for. They could have got him. They could have got Rome to give Kirk Cousins a really nice weapon, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fashanu,
And not just that,
Brock
they've got Drake
Bowers.
London there, they've got Robinson.
Yeah,
they've
there's a
got,
lot of dudes. There's a lot of people that they could have. There's a lot of guys they could have to instantly made better on the team.
And the way that they're, and Alex and I were talking about this, and Alex was shutting me down, and I was just kind of saying what everybody else is saying. But ultimately, when they're looking at the way their rhetoric behind it is that Kirk Cousins is going to put us in a position where we're going to be so much better that we're not going to be able to draft a replacement for him 2 years from now, 3 years from now. So if we don't pick which is also very stupid, take someone next year.
They take someone next year.
But are they expecting that they're going to go so far that they're going to be out of contention for somebody next year?
It's still a strange one. Like, are you trying to win the Super Bowl next year, or are you trying to win the Super Bowl in 2027?
2020. It would be like 2027, 2028.
But that's what I mean, though.
2029.
He brought Kirk Cousins, Spencer Rattler.
Spencer Rattler's gone
to the Saints. QB1. Spencer Rattler.
Oh man.
Which we thought the Falcons were going to draft Spencer Rattler.
Remember there was
we had that ongoing joke as well. It's like, okay, is the Falcons going to draft another one?
Imagine one team just says, fuck it, we're drafting 7 quarterbacks and one of them is going to work out for us.
They have to. The thing with Spencer Rattler, a couple of years ago, he was projected to be one of the top quarterbacks.
It's like almost like we're playing fantasy football. You've got that one guy who'll draft all quarterbacks, and when people are ran out, like their quarterbacks are injured, it's like, okay, I want
Deal
your
me
top
up.
Receiver,
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah. I want to trade. I'll give you this quarterback.
You want some quarterbacks? I run the quarterback circuit around
Exactly.
here.
So in the one league that I'm in, they do a 2 quarterback league, which I'm not a big fan of. I don't like 2 quarterback leagues.
I hate them.
But they cap it. You
can only have one bench. So
you can only have 3
max.
quarterbacks total. Otherwise, I'd be the biggest quarterback whore.
Yeah.
I'd have all the quarterbacks.
You'd hog them all.
And it actually screwed me over last year. I'm not going to get into it, but I got screwed over because of only being able to keep 3 in, and I was working out of town, and it was a Thursday night game that I didn't know existed that night, and I effed up, lost myself.
You suck.
Look at this pick, though. The Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Michael Penix Jr., J.J. McCarthy, all within the top 10. Bo Nix, and then now the first quarterback to go since round 1, pick 12 is Spencer Rattler.
No, quite a drop off.
Yeah, that's a huge drop off.
So that was all round 1 pick quarterbacks and then fucking 3 rounds of nothing.
Spencer Rattler's going to have that grit in him, though.
What was the run that was going on yesterday? Was wide receivers and CBs, Anth?
Wide receiver. So round 2 was wide receivers, defensive tackles, and cornerbacks.
Yeah.
So like you had in the second round wide receiver, defensive tackle, wide receiver, defensive tackle, and then 4 CBs.
Paul, you can see where we started. It was getting too fast for us that we stopped writing names.
No, it was after we took Cooper Beebe, and then I was editing a video, and then it just we just stopped. But I got pick 87 down there for the Cowboys.
I'll tell you something though. It's like how lucky the Eagles got Cooper DeJean. I have no idea.
Right.
Like that.
Well,
like,
dude, both look. They double dipped in
Quinion
quarterbacks.
Mitchell, and
well,
then
to be
Cooper
fair, they do need it. Like
Oh,
their
yeah, of course.
secondary is trash.
No, it's
Like-
but they somehow got 2 day 1. Like they should. Cooper DeJean for the longest time was a day 1 guy on everyone's boards. So for
Like,
them to get him, in
a lot
the
of people had them as QB1.
yeah, exactly.
Going into this draft.
So it's pretty crazy for them to get him, and it's just typical Eagle bullshit, right?
It makes Howie Roseman look like he's some type of wizard.
Yeah,
He's
sold his soul.
But at least we kind of call them the Georgia Bulldogs this year.
Yeah, exactly. Just not finally. So 6 of the first 12 picks were quarterbacks, and then it was 137 straight picks without a quarterback. That is down.
We're about to increase this fun boy party here. We're Bryson Carver from Carving It Up podcast is coming in. And he happens to be wearing his fucking Steelers hat. And Steelers have basically drafted our entire, everybody that we at the CanFan Nation wanted. The Steelers fucking drafted. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Bryson Carver to this.
Carving It Up podcast.
I got to adjust that name.
What up? How y'all doing?
Good. How are you, man?
Doing well. This is listen, this is one of the best parts of the NFL calendar year. So
Totally.
definitely been a fun NFL draft. So thus far, we finally had a quarterback go in the 5th round. After Bo Nix went in the 1st round. That's the last one we had. So
Yep.
but definitely been having some fun over the last 48 hours for sure.
man, we were just saying the Steelers, like looking at the Steelers draft picks, Troy Fatanu. Then they had where I'm trying to look here. Don't tell me. Zach Frazier. And then
Zach Frazier.
And then
Roman Wilson.
Yes, and then Peyton Wilson in the third. Like that was a pretty good 3 picks for you guys. Like guys that we had on our big boards. We had Troy Fatanu was our number 1 pick if he fell to the Cowboys. We also had Zach Frazier as one of the guys in our day 2 big board, and then day 3 we had Peyton Wilson still on it. So you guys, in my mind, had a very, very good draft.
Yeah, I'm happy so far. I mean, this is the offensive line. If you go back even to 2 years to Big Ben's last year, was a massive concern with this football team. They go out last year. They get Broderick Jones out of Oklahoma, who's been it was a solid rookie last year. Hope to see him continue to develop. I was low key hoping Mims from Georgia. I know he hasn't had a ton of starts on his resume, but I was kind of hoping he'd fall to us at 20. Cincinnati nabbed him at 18. But the fact that we were able to take Fatanu from Washington, given his college resume, given what he was able to do pretty consistently over there, protecting Michael Penix Jr., I thought was a great pick. Adding Zach Frazier, center, of all the weaknesses on the Steelers' offensive line last year, center was absolutely at the top of the list. Mason Cole was an absolute disaster. So being able to bring in Zach Frazier was huge. Adding Roman Wilson, too, is what I love about is obviously he was a productive player at Michigan in sort of a run-first system. It's the fact that he is, to me, the anti-Deontay Johnson, which for my fellow Steelers fans out there know, Deontay Johnson was uber talented, good number 2 receiver, obviously to George Pickens. But there was a play, and there's a few plays like this, but I remember a year ago, a play against the Cincinnati Bengals where Jalen Warren fumbles. He runs left side, fumbles the football. The ball's 2 feet away from Deontay Johnson. Rather than diving the football, he's got hands on his hips just watching it. Roman Wilson will get in there. He'll block. He's obviously got good hands, good route runner. So, and like you mentioned, Peyton Wilson, a really good linebacker as well. And we just drafted another offensive lineman today in Mason McCormick. So
McCormick's good too.
Listen, I love that we're going, we're going for everybody calls them the big uglies or whatever, but you need that to win a championship if you're trying to build towards that. And I love what my Steelers have done thus far.
Bryson, here's a deal I'm going to make you.
Okay.
All your picks that Steelers just picked for all of our picks.
No. No. You know what, though? I don't think Dallas has had a terrible draft. I actually did like their first-round pick of Guyton. But, given how many offensive linemen had gone before that, but I don't think...
And the trade. I mean, we gained that 3rd round.
Yeah, there exactly. The 3rd round, you trade back, you go to 29th pick, I believe.
Yeah.
In order to get Guyton. So, listen, you do business in that regard. Obviously, I would have liked to see Dallas potentially take a running back higher up than they did, but obviously some of the better ones were off the board by that point. So, all things considered, I don't think it's been a terrible draft for Dallas, but certainly still some holes that I think remain unfilled.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're no arguments from this side.
We like filling holes, Hopefully the right ones, though.
He said it. He went right to the TV mature with that comment.
That's right.
Bryson, can I get your thoughts on, you don't have to, if you do your research, and we listen to you and then talk about what you think and the likes of you. And we look at PFF a lot. But what's your thoughts? Do you have any strong thoughts about Guyton, Beebe, or Nealand?
Yeah, I mean, all 3 are good picks. To be honest with you guys, I'm totally with you on the PFF thing. They're about as good of the source as they come. Listen, Guyton's obviously a guy you take late in the 1st round. There was obviously some tackles, taken before that. He's the best available on the board, so I don't necessarily fault Dallas in that spot. Again, more what I'm looking at for the Cowboys is I feel like some of the major holes on both sides of the ball come up front. Obviously, you talk about Green Bay being struggling to run the ball, really not committing to the run at all, given how much they got down early. But even stopping the run, that was a big problem for the Cowboys, even in their wins last year. That was a big time issue. So being able to kind of address that up front on both sides of the ball, that's where you're able to put together teams that are capable of winning championships. So again, that's why I don't necessarily hate some of the directions that the Cowboys have gone throughout this draft. I think they could still use some more depth at defensive back. I think that helped them as time goes on. We'll see if they maybe take one here. And did the Cowboys have a 5th round draft pick down the line?
174.
Yes. 174. Okay, so that's coming. Okay, so we still got a little while before that. So yeah, listen, I don't necessarily fault them for that. I think they do need to get a little bit bigger and stronger up front. I think The big knock on Dallas to me is the same knock that you would have for like the Miami Dolphins, where a lot of speed in basically every position on the field, but not necessarily as strong as you might need to be up front in order to compete with the San Franciscos of the world, the Detroits of the world, teams that have really built good, solid offensive lines, or in the case of the Niners, a defensive line. So I think that needs to be the focus for the draft. I'd also like to see Dallas get just another receiver, to go with Dak. Maybe somebody, we saw Puka Nacua as a 4th-round draft pick, maybe outperformed Cooper Kupp last year with the Rams. So maybe somebody to go alongside CeeDee Lamb if you develop him. I think that'd be a good fit for the Cowboys.
Well, speaking of wide receivers, Ananias Smith just went from Texas A&M to the Eagles. So let's just hope that he isn't the Puka Nacua this year.
Yeah.
Let's just hope that. And Johnny Wilson keeps on sliding down.
Well, when we talk about wide receivers, just for the sheer fact of seeing Jerry Rice show up to Dallas and having to cheer on his son who's playing in Dallas, I would love to see Brendan Rice.
That would be icing on the cake, that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
would be
that
funny.
Not only are you getting a bloodline pick and a crack
Crack me if you got him.
one,
Yeah,
son.
fucking toss me one too, son.
Toss me one, son.
Yeah, just the sheer fact of having that transpire would be amazing. No, he hasn't been picked yet. We saw Luke McCaffrey actually go ahead.
Higher than we thought.
A lot higher than he thought.
A lot higher.
Yeah, to Washington. Yep.
Yeah, and then Troy Franklin going and meeting up with Bo Nix. You can see what they're wanting there. I mean, the Troy Franklin pick to the Broncos almost solidifies that Zach Wilson's going to be a backup to Bo Nix.
It has to.
Which we all were figuring that anyways.
Zach Wilson just has such a punchable face. He really does. I don't know what it is about it. Just super punchable.
Is it the headband?
It's something. He just looks like that little shit. He has that little shit eating grin that just looks like that guy. He just looks like that guy,
There were
That's rough.
There were 5 QBs in the first 10.
Six in the first 12.
6 in the first 12. Is that a record?
It's got to be.
Has to be.
It's gotta be.
I can't remember the last time 6 went in the first round. So first 12 picks. That's
wild.
almost unheard of.
50%, man. They're batting 50% that a quarterback was. And we talked a little bit earlier before you hopped on, Bryson, but the Bo Nix pick, or sorry, not the Bo Nix pick, the Penix Jr. pick to the Falcons. That was a mind-boggling one.
Yeah, I think it caught all of us off guard. Listen, I think Michael Penix Jr.'s biggest cheerleader in any form of media. I think the guy is the second best QB in the draft to Caleb Williams. He throws a gorgeous ball. He's got big time arm strength. He's a good decision maker, good in the pocket. I get the main concerns with him were the injury history. He had some knee stuff back in Indiana. I'm not as worried about that because I saw him at his pro day run a 4.5, which even as a Penix fan, kind of caught me off guard. So obviously he's able to move in and out of the pocket a little bit. And listen, you see guys like Jared Goff get to an NFC Championship game being a complete sort of standstill pocket quarterback. So I think he can win with with Michael Penix Jr. And the fact they went to the Falcons, I'm with you guys. I was about as shocked as anybody else. But my mindset is Atlanta has Kirk Cousins. Yes, they committed all that money to him, but if you notice, all of their key offensive pieces are all on the rookie contracts, right? So you can be able to develop them, see what they've got, maybe keep Bijan Robinson or Drake London. You see what you do about Kyle Pitts down the road. And the fact of the matter is, Atlanta's going to be good enough to be like a top, outside the top 15, I think, by next year's draft, where one of next year's quarterbacks, which next year isn't the greatest quarterback draft, may not fall to them. Well, all of a sudden they have one of the best quarterbacks from this year's draft. Should they move on from Kirk Cousins? I think if Kirk's good and if Penix is as good as I think he's capable of being, then that's about one of the best problems to have in the NFL. So I defend the pick because I think the kid's capable, especially with the weapons that they have there being really, really special.
Eagles just traded up. Crack me if you got actually. Oh, fuck.
Who are they taking? Who's left on our big board?
Got him. Yeah, Eagles. Eagles traded up.
Hopefully it's not
Johnny Wilson.
What are you all fucking off about there, Paul?
I thought the Eagles trading up.
Oh, I thought you saw something. And you're like, oh, fuck off. I thought like something picked
up.
Oh,
the Eagles trading up.
Just the Eagles trading
Okay,
up.
yeah.
Well,
Fuck you,
Brendan
Eagles.
Rice is still on the board. Yep. I mean, Johnny Wilson, Malik Washington. So
maybe
they just took a receiver. I don't imagine why they take another one.
Because they just took one. Maybe they do take a Jeremiah Trotter. I don't know if they would trade up really for that. But the Eagles, the Eagles linebacking room isn't great. So maybe you see them go and target the best linebacker still on the board.
What's been your guys' biggest surprise? And you can't use the Atlanta Falcons because we talked about that. Biggest surprise on in this draft so far.
Oh yeah, this is a great question. Outside of that,
I'm not
fucking
gonna lie. Go ahead, Paul.
Thanks, Preston. I think the surprise was actually Ricky from Florida going to San Francisco.
Oh, right. Yeah,
that was.
We had our buddy Nate Dogg on, and he's a San Francisco 49ers guy.
Like
and he
did not like
He hung out with us for the whole 4 hours, got wasted, and the last, basically the last pick was him seeing Ricky Purcell get picked. And he's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Having to wait that whole time.
That was surprising.
Yeah, it was awesome. There were so many good players left too, and they took Ricky P.
I'm
That's a good one.
gonna have to say. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
You
No, I was
go,
gonna say,
Bryson.
Brock Bowers to the Raiders was, I thought, pretty shocking because
Yeah.
they'd already drafted Michael Mayer last year. I remember the Cowboys.
Yeah.
A lot of Cowboys fans were wanting Michael Mayer last year in the first round.
Us.
And so the only thing I can figure is you saw them run the football a lot last season, especially with some of the limitations they have at quarterback, really relying on Josh Jacobs, who's now a Packer. But running a lot of 12 personnel now, I guess, is what they'll try and do with with Michael Mayer and with Brock Bowers. But it wasn't a position of need. I think he's a spectacular player. I saw him play in person one time, and he doesn't look like everybody else in the field. He's just a freak athlete. But that one caught me off guard because I actually thought he was going to fall at Indianapolis and that they'd take him.
Is he a good blocker?
He's an okay blocker, but he's more of a pass catching tight end. He's got incredible speed. There was a play. See, I obviously was injured at the end of last season, but there was a play about two seasons ago at Georgia where they literally ran an end around with him. Like they ran a reverse to the guy, and he took it 75 yards to the house. Like he's got that kind of speed. So
Boys, Trotter
Trotter Jr.
Trotter
They
Jr.
did.
just
They
went
traded
to
up.
Yep.
They traded up for him. That could actually be a sneaky good pick, guys.
Did you guys see what the trade was?
No, they haven't been really showing. It's
So
weird that
that's
they don't
it.
show them.
The Eagles, not only did they just get a best linebacker left, they got a bloodline pick for themselves. You got to think his dad played for the Eagles, so that's perfect situation. Sure, he went probably further than he wanted to go, but that for them is perfect for the Trotter family. Fuck them all.
yeah, nobody here's ever pulling for the Eagles. Yeah, I mean that was and obviously too, Philadelphia taking a corner in the first round as well. Like that's Philadelphia's collapse at the end of last season was well documented. There's a bunch of different ways to look at it, but their defense, I said on Carving It Up from week one, ever since that first game against the Patriots, when Mac Jones, who I've never a day in my life been high on, when Mac Jones just torched him up and down the field, I'm like, okay, everybody's saying, oh, Mac Jones is back. I'm like, this has nothing to do with Mac. This has everything to do with a bad pass defense. We saw it from start to finish, and there was a lot of things that did Philadelphia in, but that to me was really what started it all. And props to Philadelphia for addressing the back seven of their defense.
Don't forget Sam Howell, not once but twice against Philadelphia as well. Even though they lost the game, but Sam Howell was actually putting it on them. Like he was really challenging that secondary for the Eagles. And we kept saying it's like it was just going to be a moment of time where it's going to collapse, and we saw it crashing down in glorious thunder. So
it was awesome. That was probably one of the Eagles' collapse last year. Was probably one of the craziest collapses I've seen. They're lucky it didn't happen earlier. They wouldn't even made the postseason because they completely hit a wall in that second half of the season.
And they were calling for Sirianni's head and everything.
Yep, and we love to hear it.
Of course. Well, and I imagine that softened the blow of because they lost the night later to Tampa Bay on a Monday night. I imagine that softened the blow just a hair.
It did. It definitely did. I was definitely a Bucs fan on that night after because as it's well documented, the Cowboys game didn't go the greatest, but making sure that the
Eagles unless we talk about that one, the better.
Yeah, but it was funny because Eagles fans were all chirping hard, "Fly Eagles, fly!" and all our shit. And it's like you guys haven't even played yet, so like maybe pipe down before you even had your postseason game.
I know a guy who's a big Eagles fan, and he doesn't usually talk smack, but as soon as like we had issues and they hadn't even played, he was like messaging me. So as soon as like 2 days later, when the Eagles had that fucking disastrous loss. I made sure I walked into his office, and I just
and shit on his desk.
I just took a massive shit on his desk, Bryson. You heard it here first.
And then you put a Cowboys flag in it.
Yeah. Hey, so this is something interesting that happened. That last Eagles trade, but in round 4, the Lions traded up with the Eagles. They got 132 and 210, and they traded the Eagles 164, 201, and a 2025 fourth rounder. But then the Eagles used those two picks, 164 and 201, to trade up with the Colts in round 5, and they got 155.
Oh, they were
so they've lost out, really.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Like,
unless you got the player that you thought was perfect.
That's what I'm saying. It's because they addressed two positions of need too.
Well, Jenkins Gaming in the chat said
Right,
he was
right.
saying he was calling Trotter, and because he's like every mock draft he did, the Eagles took Trotter in the second round. So Trotter's still available. They've addressed a lot of other additional positions that they needed, and they're like, oh fuck, well,
People are really scared of Trotter's size, man. Like for him to fall to the fifth it's all purely on size because he has amazing tape. He was a tackling machine in college, so people are just worried that if an NFL guard gets out to him in the second level, that he's just going to get blown up.
I pull for guys. I mean, I'm not pulling for him now that he's in Eagles, but
I hope he has a terrible career.
I hope he has a terrible career, but I generally when guys fall like that, I'm like, oh, I hope that guy has a good season.
Any other team he goes to, I would have been like, okay, sweet.
Yeah.
But
It almost
Even the
reminds-
Giants, Washington.
yeah, 100%.
It almost reminds me of Jabril Cox. Remember, like everyone talked about him being like a high-end second-round pick, etc. He fell all the way down to the Cowboys as well. So it kind of reminds me of that, and it's all down to your like size and stuff like that. And that's what a lot of these teams are looking at. It's like if you're undersized, it's gonna push you back a little bit.
I was so excited about Jabril Cox. I really thought he was going to be that guy.
Yeah,
and he
so was
I
I.
did too.
So
He just didn't. do it.
LSU guy. Yep.
And it was kind of
No, but listen, a lot of these undersized linebackers, though, you can at least consider moving them to safety. You know, if you develop them, obviously Philadelphia had struggles with depth there, but if they decide to go that route, another receiver off the board right now, Jamari Thrash out of Louisville.
what's
to
a
Cleveland.
name?
So that is a name. That sounds like a linebacker name more than it does a receiver name, but he's a big guy. 5'11".
Jamari, get over here. That's Mr. Thrash to you.
Jamari Thrash.
It makes me want to put some Metallica on now.
Yeah,
right.
Well, and he's from Louisville too, so like he has a little bit of hardcoreness with that name and from the area that he is.
And no
For
pun
sure.
intended there.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
I
No,
can't-
but listen, like I said, you could potentially develop Trotter as a safety there in Philadelphia, just depending on what they want to do. Obviously, they brought in a new defensive coordinator from a year ago, so that could help them as well. But yeah, listen, Clemson guys down. I'm telling you, down south where I'm at, defense is preached from grade school on up, man. So listen, you get one of these Southern guys. I don't know if Trotter's from the Southern region, but obviously went to Clemson, so maybe it pans out for him. But hopefully it's not panning out well enough to where he can beat the Cowboys twice a year. Let's put it that
I
way.
like that.
Yeah, I like that's
I
fair.
like that.
Fingers
That's fair.
crossed then.
Good, but not good enough to beat the Cowboys.
Low key, when Anthony and I went to the Vegas draft, and we only stayed for the first 2 days, but now seeing how empty day 3 is, it's like kind of wish we would have
Day 3
stayed.
probably would have been the best day.
Yeah, wish we would have stayed day 3. Like we weren't as invested in the draft the way that we are these last two seasons in terms of the amount of like shows that we're doing and pulling people on in the research. But yeah, definitely next draft that we do, we're hitting all 3 days.
Well, and it's next year.
Yeah,
It's in Green Bay.
That's what we were talking about at the UK Cowboys. It's like if that's one thing we would love to do is all travel together and go to an NFL draft just to be part of it. Like not Vegas or something like somewhere like Cleveland or
It's in Green. It's in
or-
Green Bay.
Hey, Paul, it's in Green Bay next year. It's in Green Bay next year. You should.
Tempting, very tempting.
Well, I'll tell you what. Does Green Bay have enough to hold that many people? Because man, they showed the crowds even today, but day one it was
250,000 broke a record.
75.
700,000 in total over the course of 3 days.
That's crazy.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So 275 the first night, and it was like you could see it going around blocks. So now it just looks like it looks smaller now because there's not as many people, but there's still a lot of people.
Still a lot.
When
yeah.
they were showing,
yeah,
when they were showing the crowd on day one, I was like, they hadn't showed the total, but I was like, that is way more people than there was when we were in Vegas,
Man,
by a long shot.
So
sure.
in 2022, there was 106,000 people living in 106,000
Living.
people living in Green Bay. So are
So
they
there's-
ready?
So there's probably not accommodation for
Yeah,
it.
I
are
was
they
gonna
ready?
say hotels. Yeah.
It's gonna, you
Those
know, what-
the Airbnb rates are going to
Oh.
go off the roof.
Oh,
it's
gosh.
gonna be like Woodstock. It's just gonna be like the
Well, do
cars
they- yeah,
parked.
They don't have
in
the,
the streets.
They literally don't have the infrastructure.
Yeah.
There's
to
that one.
double.
There's that one house that's for sale. That's literally in the Green Bay Lambeau Field parking lot. It's like the house is right there, and then it's Lambeau Field,
Yeah.
and the house is for sale.
How much for?
I don't
Probably
know.
a
It
lot.
was actually wasn't
Sound
that
in
bad.
Germany.
You think Lambeau or the Green Bay Packers would just buy it,
Yeah, you would think.
What are you gonna do with it though?
make more parking space?
So, guys, here's this. Green Bay in 2020, so they might have grown a little bit, but you can imagine how much that this has grown. They had 49 operating hotels, for 4,592
Oh my
guests.
goodness.
That's gonna be
guest rooms.
we better book now.
Yeah, you might want to go ahead and get your spot.
No, we're renting. We should just get an RV
Yeah,
and then stay in an RV.
Like likes of the cities, likes of Atlanta, Georgia, Cleveland and stuff like that. Those would be quite cool places to go for the NFL draft, I reckon. Like Vegas is like you're going to get ripped off if you go to Vegas.
Well, we did
pretty much.
Vegas, and we were like, yeah, shit, the hotel actual room
Hotel
that
was
we got
decent
wasn't
price.
too bad. We stayed at Planet Hollywood, so it wasn't
But,
terrible.
like, is the
no,
price
that's cool.
is like food and everything expensive?
Inside,
there?
actually, inside it wasn't even that bad. I mean, drinks were like if Ad
Drinks
and I would
inside the draft.
Yeah, when we went in and we'd each get a tall boy, like if we got 4 tall boys, I'm pretty sure it was like $80.
$80 US for 4
What?
drinks.
That's
Yeah.
not
$80
bad.
No, I mean, but
But then you also got to add the Canadian section of it.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
whenever we got 4 drinks, it was about $110 Canadian
Oosh.
for 4
Yeah.
drinks.
For
And-
4
and we
drinks.
did that at least 3 or 4 times.
So we
But hey,
wo-
no,
Yeah,
like
that's
the-
about £70 here.
yeah,
in
we would
UK.
go out
Yeah.
and to the corner store, and you could buy like a case for that amount, and we would drink, and then we'd go back in.
A case for 110.
No,
Canadian?
sorry,
for like 20 bucks, for like 20 bucks.
$20 we'd buy, we get like a case.
Right.
And
And
then
I don't know what the economy looks like, from stadium to stadium, but we went to the Cowboys Buccaneers season opener in Tampa a few years ago. Me and my family. It was a fantastic football game, but we got was it a Little Caesars pizza or whatever it was? And we literally it was split across the board. It was $90.
Holy
So
shit!
it's so insane.
Yeah.
So Vegas
So
wasn't that
it's-
bad. Vegas was actually like, because we
No.
went out, Ad and I got, we went and got In-N-Out Burger, and we didn't really sit down and eat anywhere. Any of the drinks we were buying from the corner stores. So it actually, price-wise, it wasn't that bad for the 2 days because we're on the West Coast. The flights were cheap. The hotel wasn't too bad for the couple nights that we were there, 3 nights.
It was all walking distance, so we didn't Airbnb, we didn't have to Uber or anything like that.
It was
which you're not
actually
going to do that in Vegas. anyways.
It was pretty.
That's good.
It was surprisingly like it wasn't that expensive of a trip, to be honest.
Well, and this is where we were like, you know what? If we go when we were like, oh, KC, it's like how is the infrastructure going to be?
Well, and
You're
the
gonna have to
flight's
Uber,
far.
the flights, isn't that?
Well,
But-
I've been to Kansas City, and Kansas City is actually not too bad. Like trying to get to Arrowhead is a bit of a pain in the butt,
Because it's
and trying to
outside.
get back. But
But
the actual city of Kansas is great.
well, when we
I
looked
loved
at
it,
everybody sitting on a grassy knoll and it looked nice, and
They were wearing hoodies.
They were wearing hoodies. Anthony and I were fucking in a parking lot sweating. I put suntan lotion, a sunscreen on my face, and it got into my eye. Like I was like, it was
Oh.
the worst. We were outside in a parking lot for fucking 8 hours.
And it was hot as
both
balls.
days. It was hot as fuck.
I still had a great time.
Yeah, I had a great time too.
I definitely recommend it. I think Vegas for any event is really good. And if the only thing that's stopping you from going to Vegas is price, for an event like the draft, it wasn't, I don't think, any worse than it would be in any other American main city.
What about going to?
No, not from what
what
y'all are saying. No.
Yeah, what about going to training camp, Paul? Or have you guys talked about doing that? That would probably be a little bit of a better trip for you guys than
I
going down
think
to
it would
the
be a
draft.
better trip, but knowing what California's like price wise as well, we would be like,
Well,
I'll be honest. I probably would rather enjoy the more fan experience, being amongst all the other fans.
True.
The
That's the
interaction.
best part.
I would say
Yeah.
that it's in Oxnard. So yes, I mean, I guess the state of California is the state of California, but it didn't seem too pricey. From what I remember, was it?
Yeah,
Or-
it wasn't bad. We got an Airbnb a couple like a town or two over.
But it was only like 30 minutes or 20 minutes, sorry, to the actual practice facility. So
Mm.
it wasn't too bad. I have to say, like,
Plus, if you
I don't
go to-
remember it feeling bad.
Plus, if you go to California, you got our boy Boots on the Ground, Eric, who's
I love boots on the ground.
who will definitely meet up with you, as well as One Star One Family. They're based in and actually Sherry Godmother's in
What up,
is in
Sherry?
the chat right now.
Hey.
But the idea, like you at one point, Paul, you guys have to do a game in Los Angeles because it was
Yeah.
it's AT&T West. We had, out of all the tailgating experiences that we've gone to so far, it literally was the best one, and it felt like, holy shit, we're at a home game.
No, California's crazy. Like that is literally the second Cowboys home. It really is. That to
Yeah.
Mexico and obviously other parts of the world. So, I mean, even London 2014, it was a freaking invasion of Cowboys fans, and I loved it. Like, because normally for the London games, it's normally all 32 teams. It's the only chance to get to see an NFL game live in person. But the overwhelming travel and support from California to Texas, from Mexico and other parts of Europe, all came for the Dallas Cowboys was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Back then.
Well, one thing too about the Chargers is they're at a home field disadvantage just about every home game they play. So you obviously factor that in with the fact that there's so many Cowboys fans. I mean, I would argue that if you take the Cowboys out, I'd say the most popular team in California, aside from like the 49ers, is probably the Raiders. Or at least in the Los Angeles, the Southern California area, because the Raiders had some success there. So, but y'all ended up going to a great game. That was the Cowboys Chargers 20-17 game.
Yep.
That was a Monday nighter. Dak was great. Micah made a play late. So, that was a very entertaining game to watch.
That was and it was actually cheaper for us to go to that game than the Panthers Cowboys, because what we'll usually do on our Thanksgiving trip is we'll try the year before we did Minnesota, and then we drove. We stayed in Kansas City for one night, and then we drove to Dallas for the Thanksgiving game. So we kind of like to do 2 games in 1 week. That's as like our trip. But we did the Seattle Seahawks preseason game because it's right next door to us. And then when we're looking at the Panthers game, it was like, man, it's so fucking expensive. Every game on either side of the Cowboys game was like $200 cheaper for like shitty tickets. So you're paying a premium because it's Cowboys. We're like, Panthers fucking blow. Kind of like the Charlottetown, North Carolina would have been sweet to go to, or the Carolinas. But when we were looking at the Monday nighter and it was a West Coast game, and we're just like, okay, this makes way more sense. We could hook up with boots, and it'll be it's a Monday nighter because we're all like, it's a Monday night game. So we're not against doing the double up game for the Thanksgiving trip, but because we're flying into 2 different areas anyways, a West Coast game makes a little bit more sense for us.
Yeah. It depends on what the double stack would be.
Yeah.
But West Coast is much easier for us to do.
Since we are talking like it would be sweet to go to a Browns game this season because they are playing.
I don't know what it is with Cleveland, but I would love to go a Cowboys versus.
It's that history. It's that history, right? Like that's exactly what we were talking about. We're seeing all the we were watching Draft Day on the night before the draft.
It's now more like a ritual now.
Yeah.
Everyone watches that before draft day.
Yeah, so we were watching Draft Day and we're like, man, we all kind of want to go to a Cleveland game, and we forgot that they're actually playing against Cleveland as an away game.
I have a question for everyone, but first, just a question to Bryson. You're a Dak rider. Everyone knows you're a Dak rider. No, I'm just kidding. Just play it. But that's what you probably get called a lot. So you hear this a lot.
You better believe it. Yes.
What are your thoughts on Dak? And this is maybe an old topic for Cowboys fans, and we don't want to talk about it anymore.
But hey, we're like 15 picks away still, so we can talk about this.
We got plenty of time.
And I haven't heard Bryson's thoughts on this in person, so I just want to know now that you've mulled it for a little bit here, what are your thoughts on Dak's and his future with the Cowboys?
Yeah, I've talked about it a few times on the show, and my thoughts are this. So everybody knows how I feel about Dak. Certainly y'all do. The audience may know. I think Dak is if he's not top 5, I think he's darn close. I think he's that level of player. I think the success he's had in Dallas speaks for itself, from a statistical output standpoint. Yeah. My thing is that when the report came out initially that there was potentially going to be extension, maybe not going to be extension, Jerry Jones is saying, hey, we want it to happen. Dak saying all the right things. When the report came out, I think it was by Field Yates of ESPN that said that the Cowboys were restructuring the last year of Dak's contract. That told me they're not extending him, because what's the point of restructuring the last year of his deal if you don't just sign him to another extension and spread the money out? Yeah. That tells me that this is the last year of his deal and he's going to be a free agent next year. I feel like at this point in time, Dak was at a charity event recently, and he said that, and he kind of confirmed the report saying that Jerry and I have had we had a discussion, and there's no gray area on where we stand. So again, that's sort of another indication that this doesn't look like it's going to happen before the season starts. So my thing for Dak is play the season out, stay healthy. That's the key. Stay healthy, put up at least a similar statistical output that he did a year ago. Obviously, see how far you can go in the playoffs, depending on what matchup you get. And then in 2025, there's going to be a lot of teams, not to bring my Steelers into this, but if you add Dak Prescott to the Steelers with some of the talent they're accumulating, maybe that happens. There's other teams that could use quarterbacks as well. So the market will be out there. And one thing I would say to Jerry Jones and to anybody who's skeptical of Dak Prescott is that don't forget the fact that between Aikman and Romo, you had some really, really bad quarterback play in that stretch. And you say, well, you went from Romo to Dak. Well, Romo was undrafted, so nobody could have seen that coming. Dak was a 4th rounder. Nobody could have seen this coming. So just listen, nobody thinks Kirk Cousins is any good, whatever, but he's a lot better than what Washington has had since then. They're crossing their fingers that Jaden Daniels is that next guy, and they've had to wait, 7 years to get that guy? They hope. So just be careful what you wish for, because the grass is not always greener on the other side. If it were me, I'd extend Dak. But if the Cowboys, the thing is, if the Cowboys are intent on letting him test the open market, they have to know that there's going to be bidders and teams that may be willing to give Dak more money than they give him. From that perspective, I think about moving him and at least trying to get something in return. But now that the draft has passed, I don't know if that's necessarily in the cards. So overall, that's a mouthful, but that's kind of my overall take on Dak Prescott and the contract situation.
Letting Dak Prescott go to free agency and just leave for essentially nothing is the worst case scenario for me. Like we were all on, like, as the CanFan crew, we are all Dak riders. We'll tell it. Like we do. We like Dak Prescott. And I think there's about 12 people on the entire planet that can play quarterback decently enough to be a starting quarterback in the NFL. And Dak Prescott's one of those guys. And if they would have just restructured him earlier on in the season, they probably could have got a couple free agents that they were looking at. And then their whole draft process could have been a lot different. They decided not to do that. Now you have Dak Prescott needing to get paid. You have CeeDee Lamb needing to get paid when there's lots of other wide receivers already starting to get paid. So his contract
week.
Yeah, his contract's going up and up and up. So the Cowboys are just really, I don't know where I saw it, but someone explained it, being a Cowboys agent must be the best, because they'll throw a number at the Dallas Cowboys and the Cowboys will just say no, 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 no. And then every other player in that position will get paid. And then the agent and that player could be like, okay, well, now this is what you're paying us, because the market's already set itself.
Market's gone up.
I was gonna throw in something in there, because I do have a wee minor exclusive. When I was talking to Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com, he said specifically there is going to be discussions at training, just before training camps. So that is what is likely going to happen. Because I think it's more down to the fact it's the June 1st scenario that kind of reflects the cap or something like that. So I believe that's what you almost said. I believe, not exactly, but there is going to be discussions later down the line.
They're waiting essentially for the salary cap to increase so that
exactly.
So they have more money.
That's the reason why they're doing it.
That makes sense. It does make sense.
Yeah, potentially, and also too that you talk about the situation with Dak's contract, CeeDee Lamb, and Micah Parsons down the line as well. That Dallas has this weird tendency of waiting till the absolute last minute to pay somebody. They could have paid Dak the first time as recently as 2019. They waited till 2021. And plus they had to franchise tag him, which is even more money they had to shell out, when you could have maybe gotten him at that point. If you negotiate in the offseason before the Goff or Wentz deal go down, maybe you get him around $35 million. And one thing too that does bother me a little bit is when people say, well, the Cowboys haven't been aggressive in free agency or this offseason because Dak is a $59 million cap hit.
Which is
the problem with that logic is that his rookie contract, he was making, I think on average, a little over $600K, which again, to the average person, that's a lot of money, but to a starting quarterback in the NFL, that's slightly underpaid. You see what's happening with Brock Purdy. And I think the Cowboys, I did a segment on this, that 2017, the big free agent signing for them was Nolan Carroll, who I think made like $10 million over the course of 3 years. He didn't make it past, I think, September. The next year, they went out and got Allen Hurns. That was their big contract signing, $10 million. By the end of that year, he was the 4th best receiver on the team. The next year, it was Randall Cobb, who ended up being pretty good, but you only had to pay him $5 million. And then the year after that, Dak's on the franchise tag. Your 2 big free agent acquisitions are 2 defensive tackles. After that is Andy Dalton. So you're not even trying to get weapons at that point. And of course, obviously, Dak got hurt that year. So to me, they mismanaged the situation from the start, and the Bills kind of come due for them at this point.
Yeah,
Green Bay's just traded.
Yeah, Green Bay traded up. Who are they trading up for? And Johnny Wilson. He's got to fall eventually.
You think so? As many receivers as they've got?
Hey, man, add it to the pile. Put him at tight end.
And I
sure.
That's a good show, Bryson. That's a good show.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
And then the question for everyone is the Cowboys schedule. I'll pull up the teams that we're playing, and I don't know who the Steelers are playing this year, but you can answer that.
We play Dallas at some point in the season at home.
Okay, well, which game is it that you want to see, whether it's home or away? You can pick, but which game is like if you could pick any of the games, I know. Or actually, we do know home and away, just not the dates, right?
Yep.
So
the
who
schedule comes out in a few weeks.
who would you like to go see? And we'll start with you, Ad.
Home and away.
Let me get the schedule up.
Yeah.
Or the
I would like to an away game like Cleveland or Pittsburgh would be sweet to go to, for an away game. I've been in the Pittsburgh area once, and I have never been able to go to a game. But from just talking with people who have gone to Pittsburgh, the way it's set up downtown, it's like everything's kind of in walking distance.
And it was in the Batman movie.
And it was in the Batman movie.
The field Batman.
Here, let me
movie.
bring that up so that everybody could see this.
Batman. Heinz Field.
Oh, I don't have
So
to,
we are
guys.
playing. We are playing in Pittsburgh.
Yep.
So
I
Pittsburgh.
remember the last time Dak played there. Him and Zeke put on a show in 2016.
Oh, that was an
yeah.
amazing game.
That was an
one of-
amazing game.
That was
Crazy.
that season was like, holy shit, this team's good
Like-
because the Pittsburgh Steelers were very good that year also.
Yeah, was that the same game where Roethlisberger faked the?
Yep.
the
Threw
snap?
into an Antonio Brown. Yep.
At the-
That's right. Yeah.
that was
Same
an
game.
amazing game. 8 seconds left. Zeke scored a touchdown to win the game.
Are you near?
Wild ending.
Are you near Pittsburgh at all, Bryson?
No, I'm in Tennessee.
Okay. So
That's
if I-
not that far away though. If like
So-
No, it's not
flight-wise.
terrible.
Like
It's- I mean,
flight-wise.
it's East Coast.
So home games, Dallas. I'd like to see Ravens or Texans. I think
We have a chance.
Ravens, Texans,
Thanksgiving-
or actually even
well,
Detroit.
you're
It wouldn't be
okay.
Detroit though, because Detroit will have their own
Thanksgiving
Thanksgiving
game.
game.
You're gonna have to play. You're gonna have to pick one.
Yeah, but Ad, if
I
you
know.
give Adam one choice, he
Texans.
names
Texans.
3.
Texans.
Adam will never give you one clear-cut answer. It's, hey, Ad, name one. Okay, well, I'd like to see Pittsburgh. I'd like to see Texas. He said 4 teams.
Okay, so I'm going Texans home, Browns away.
Okay, and out of those
I'm
two,
I'm so glad that
Texans.
you said Texans at home because that's the game I'm going to this year.
Oh,
nice.
But
What if
it-
that's at Thanksgiving? So you'll be going at Thanksgiving if it's at Thanksgiving?
Not well, if it's Thanksgiving, even better.
Yeah.
Sweet. I hope
but,
it is.
but
then.
it's because you can't miss the Texas Showdown. You
Sweet.
cannot miss that. Like I've been to 2 Dallas versus Houston games. One at NRG, where it was pretty much where Jason Garrett basically refused to go for it on 4th and
Remember
1
that
and
game.
decide frustrating as hell. Then obviously there was the one a couple of years ago.
It was in 2022?
Yeah, we were terrible for that whole game, and somehow like the last 2 drives of the game, we ended up winning it. And I'm just standing there thinking, how on earth did we win this game? Like, and that was like during December.
Yeah. Yeah, that game. I remember thinking the Cowboys were going to wipe the Texans with that in that game, and they did not. I remember you being there, and I remember talking to you a little bit, and you were
Yeah.
not happy with the outcome.
And with this year, now it's Diggs versus Diggs this year. That's going to be big.
Right.
Yep.
We'll finally get to
Yep.
see it. Had a chance this year, but obviously with Trevon's injury, it never came to fruition. So we'll get to see it next year. Can you, AJ, can you just read off our home and away? 'Cause I don't have the screen up.
yeah. So obviously the 3 divisional players. Then there's for home Lions, Bucks, Saints, Ravens, Bengals, and then Texans. And in away, those 3 bastards again in our division, and then San Francisco, Steelers, Browns, Panthers, and Falcons.
Okay, so for me, home, I'm going.
That's a tough home schedule, guys.
It is, yeah.
It is.
I'd like to watch them play Lamar Jackson. I'd like to see
Okay.
the battle of the who should have been MVP and who got MVP. I'd like to see that battle.
That's a good one.
Love it.
And then the away, I mean, because we're gonna go to it, so we're gonna go to the San Francisco game this year. It just makes no sense for us not to. So we've decided as a crew of 3 here, any West Coast games we're gonna hit up because it just makes sense monetarily for flying and stuff because it's an hour flight basically down there. So San Fran, I'd like to see, and I'd like to see them finally get that monkey off their back and get a W. So those are my 2.
No, that would be sweet. Yeah.
I'll do mine real quick.
Well, no one asked you.
I know.
You asked
but,
us.
you know.
But go ahead.
You got to beat out Ad. You got to give us 7 teams or 7 games.
I want to
yeah.
see the
Whole
whole scudge.
I'm just gonna go
Okay.
ahead and say I'd love to go, and you know it's fair because Bryson's on here. Maybe it's shifting my opinion. I'd love to go to Pittsburgh to watch a game. Open stadium. It looks like at Acrisure Stadium. Is that
Acrisure.
Acrisure.
It's Heinz,
Heinz
Field.
Field,
It'll
man, it's
always be
Heinz
Heinz
Field.
Field.
Okay. Heinz
UK
Field.
Always
Steve's
be Heinz Field.
UK Steve is going to go to a Pittsburgh game this year. Maybe.
Oh, maybe
Yeah,
we
well,
can
I'm just
sway it.
saying that would be fun. Plus it's another historical team.
Yeah, it's one of the older teams.
So
Pittsburgh is an away Pittsburgh game. I would, depending the time of year and how close it is to our Thanksgiving Day game trip, that could be very, very.
But
likely.
we already established any game that we're going to go to is going to be expensive for the tickets, but it's all about the flights.
Yeah, flights.
Because
true,
we're going to
yeah.
fly into 2 different areas anyways, so you're still at the same amount of
maybe
flights.
we're going to 3 games.
Well,
this
we
year.
are. The San Francisco games is going to be a roadie probably.
Okay, and
Oh, yeah, we could drive down there. That's true. That'd be fun.
what about Paul?
What
and
was your home
Bryson?
game though?
I just picked that one. That's the one.
Oh, I thought you said. Oh,
Nice.
I
AJ
thought
I
you
just
said.
went
I said one.
Oh,
But then
Okay.
you guys both went 2. It doesn't matter.
I thought you
Well,
said
Ad-
home and away.
Ad named 4, so I cut it in half. I thought he was doing
and then
home
I cut
and away.
that in half.
Okay, so now Bryson and Paul have to have one shared.
Okay. But if you could you
yeah.
put the schedule back up there, AJ?
I'll put it up here.
I would.
Yeah.
You okay, Bryson? You pick a Cowboys game that you would go see. Can't be Steelers. And then also let us know which game for the Steelers that you would love to go see if you could.
Okay, so I can't choose the Steelers in this one. So I would say, I've become very beloved in the Detroit Lions community because I picked them literally during last year's draft. I swear to you, to go to last year to the NFC Championship game, and gosh darn it, they came through for me. So shout out to the Lions. And that was a crazy game last year. It was a controversial ending. So I'd say Dallas and Detroit would probably be the game
That would be
at
good.
home that I would choose. Roadie, Dallas, San Francisco probably would be the one I choose. As for Pittsburgh, listen, I've never seen any rivalry like Steelers-Ravens in the sense that it doesn't matter if one team's awesome and one team sucks. Every single game is close. Every single game's physical, down to the wire. All of them look the same. Both, if you basically first team to 20 wins. So I would say Steelers, Baltimore or Pittsburgh. It doesn't matter the destination. I'd love to go to either one of those matchups.
That'd be a good game. NFC North,
Yeah.
AFC North battle. And like you said, it feels like it's always within 3 points. Those games are always within 3 points.
2 great coaches. I mean, two well put together rosters. So yeah, absolutely.
And
And
then
how-
Paul, you are going to the Texans game, but
Yes.
if besides the Texans game, what's a home and away game that you'd love to see?
Probably Baltimore as well. I like the idea of who the battle of MVPs are, and in terms of the way, I don't know why the idea of going to Cleveland just appeals to me. It's just something about it, like going to a franchise where the fans are being that loyal despite its all like problems and stuff like that, but they still go behind their team. I think that would be quite a unique experience to interact with those fans. So I think that would be quite something. So I would definitely do Cleveland.
Yeah, that's a good choice. A great football town, and like you said, win or lose, Browns fans are Browns fans. They're turning up, and they're just built on football. As we saw on draft day, they're all about football.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Sorry,
Cleveland fans are definitely something. That for sure.
Well, gentlemen, we've appreciated you guys being on here with us, and we don't want to eat up any more of your time, but where can people find you online?
Yeah, guys, you can find me at IMP Stew, and also you can check out the Worlds team, which we're going to start that back up on the 21st of.
We're following you already.
Yep. So we're starting that back up. Obviously, we're just resetting up their new channels and stuff like that. And also, you can also check out the UK Cowboys fans, which I'm about to go back on to right now. But yeah, thanks again, guys, for having me on.
Always a
appreciate
pleasure.
having you.
I'll tell Mike that AJ is going to slap him.
Yeah. Oh God, what have you sucked me into? But okay. Hey, I'll play ball.
That's perfect.
And Bryson.
Yeah, listen, man, you can subscribe to Carving It Up with Bryson Carver on YouTube. We're nearing 1,000 subscribers. We're like within 35, 6, something like that. So
Hell yeah.
almost on the
Huge.
road to 1,000. We're nearly there. So
Oh,
everybody, be
yeah,
sure to
big milestone.
subscribe to
Hey,
the show. And
Crack
yeah,
'em
but
for
you can
that,
al-
Bryson.
Yeah, crack 'em
I
for
appreciate
that.
it.
For that.
Yeah. Yeah, to crack 'em for that for sure. Follow on Instagram too at Carving It Up Podcast, Twitter at Carving It Up Pod. Definitely be sure to check us all out on social media. But and check out the Grid Network. We're all obviously Blessed to be a part of it. Shout out to the Grid. Subscribe to the Grid. We just did a draft show alongside, obviously, as y'all were doing y'all's on Thursday night doing the first round draft. Mike Guido did a fantastic job as our draft analyst. EJ Savage, who you guys know very well, was part of it as well. And we had some other great guests. So subscribe to Carving It Up on YouTube. We're nearly 2,000 subscribers, and also subscribe to the Grid Network. But no, listen, man, appreciate y'all having us on for sure.
And you know what? You guys should get together and do some stuff. I mean, again, you're not a Cowboys fan, but you're a Dak fan.
You're a Dak rider.
You're
through and through.
You're a Dak rider. So for that, you're like the stepbrother. We have another person that kind of shows up on our show. My brother-in-law, he's a Steelers fan. So, and Steelers, obviously, unfortunately, Boots on the ground was saying that you were the spy and you took all of our picks, and that's when you gave it to the Pittsburgh Steelers, Bryson. So first off, fuck you. Boots just subscribe. Boots did just subscribe to your podcast, and that's kind of what we want to do: help promote all of our friends and connections here, because I think you guys would have some great conversations together.
Hey, I'm down. We gotta do it.
Yeah, and just one thing to say as well, and this is what I love about this, like just coming all together. And that it's like when you actually finally get to meet in person, it's all about networking.
Oh yeah,
you've got people to hang about with. You're not going to be a stranger to anybody, and it just brings people together. End of the day.
Yeah, we've met in IRL.
We've yet to meet somebody doing this that we've walked away being like, oh, maybe we shouldn't meet up with them ever again in person.
Look, there's just one team that Bryson could cheer for, and we would never have him.
Wait a second. If we've never met someone in real life and been like, oh shit, maybe we shouldn't hang out with them. Are we those guys?
We're those guys. People have met us in real life and they haven't returned our calls.
Yeah. Why is Cowboys Chris not answering our phone calls anymore?
Oh, that's tough.
All right. Hey, thank you guys so much.
Thanks,
we appreciate
fellas.
you.
We appreciate
Thanks
it,
again, man.
Thanks, y'all. Have a great one.
Take care.
Have a good one.
Peace.
Thanks, guys.
Peace.
Oh, it's nice having friends come on. And actually, hey, we don't even have a time to even get acquainted with each other because we're bringing our next guest on.
That's right. The Cowboys Cave.
Oh shit, yeah.
From the Cowboys Cave. I don't know if it's hibernation season or what, but we have Mike Tagg joining us, as well as Kelly Canine, co-hosts. And Adam's just...
So while they're about to hop on,
here,
Tyrone Tracy Jr. just went to the Giants.
Ooh.
So, little sneaky pick by a divisional foe. 9 picks away from the Cowboys, fellas.
And Bot G was calling Tracy.
He was.
And he said, if Tracy gets picked, I'm calling it now. You guys have to take shots. And guess what?
No.
Wasn't going to happen.
Oh, by the Cowboys.
Yeah, if the Cowboys took Tracy.
I'm all shotted out, I think. We got all shotted out on Thursday night.
Oh, yeah. I got 1 or 2 shots left in me, I'll tell you.
It'll have to be, there's still some guys on our big board that it could happen.
But it's gotta be
It's gotta be me.
It's gotta be
They're not even blurring. So this is the Ravens draft room. They're not even blurring.
No.
Who on earth wrote, look at how perfect that whiteboard writing is.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I'm gonna say it's...
And they all did it.
It's the dude right there, right in the center. Oh, you missed him.
Okay, so...
And whose was that? Which room? Sorry?
That was the Colts, I believe.
Okay, Colts.
Or maybe it was Giants.
Colts we have at C.
No, it must have been the Giants. Because the
Giants we have at a B. And it looked good.
It looked good. It looked organized. It looked like they had their shit together.
Okay, gentlemen, we got the Cowboys Cave coming on right now.
Juice them in.
Awesome.
Here, let me just fix some of these things here. There we go.
Juice them up.
Can you guys hear us?
Juice them and boosh them.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We got you. We got Mike Tagg.
Okay.
You sound perfect.
You sound good and you look good, Mike.
Do I look good? That's what we're talking. You gotta look good.
That's all that matters.
To talk good, feel good, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the sounding doesn't matter as long as you look good, realistically.
And Kelly Canine, he's out in the field reporting for us wherever you might be.
Does he have boots on the ground?
It looks like it. Yes.
I'm in Dallas, Texas right now, the home of the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, nice. Shit, yeah.
Boots are on the ground, man. And we got, the clouds behind us, man. So I'm outdoors right now watching the draft and just seeing who we're about to pick up here.
Well, can you get in shape so we can have a running back? We're losing them.
Well, that's a good segue. That's a good segue, boys. How do you guys feel about this draft so far?
For me, I don't really have any. My major issue right now, I guess, is that we haven't addressed the running back position because I don't feel comfortable with the running backs that we have on this roster. Even if they pick up Ezekiel Elliott, then you're looking at kind of a run, a running back by committee, which I just don't really know how well that works. I just don't feel comfortable with the guys that we have right now. I thought that they should have drafted a running back by the end of the third round. And when they picked up that extra third round, I thought that's kind of the direction they were going. So I don't necessarily have any problems with the picks they've made thus far. I think that all of them will be guys that I think that will, contribute. I don't really have any major issues. My only issue right now thus far is just a lack of addressing of the running back position. I just don't think we got a true number one right now. And I just don't think Zeke has it in him to be the number one, even if he's splitting carries. I'm just not. I feel a little uncomfortable with that position right now. But so far, I've enjoyed the draft. I thought they made some good picks. The defensive end in the second round, me and Mike had talked about that on the show at one point. I said that eventually they were going to need to look at getting a replacement for Tank. And it looks like this kid is the guy that's going to probably be the eventual replacement for him. Got no problem there. Obviously, building up the O-line, I've got no problem with that. Got to have an O-line to protect your quarterback. So, I know it's been an interesting draft so far. But running back, like Mike said, maybe after I get in shape, I'll give them a call and see if I can't suit up and
suit in and boot it.
Exactly.
How do you think, Mike?
And if you've been watching, Kelly on Twitter, that he's getting in shape. He's been dieting. He's working out. He's eating, guacamole and avocado sandwiches or whatever, he's got there. But I love the draft so far. What they got, and I think aside from the positions, it seems like some of these guys all have some nastiness to them, right? They got a little mean streak. They, violent tendencies is what the Tyler Guyton said in a press conference and stuff. So that's what I like to see. The Notre Dame linebacker is giving me flashbacks of Troy Polamalu, maybe with the hair and all that stuff. I'm just imagining these things coming in. But I said this team needed an attitude adjustment on the field, right? So maybe some of these guys are going to bring that. BB seems like he's got some nastiness to him. And so it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. But running back, I mean, do you wait till undrafted free agency to get a running back, or is there still a guy there worth getting? It's got me a little concerned there.
Well, you still have guys like Isaiah Davis and Jason McClellan out there. So I feel like there is a couple dudes that possibly the Cowboys could get, but if they don't pull the trigger on running back at 174 here, then maybe
it's not gonna happen.
Maybe the undrafted free agent. And I got to agree with Kelly there with that. One of the two of our third round picks, I almost was guaranteed it to be a running back. Like in my brain, they had a running back that they liked and they were going to snag him. And maybe it was, I know Blake Corum went just before the Cowboys. I think it was I can't remember exactly what pick Blake Corum went, but it was just before the Cowboys were getting on the board. So maybe they had him in mind and then they just didn't really see anyone else. But even just right now, there's been a couple running backs just go off the board to the Giants. And then I think it was to the Jaguars. So it's concerning that we haven't went running back a little bit because I don't really think there's a starting caliber running back on the team right now. I sure as hell hope it's not put Zeke Elliott in and give him 20 carries because sure, Zeke's great in a situation. Like once they were talking about bringing Zeke back, it was like, okay, he's going to be there to mentor this third round pick that we end up getting, right? And that obviously didn't happen. So a little bit concerning for me, but we all know that you can find gems in running backs like Pacheco a couple years ago for the KC Chiefs. And then, there's always the diamonds in the rough. And I'm really hoping for a running back in the 5th round.
But you know what? And what just kind of aggravates me, and I do have Isaiah on my list. He's my 3 running backs I picked that I was hoping we'd have today. He's the last one left. The other 2 are gone. But what's frustrating to me as a Cowboys fan is you look what we did in the draft, right? Now we've redid our offensive line, and now we got this offensive line that people are going to feel good about, right? They want us to address it. And we could have got a running back for pennies on the dollar and not worried about if you draft one, great, if this happens. But this is a scenario that I was afraid of is now you're getting later and later. You miss out on some of those running backs, right? That 4th round draft, that 4th round pick we didn't have, and that would have been critical. And it's like, here we go. I mean, what are you guys thinking? And it's just like, and George Teague, we were talking about it when Kelly and I were on the show. It's like, I've got to be stupid. This team can't be this dumb. There's got to be something up their sleeve. Jerry Jones has got there's no way you can go from what happened in the playoffs now and just do nothing. And that's the part that's frustrating is we could be sitting here with this revamped offensive line and the running backs we have in the room that's what we got to work with to get us a Super Bowl.
Well, I was kind of thinking even today that possibly they were going to trade up with their comp picks from next year into the 4th round. I was like, okay, this makes sense. They're going to trade up maybe 2 picks for next year's draft and get one of these running backs that were still available. And Mike, I want to ask you, you said you had Isaiah Davis. Who were your other guys? Were they like Jalen Wright and Bucky Irving, or who?
It was Allen and Notre Dame.
Estime.
Yeah, because I figured the other ones were gone. We weren't gonna get the kid from Tennessee, or I figured the Oregon Bucky, he was gonna be gone. But I was thinking realistically, who we had a shot for, possibly those were the 3 that I was hoping would be where we can either move up a little bit to grab them. I mean, you see Philly making moves. I mean, that's the only frustrating part. And I hope I'm proven wrong. I mean, that's why I'm sitting here on the couch and I'm not in the war room.
Well, whenever we make comments on anything, we always get lit up by other commenters in our chat. Like people expecting that we get paid professionally to do this. It's like, you guys should not be doing this. You have no idea about your comments. It's like, fuck off.
Yeah, it's like, hey buddy, how about you suck my cock?
There you go.
How about you do
This- that's the type of response I like to give people. I'd sit there and I'd tell somebody, I said, look, I've never said I'm an authority on anything when it comes to these draft picks or anything like that. It's just my opinion. And if you don't like it, you can take the exit right there that says fuck off.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's like walking into someone's house and then like looking around and be like, oh, you arrange your furniture this way? And it's like, what?
Yeah.
You came to us. Like,
hey, you can have those. Look, I don't mind. I don't mind people being critical of what we say.
Totally.
But like, just providing some value back.
Yes.
In terms of what they think, because I'm
Right.
open. I'm totally open to being like, oh, okay, like I was thinking about this a completely different way, and that can change my mind. But when it's just like an ad hominem attack, I have thick nut skin, so it's not going to hurt me.
huge,
But-
thick nuts in
calloused.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's like just I'd rather we can beat back and forth, but I want to hear what you have to say. Tell me where I went wrong, or tell me who we should have taken instead. Let's have some value to our conversation. If you're an Eagles fan, fuck you anyway. But other than that,
I'm with that.
And boys, Bub Means is off the board right
Bub
now.
Means off
Bub.
the board. Great name. Best name left in the draft.
yeah,
Go, Bob.
absolutely.
Bub means.
Are you guys both? Are you guys streaming? Are you guys streaming? Are you guys watching the draft right now? Like, because
I
we're
am.
a couple. Of course, you're watching the draft. I should have asked. I don't know what feed you guys are on, so we don't want to necessarily ruin your picks when it comes up. But
In case we're ahead, yeah.
in case we're ahead, usually we're behind.
I got that at the same time you guys did. I'm
Perfect.
watching the ESPN right now. So.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm on the gray area stream, so mine's a little behind,
Well-
but that's okay. That's okay.
Well, I'll say this, guys. We did the live stream on Thursday night, me and Mike, and we had a bunch of people popping in and out. And there was a member that was in our chat named Holly, and we thought she was Nostradamus there for a little bit because she was making every single goddamn pick, and we're like, what in the actual fuck is going on here? Because she knew them all, and people even in the chat were like, and I'm like, how is she knowing this? Well, on Twitter, they were getting leaked on Twitter, X, whatever. The picks were getting leaked even before the TV was announced. So she was announcing these like almost 2 minto before it would even say the pick was in. I'm like, how in the fuck? When she called the Penix thing, we're like, what
That's
the
crazy.
And so I had to go and look. And then I'm like, oh, okay, she's on X. Because then I started getting the picks way before everybody else. I'm like, this is what she's doing. I thought she was a female Mel Kiper.
That's right. Otherwise,
a female Mel Kiper. I don't want that. I don't want that.
The peck is in. Yeah, a female Mel Kiper.
Otherwise, what you're going to have to do is take that clairvoyant ability and be like, okay, we're making some bets. What do you got? What do you got?
Right.
Come on.
That's what I
we're
said.
getting
I was
ready
like,
to do
listen,
get on that app.
I was. I said, all right, Holly, you tell me who the next pick is. I'm calling this shit in and book you right now.
Yeah, we had one person in chat that was far ahead, and I was like, okay, it screwed me up on a couple of the picks.
Yeah,
like
we started changing channels because we thought our feed was all messed up.
And then like the Penix one totally screwed our whole kind of like reaction that we did because I was focused on on the tech side of things. But and then at the point I was just like, hey, just don't spoiler alert for the rest of us. Like, and then most people that follow us are pretty into it with us, so they're willing to comply.
I think that in my opinion, and I don't know if you guys feel the same, but for me, that was the biggest surprise of the draft was
By
Penix
far.
going to the Falcons.
By far.
Yeah.
By head over heels.
Head over heels for that Michael
for
Penix
that
Jr.
Michael,
pick?
yeah, for that pick.
The other one was
yeah.
The other one was Purcell, Saul or whatever.
Yeah, to the Niners.
Yeah, the receiver.
Yeah, wide receiver. Because we had our buddy Nate Dogg in house, and he's a 49ers fan. So he waited the entire draft with us, got liquored up, and then that was the pick. So I don't think he left happy.
He did text me the next day, and he's like, "I don't feel as bad about the pick as I did last night."
I like the kid. Like, I think he's a great receiver, and maybe that's because they're going to be losing either Deebo Samuel or Ayuk or both. And so then it might make more sense in a couple months.
So the Jets just drafted Jordan Travis, quarterback from Florida State.
Crazy.
That's the Aaron Rodgers successor.
I got a question. I got a question for you guys. Just how did you guys get together and maybe give us a little story on the Cowboys cave in general?
That's a good question.
Thanks.
Yeah, like you've done this before.
I'll let Mike lead that one off.
I will. I mean, basically, I was, obviously the hype videos and doing that kind of stuff. And I'm a sales guy. I like talking, and I love talking Cowboys. And you get me talking Cowboys, I get really happy, and I can talk forever. So I started doing the show, and originally, and still do, me and my buddy, who I was high school friends with, Jimmy D, we're like, we always want to do a radio show. So it's like, well, I'm going to do this Cowboys thing, but if you want to come on one night, we'll just do a show and just, who cares? We'll have some fun with it. So that's kind of how it started. And then my brother knew some players. So I love talking to old football players and this and that. So I interviewed Larry Cole, was kind of like the first guy I did. So I was getting things going, and I always I like to have like a sidekick, someone I can, just talk Cowboys with. And Kelly and I have always been kind of aligned on social media. I was doing some hype videos. He does some post game stuff. So the people on Twitter follow both of us, and they always kind of link us together. And we never even met or anything. And I was always gonna, I always had him in my mind. And then one day he tweeted out to me, but he was doing another podcast with MC. So that was kind of held it back a little bit, but then they kind of stopped, and he messaged me out of the blue. He's like, man, if you ever, want to do a podcast, something like that, I'd love to do it. And I'm like, shit, man, you're reading my mind. I was waiting for you to say and we kind of started it. And I think we worked pretty well together, and we've had some opportunities to have some great, former Dallas Cowboys and NFL players. And it's like, for me, and I'll let Kelly speak for him, I'm a fan. I just love, I don't claim to be the knowledgeable guy. I'm not a draft guru. I'm not a wizard. I'm not anything like that. I know college football because I'm a fan of college football, but it's primarily, Miami and that conference and who they play. But we just love kicking it like you guys. I've always been a fan of your show because you guys are yourself. You sit there. I don't know how you do all that fancy stuff. I'm not good at that. I wish I could learn, but we just love kicking it. And so that's how it kind of got started for me. And I'll let Kelly add anything I missed.
Yeah, no, we just kind of, I feel like kind of both kind of started going up with our followers on Twitter kind of at the same time, Mike a little bit before me, but then kind of following in a little bit in his steps. Like he said, he does the hype videos, and then I get on there and I cuss and call the Cowboys stupid sons of bitches when they lose, and I fucking pump my chest and call them the best ever when they win.
He has the best part of the job. He has the best part of the job.
Yeah, I yes and no. The bad thing is about that, I always tell them, as I say, you can hype the game up with not knowing how it goes. Me, I still got to get on there after a loss and then own that shit, because 1 week I may be talking about, I'm like, yeah, this time this team is looking different this year. They're a fucking Super Bowl contender. They go out and get smacked in the face by Buffalo, and I'm like coming back out there like, all right, yeah, we got to pump the brakes here.
Yeah.
But we kind of started this thing off, and then Mike, he's great at, like I said, he's a salesman, so he's great at the networking, and getting these former Cowboys players on, these guys from the old school dynasty has always been something really cool. So honestly, I'm just a fan, kind of living the dream, man, through Mike. It's he gets all these great guests and stuff, and I just get to come on and tag along for the ride and, give a little bit of the color commentating. I think people like the fact that I always am myself. I got a foul mouth, and I'm never scared to speak my opinion. I don't really give a shit what people think. So I'm always going to be that way. I love the Cowboys, diehard fan, and I just speak what I feel, man, and people, and it seems to relate with a lot of people more than not. I feel like the only people that don't relate to me is Eagles fans. And that's intentional because I always say, man, it's fuck Philly all day and fuck Philly when I go to sleep at night.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
That's
I
right.
couldn't agree more. But so Mike, you're based out of Florida. Kelly, where are you based out of?
I'm in Omaha, Nebraska.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, because you're in
Omaha,
Dallas right now, but I
I'm-
didn't. Yeah, but you're just in Dallas right now, just visiting then.
Yep. Yeah, I'm originally from Texas. I
Gotcha.
moved from Texas to Omaha back in like 2014. Got some family up there. My dad's up there. Grandparents were up there before they passed, and so went up there to be closer to them as they got older and stuff. And then kind of just I've laid down roots, man. So my daughter, I got a granddaughter right now up there. So probably not leaving Omaha anytime soon. But I come back to Texas several times a year, and obviously go to the games and stuff. So yeah.
Nice, man. Did you say you have a granddaughter?
I do.
So
I do. I got a
you're a
3-year-old
gilf.
granddaughter.
So you're a gilf.
You're
Is that what you're trying to say?
Grandpa, I'd like to.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, man. She is definitely the world's best wingman when I go out and anywhere, man. I take her out. I got her every other Friday, and I'll take her out on the town and take her for some pizza, some ice cream, and shit like that. And she is a chick magnet. I will tell you that.
If you need another granddaughter, I like that deal. Pizza and ice cream. Let's go.
So
man, that's good.
So
That's
as AJ's trying to do some pickup maneuvers here, Jets picks are in. Dallas, I think, is on the clock right now.
Yeah, well, Dallas will be as soon as the Jets pick is in.
Jets pick is in, but once they announce it, right?
Yep. So we're coming up to the first pick.
That Jets pick that they had, man, and again, I've told people before, I could be wrong and I can admit when I'm wrong, but the guy that I was highest on that I thought you could get most value out of later round was that Braylon Allen from Wisconsin. I love that fucking kid, man. I think that everything that he struggles on is technique. That's all coachable stuff. His weaknesses, the pass blocking, pass catching, different things that he has is all. He reminds me of Derrick Henry so much. I'm not saying I think he's gonna have a Derrick Henry type career, but I think the Jets got a hell of a pick in the 4th round, grabbing him, and I really wanted the Cowboys to get him.
They were
one of the
they were
3rd or 4th round.
They were showing some of his highlights after he got picked, and like
I know
the guy is just a tank. Like he's a massive, and you can't teach size, right? Like you said, you can teach pass blocking, you can teach technique into catching, you can teach all these other things. You can't teach a guy to be 6'2", 240 pounds and run like he does. Like that's just, he's born with that. And that would have been an amazing pick. Braylon Allen in the 4th, and losing that 4th round for Trey Lance is where the jury's still a little bit out on what happens with Trey Lance, but it did sting, man. Because the Cowboys definitely could have had another pick that would have easily fit into this team and possibly start right away. Isaiah Davis just taken.
Davis is gone.
There it is.
Damn it! One pick before the Cowboys. Isaiah Davis off the board.
Isn't that the way that it goes every fucking time?
Hey, would you guys? Jerry Rice's kid's still sitting.
Yeah,
there.
we want bloodline. I want a bloodline pick.
You know, hey, if we can't win, how about let's piss the 49ers?
Exactly.
Well, listen,
Let's
let's
take
do
Jerry
it.
Rice's kid and see him at our stadium all the time.
Exactly.
That's what we were saying. We would love to see Jerry Rice have to show up and cheer for the Cowboys.
Do it.
We're all about the Brendan Rice.
We're a bloodline pick. He's on our big board right there.
Yeah.
I'm 100% down with that. 100%.
No, I think he'd be good. I think he's going to have a good NFL career. Maybe, obviously, I don't think he's going to be what his father is, but I think to your point, I mean, there is something about some pedigree there, and having it in the
bloodline
who
pick.
Picked up? Who was it that picked up McCaffrey?
Who picked up McCaffrey?
The wide receiver from Rice.
Yeah.
He went early too.
Yeah, but what
McCaffrey
team?
went
No,
early.
Washington picked him up.
Third round, right? Was it Washington?
I think
Washington.
That's what I thought. And I was sitting there and I was talking about it, guys inside and shit. And I was telling them, I said, I hate giving these guys fucking anybody compliments NFCs, but Washington is having a pretty good fucking draft. I mean, obviously,
they had a million
all
picks.
their picks got to pan out, but they got a pretty good draft going on right now. So We'll see what that amounts to. But I'm just looking at the picks that they've got on the board. I'm like, it's pretty impressive.
I'm just looking to see who McCaffrey.
He went to the
Washington.
Washington.
Was it?
The Washington Commanders.
Cowboys pick is in.
Cowboys pick is in, boys. Cowboys
Could
pick is
be
in.
Rice or
Come on.
Wingo.
Woo!
Yeah, turn this shit up.
Shit is turned up.
Alex, you and Boots on the ground were talking about Wingo in the chat, right?
I saw him. I saw that Boots dropped him in, and I like
Wingo from LSU. Oh no, who you guys are
defensive
talking?
tackle. Well,
Oh, sorry, defensive tackle.
defensive tackle, 6 foot, 284. So he's a little light, but
Listen,
I don't know. I don't know if the metrics are in a transitional stage here for some of these positions in the NFL. Linebackers are tending to be a little bit lighter in that 230 range rather than the 250 range that you've seen like studs of the past be, right?
Yep.
And so I'm wondering if that's the same thing with defensive tackles, where it's like you still want to be in that 290 range as close as you can to 300, but maybe they're leaning more towards the strength and athleticism of them being able to move around those big guys.
What was his
I don't know.
height? 6'4"?
6 foot. So he's not a very.
He's 6 foot?
Yeah.
6 foot, 290?
284.
Holy
284, and he's a defensive tackle?
Yes, from LSU.
I think I could get to 284 if I really tried to. I'm like 5'11". I think I could get to 284 if I really tried.
Yeah.
That's not very big.
That is not.
I'm
no.
6'3", 235. If I got up that big, I'd be a fucking butterball, man.
Yeah.
Good God.
Yeah, but you'd have a chance to start
Holy
for the
shit.
Cowboys, though.
Yeah. I mean, there's always that.
Man, that is a small defensive tackle, though. 6 foot, 284.
Yeah,
That's not
6
very
foot,
big.
Okay, so we all.
I hope Jerry still has that piss spite left in him.
Just to take
Just
Rice?
to take Rice.
Take
Brandon
Rice.
Rice?
Take him.
Come on, let's
Hey,
go.
6'2". He's a good receiver.
Oh,
We could
yeah.
use, you know.
Isaiah Davis, he would have been a good pick, man.
6'2", 208. I'm gonna bring up Rice. Just
Bring him up. Bring up Rice.
Get the mojo going. Get the vibes right.
Get
you
the
know?
vibes going. Let's go, baby.
Give us Rice.
Give us Rice. Give us Rice. Give us Rice.
I'm gonna. What? Oh, there we go.
We're seeing some Isaiah
I don't know
Davis
if you guys.
highlights.
I don't know if you guys can hear. They're doing like some sound check shit over here to my right. Over here, there's stuff. Well, I'm at the bar that I'm at. They're about to do it's their 15th birthday party. So they some live music that's about to start over here. You guys hear music in the background. That's what's going on.
I don't think it actually sounds all right.
No, you can't
Yeah,
hear
it's
it
just
yet.
a little ambience,
All right. Good. That's why I brought the earbuds, man, so we can hopefully block a bunch of that out. But
K9 in the
All right, come
Wild.
on.
That's your
What's
new
that?
K9 in the Wild. That's your new podcast episode.
Out in the wild. Yeah. We got there's a setting up over there.
Oh yeah.
It's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool place. A pretty cool spot. They got a lot of big TVs and there's the bar that's filled full of tequila. And that's my main main requirements. As long as there's tequila, I'm there. I'm in.
I'll say this about American bars or like American sports bars. Like Canada doesn't really have that. So when we get down to Texas for the games and we get to go to, like a Texas Live and stuff, it's like
Texas Live is.
Oh man, it's like there's nothing in Canada like that. Like not even close.
No.
Yeah, Texas Live is a place, man. I'm gonna have one of my kids sprinkle some ashes inside Texas Live.
Right.
In a couple tequila shots. In a couple tequila shots.
Like, a couple tequila shots. Sprinkle a little bit of me in the urinal because I spent a lot of time there.
Yeah.
The last time we were at Texas Live, I took my shirt off.
Yeah, Adam was dancing around topless, and I was like, "Dude, you're like, get your shirt on."
He was just hyping the crowd up.
Yeah, he was
People
hyping
loved
them.
them.
People loved
Yeah,
it.
after we go through the pick, we want to talk about what your guys' plans are, what games you guys are going over this season. But we don't want to get you into a nice story right now until the pick's in.
I know. I've been waiting. I'm looking at this TV.
Yeah, it's like
pick is
is
in.
it just the Cowboys that they take so long to take the pick?
Pick is in. All
Because
right, get somebody out there.
Jerry's hanging on to the leg of the person who's supposed to deliver. No, no.
I hurry your ass up.
Yeah,
He's like, come on, guys, we're gonna drag this out as long as we possibly can.
Right.
The longer the Cowboys name can be on that screen is better for our marketing and the profitability this year.
Look, we've also been ranking the war rooms over the draft here, and there's still few that I hope we see.
Whose haven't we seen?
Well, we just haven't ranked. I'm sure we've seen them, but it's been Panthers,
Oh, there's the
Seahawks,
Cowboys.
Green
How do
Bay.
you not have
and
the
Bucks.
Rams number 1?
We didn't like it as much as
It's in a mansion. You don't like it in a mansion?
well, you know, there are some conditions that we have that
there's been some really poor ones. I know that. I said the couple of picnic tables. I think it was Washington had like
Yeah,
picnic
Washington's
tables.
bad.
Black-
Red
black-
floor picnic table. Okay,
Here
here we
it
go,
is.
boys.
Yeah.
Okay,
Here we go.
Okay, boys, pick us in.
All right. At first I thought it was Enrique Burak, but that's who's talking. Like, who the fuck's Enrique?
Yeah. We're all scrambling to find.
Come on.
Jeez.
Yeah, I know, right?
This is definitely the longest for a 5th round pick before they've announced it. The pick's been in for 5 minutes, I feel like. Here we go. Kalen Carson.
Kalen
cornerback,
Carson,
Wake Forest.
Don't know much about
Cornerback.
him. I know nothing about him.
cornerback.
I don't know nothing about him. DB, 5'11", 199 pounds.
Decent size. Like that's not a terrible
Shorter.
size. This
Yeah,
is
not
this
too
is
bad.
this is it is where you're gonna start taking a cornerback. It is a spot where they could have taken a wide receiver. So I don't hate this. I don't hate this pick. I know nothing about the guy. I just, as far as the position is, it's not a bad spot to go CB.
No, yeah, it's not. I mean, you know, I still one of the things that I feel like that the Cowboys, I don't know why they didn't bring back Stephon Gilmore. He expressed interest that he wanted to be back. I don't mind drafting a young quarterback, but I really thought the combination of Gilmore, Diggs, and Bland and Jordan Lewis, it really, really intrigued me, man, because I thought Gilmore still had a great season last year.
Oh, yeah.
Considering and he expressed interest that he wanted to be back. I don't think he would have cost a lot of money. That was something that kind of disappointed me so far. But then again, there's a lot of moves in the offseason so far. Lack of moves that have disappointed me. But yeah. So adding to the defense. So
Yeah, get another defensive pick. Give Mike Zimmer. A lot of people thought when the Cowboys were at 24 and there was a couple of really good cornerbacks there that they were saying that would have been a complete Mike Zimmer pick. Look at Mike Zimmer over there right now. He's stoked. So I think Zimmer might have really liked this guy, and they feel like he can play into the defense. And man, these guys, as far as drafting cornerbacks, I would say that's probably their second best position after offensive linemen. They've drafted a lot of good cornerbacks, so they see something in this dude, and they brought him in. So I'm excited about it.
yeah, maybe if he turns out to be the next Duron Bland, he was drafted in the 5th round.
Exactly.
So if he's the next Duron Bland, you got yourself, that's a win right there. So you're right. The Cowboys have definitely got value out of their DBs that they've drafted in some of the later rounds. So
and for
I'm okay with this pick.
In a depth pick like this, there's not a lot invested in them, and you also have to consider the new kickoff rules are a little different. So I'm not sure how that's actually going to play out in the NFL, but it never hurts to make sure you got enough studs on your special teams, because I think it's an underrated part of the football game, and it kind of sucks that such a small part of the game can have such a huge impact on the actual gameplay. But that's kind of the beauty about it, right? If you get hit at the 10-yard line when you're trying to run it out, that can have a major impact on the drive and what you're going to be calling and the chances you're going to be taking, as opposed to that player rushing to the 40 or 50-yard line, right? So there's just so much that a special teams, even though it happens very quickly and it's a one-play thing, it can have such a big impact on the rest of that on that down set.
Absolutely.
Mike, what do you think about the pick?
I'm fine with it, but my only concern is I just have nightmares of us getting run all over. And I just watched some guys leave, and I'm not seeing any defensive tackles. Now, granted, maybe the plan is to take it in the the later rounds. Maybe there's just not enough value there to do it. But man, I sure hope they could stop the run. And obviously, does this mean that we're just going to go with running back by committee? I mean, we're just going to go with running back by committee and hope for the best.
I think so.
Yeah, Zeke RB1.
Well, by looking at even with who's left in the draft for running backs, like I think Isaiah Davis really was that last guy that could maybe get a good portion of reps in an offense. Yeah. With him gone, it looks like the Cowboys, that's exactly what they're going to do. Unless, I was one of the lead vocalists for the band CanFan saying give Rico Dowdle more snaps, and it looks like we're about to see more snaps
Yeah.
from Rico Dowdle because what the Cowboys are doing, they haven't addressed the position in free agency. We were all led to believe that it was going to get answered in the draft. That ship sailed. So we got to start looking at the Cowboys are going running back by committee, and more than likely the three dudes that are there right now.
And maybe Rico Dowdle is better than some of these prospects in the minds of the Cowboys, right? Like, I don't really hate the dude. From what we've seen, I really liked him, and I do want to see him rush more. I was just really dead set on a running back in this draft, but if that's, doesn't seem to be the case, I agree. With one of these two picks, they definitely need to do something for a defensive interior, just like, stack another player in there, and let's hope that Mozzie Smith has a nice step up this year. Pressure can change a person's motivation and mindset. So
Jalen Ford off the board.
There he goes, Jalen Ford.
That would have been a good. That would have been a good pick too. That would have actually been a good depth signing. I got to ask, what are the Cowboys picks? 216, 233, and 244. Is that what's left?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah.
So
I mean, and at those picks, I think you're looking at guys that are either going to be guys that you think that maybe can be depth picks or special teams contributors. Usually at this point, but you never know. Maybe they can find a diamond of some linebacker or some running back we've never heard of that comes out and is the next Isaiah Pacheco. I'm not crossing my fingers on there, but you never know.
There is a bloodline pick still late in the rounds for running back, Frank Gore Jr.
Jr., right? Yeah.
The other one that we drafted or we were talking about one time, and chat was giving us a little bit of comments earlier on saying, watch the Cowboys draft Dylan Lobby, the white running back.
Oh yeah, Dylan Lobby. We were joking. Yeah. We're like, we pulled his picture up, but like Dylan Lobby pulled his picture up, and then it was a white guy. We were
like, he's like, we're out.
We're like, we did not expect.
We already have our white back quota with
Lipke.
Yeah, Lepke. Yeah.
Hunter Lipke. Yeah.
So it'll be interesting.
So I don't know if we
Saints War Room. I like.
I don't
really
know.
Do.
I don't know. I just want to go back to the Cowboys O-line here because I have a question that, I'd like to been asking. My ideal setup, if it turned out that this was the best option for the Cowboys, obviously if it, makes more sense, but just before we even get these rookies into the locker room, on left tackle Smith, right guard Beebe, center Hoffman, right tackle Martin, right guard Martin, and then right tackle Guyton. What do you guys love that, hate that, or what do you see the O-line being for the Cowboys going into the season?
I'd have to hear that one more time, but
sure.
I think the way it's going to go is Guyton's going to be your left tackle.
Right.
I think they're going to throw Tyler. That pretty much secured Tyler's going to be your guard. The center, I think they're going to hope for BB to be the center, and then Martin and Steele. But I liked Hoffman. I like Bass. I wouldn't give up on them. I was one of the very few that thought our offensive line starters, if you push Tyler out to left tackle and you put Bass and Hoffman in at guard and center, wasn't bad. Now there wasn't a lot of depth, but it wasn't bad. But obviously that's why I'm sitting on the couch. They drafted the two linemen, but you got to think that they're anticipating them to be in that starting lineup.
Yeah. Well, and I hope that it's just the best player. They're not like locked on because he's a rookie that he has to start. How about you, Kelly?
I think that whatever they do, I think that they should go with whoever the best player at that position is. Evaluate these guys in training camp. It sounds like from the starts of it, though, it sounds like Guyton says that he feels like that he's a left tackle. I think that first of all, I like that. Because that's a big void to fill right now with the absence of Tyron Smith.
Yeah.
So if the guy's up to the challenge, let him have at it, man. I know a lot of people are sitting there and they're saying that he's raw and that they don't think he's ready to step in and protect the back's blind side. But if I could pull the receipts of everything everybody said negative about Tyler Smith a few years ago, I feel like I would like to put those out there because they said I heard a lot of the same things about Tyler Smith. That he was raw, too many holding penalties, not disciplined, and not great footwork, all this stuff. And he took the entire training camp playing at guard, didn't get any reps at the left tackle. Then Tyron Smith gets hurt, so he steps in and plays very well in his first year as a rookie at left tackle. Obviously moved inside eventually to guard, and then I feel like that's where he plays his best, where he should stay. But I think the addition of these two guys they got on the offensive line gives them options to make some, because you got Beebe, who's got experience at guard, or they say that they think can move inside the center. You've got Brock Hoffman, and you've got Guyton out here. So I think they've done some good things to give themselves some options in these pieces of the offensive line. So I actually think we're in a good position right now in terms of the offensive line. And I think, again, the one thing that the Cowboys do is draft well without offensive line. So I trust that these guys are going to be in and be good contributors this year. So, now if we can just find running backs to run behind that offensive line, that's the next obvious thing we got to figure out. But I guess we'll see how that goes.
Just a quick update here from Canada.
CFL pick, a Toronto Argonaut. Argo off.
Stiggers from the Toronto Argonauts
Just
in
went
the
to the Jets.
CFL. That's the Canadian Football League, okay?
For anybody
Yeah,
that's
Vive
wondering.
Quebec. That's
Yeah,
good. They
right.
got Toronto's got something there.
Yeah, they got it.
So here,
Canada's got some guys.
yeah, I mean, look. So
I didn't know you could draft a CFL guy.
I didn't either.
Neither did we, and we're from Canada.
My only question is how old is this guy? Because some of these guys are
41.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, you're 41 in the CFL, and you're eligible draft.
Interesting though, and actually, so there was another University of British Columbia player taken in the 4th round. That big old offensive left tackle,
Moana, Manu or whatever.
yeah, that the Cowboys were looking at. He's like 6'8", 300 and something pounds. So Canada's repping. Canada's repping.
He's actually Quantez is only 22 years old. So
okay.
I don't believe it.
I don't believe it. You're a liar.
Yeah.
You're lying to us.
Well, we do minus 5 years off of our age in Canada when you come up here. So
Why does the CFL? Why don't they follow the same field and everything like the NFL does?
Canadian pride, Mike.
Who knows?
Canadian pride.
It is so fucking hard to watch a CFL football game. It is terrible. It is so bad. I remember at one time I was sitting at an airport bar and there was a guy from the States traveling up in Canada, and there was a CFL game on, and he's like, "Oh, is this like your guys' college game?" I was like, "No, man, this is professional football up here." And he just kind of
CFL, baby.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's awful. No one likes it. No one likes it up here.
I'll say that it's I cannot outside of college football. I cannot get in. I've never been able to get into USFL, XFL, the CFL. The only FL I've got is the NFL. I just can't.
Yeah,
it's a different product, and not anything against anybody that does watch it, and get something out of it. But it's college football and NFL for me. The other ones I can't watch, man. Everybody's like, hey, you should have watched Dallas because they won the championship. I can't.
I can't get it.
Watch it. I've seen it. I've even been to some of the games, and atmosphere is kind of fun at those games. They do a bunch of quirky little thing, and stuff to kind of keep you excited. And those are fun to go to, but to lock in for a season and to get invested in those players and stuff like that, I just can't never do that.
CFL up here, Kelly, you'll run into somebody that's like a diehard. Crack me if I got him. You'll run into someone up here that's a diehard CFL fan. And they'll just argue to death with you that the CFL is a better game.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, the CFL is not a better. I'm like, it's not a better game. I'm like, sure, you might think the rules are better, but the starting player in a CFL can't even be a practice squad player in the NFL. That in itself makes the product way less appealing to me.
We've had a few players. There's been a few players in CFL.
Well, Warren Moon, you got to go back to.
Warren Moon,
Flutie.
Doug Flutie. But I mean, you look at Nathan Rourke. He was like a stud out here for the BC Lions, which is like 45 minutes away from us to go see games. And he made it onto the Jaguars. But like Anth was saying, he's kind of practice squad in, practice squad out. He was a stud in the CFL, but There's
been a couple guys. Cameron Wake was really good. He came from the CFL, had a pretty good, decent career.
But it's like,
it's few and far.
Then you get the reverse side. You get Ricky Williams, who comes up and he plays.
But he didn't play very well either.
He didn't play well
and
up
actually,
at the CFL.
There's actually the Cowboys ex-wide receiver, Lucky Whitehead, came up to Canada and actually played for the BC Lions and was a stud, an absolute stud. Like he had a very like you can go and watch some Lucky Whitehead skills, and you know what he was like in the NFL, and he dominates the CFL. So that's the kind of competition that's in the CFL.
Yeah. You know what was a good one was arena football.
Yeah.
Back in the day. That was fun. because
Yeah.
I think like to Kelly's point, the atmosphere has to. I mean, they'd be sold out like Tampa. They had the
Yep.
Tampa Storm, and it was a fun atmosphere, fast pace. It was so
Yeah,
it
just
was
tons of bombs, and then just the
Smashing guys into the boards.
yeah,
that was
like
always funny
that
to
was
see.
always awesome.
It just
That
feels
was
like
like-
with the UFL and XFL, I mean, it would be nice to have that kind of farm league, and if it has that joint partnership where it can be sustainable. I think a lot of times, kind of what Kelly's saying is like no one wants to commit to something else if it's not going to be around a lot. And with the whole like flag football, just seems to be every single year taking more and more precedence to the younger kids. And now that it's in the Olympics, it's like, is flag football going to be that next thing that people 10 years from now start to sustain and watch more? But
No.
no, I know.
No. I'm going to answer that for you. Hell no.
Well, hey, the NFL is kind of turning into a flag football league with all these
Okay,
fucking rules
fair. I
changes
see what you did
anyways.
there. I see what you did there.
But yeah, it'd be nice to know that if there's that secondary league so that during the off season you can commit a bit more. But it's like it sucks when you watch some of these XFL or UFL teams. Is it the XFL or what is the league called now?
I think it's
yeah,
UFL.
UFL.
So they changed the UFL.
Yeah, UFL combined the two.
So the UFL, when you see it, it's like there's like 100 people watching the game.
I mean, they have a cable deal. Like it was on cable television. Whoever still has that up here in Canada a couple weeks ago, and I was like, oh shit, they're actually making some moves.
Yeah.
But it's been this ongoing thing since the USFL, right? It's been this league that everyone's trying to be the league that is the feeder league for the NFL, and no one's been able to do it well enough that anyone cares enough about it.
The Rock being involved could probably handle that kind of brand partnership. It'll help it out a bit. One of the things I wanted to ask you boys before the pick, and I said we'd save it, but so let's get into it now. What games are you guys targeting this year? I know the schedule hasn't been released, but we see the home and away coming up. Like who do we have on our dockets for you guys? And I'll bring the schedule up so you guys can see it here, or the teams.
Well, I know Kelly and I are maybe thinking road trips, right? Kelly, maybe to Atlanta and Carolina.
Yeah.
I know I'll definitely be to both of those. And then, the home games, it would be obviously Philly. I always go to prime games. I have season tickets, so I kind of pick the games I want to go to. My son and I will go to a game. My wife and I go to a game. Kelly and I will go to a game. And then if friends of mine have teams, we'll go with them. So it's really more dependent on who I'm going with, who gets my extra seat, and then always go to the home prime games.
How come you haven't gone to? We haven't seen you at the Thanksgiving game the last.
Because it's a huge event in the States.
I know. So
I'll be at this one.
Okay. So hey, guess what? It's our third annual trip. Fourth annual. Fourth annual. Fuck me.
Man, don't sell us short. Don't you sell us short.
I'll be there. My wife is going up to New York. My daughter's gonna cheer in the parade up at the Macy's parade, and I have no interest in parades. I hate parades. The only parade I'll go to is when the Cowboys win the Super Bowl. I'll go to that parade. No other parade I ever want to be part of. So I'll definitely, since she'll be gone, I'll probably definitely hit that game. Maybe my son and I or someone will go down to that game. So hopefully I get to meet you guys.
Oh no, not hopefully. If you're going to be at that game. We're finding you. We're finding you. We're finding you. We're going to be there cracking it as you're doing your intro. Kelly, I muted you because I could hear the people singing in the background. So before you mention, just make sure you unmute yourself. I low-key sneaky Pete'd you there.
You can unmute it if you want to give your answer.
Yeah, well, I was going to let you boys know I'm getting ready to have to roll out, but
yeah, no worries.
They're about to get louder out here. But no, as far as the games go, man, me and Mike we do an annual tailgate. So there'll be an annual tailgate when the schedule comes out that we're going to release and we're going to do. So we do the Cowboys tailgate. That's always been a really good turnout for people to show up to that. So that'll be one. I mean, me personally, I'm looking at that home schedule. I like the Baltimore. I like that game. I've never seen Baltimore.
Yeah.
So I like that. I think they're going to have a squad. It's going to be a tough game. Also wouldn't mind going there with Philly. As much as I hate their Philly fans, to be able to be there at AT&T when we put the smackdown on them, that would be just kind of a little cherry on top of it. Because I'll get all those Philly fans that always tell me that they're like, you always say fuck Philly over X time and Twitter, but you wouldn't say it to nobody's face. Well, that's completely wrong. I tell Philly fans, fuck Philly every time I see one. So I mean, you know, obviously I'm not trying to get into fights or anything, but when I see a Philly fan, I remember when they were playing, you know, when they played in the Super Bowl a few years back. I had my Cowboys gear on Super Bowl Sunday, and a guy Philly gear head to toe walked in there, and he looked at me. Well, you're at least gonna root for us because we're from the same division, right? And I said, hell's gonna freeze over before I'd ever root for Philly, man. I said, fuck the Eagles. And he looks at me and just starts laughing. I said, so I got to get to a Philly game, man, so I can give these fans the business in person. So
Definitely. That's right.
the
Hey,
game I'm definitely targeting.
Whichever game you guys go to, let us know. We'll join you there, and then we can roll in a pack.
Yeah, we were trying to create some, and we talked with Super Cowboy and a few other creators, and we were all talking about hitting an away game in Philadelphia. And I know we talked. I mean, one of our best performing videos is Mike Tagg telling the story of the draft. Was it the draft when he's talking about the Phillies fans being trash? Yeah, So we know what Philly fans are like, and that's why you got to roll in numbers if you're going to the enemy territory. Yeah. I do like the idea. I have seen Philly in Dallas, but I want to see Dallas in Philly now.
Yeah,
which would be
It's definitely on my bucket list as well.
I think it's like a rite of we talked about it all the time. It's that rite of passage for all of us Cowboys fans. We're trying to.
As long as no one gets stabbed in the neck.
Yeah. It'll be a success.
But we have like a bucket list of like away stadiums that we're trying to collect in terms of where we're headed towards. And that's when we looked at it, we talked about Cleveland would be a pretty cool away game to go to.
Pittsburgh would be sweet.
Pittsburgh would be nice. You mentioned Carolinas. I mean, but the Falcons, I feel like would be a better game to go see this year, Mike, as an away game.
Yeah, I mean, really, the two there, just to be honest with you, is I manage those territories. So, I got a cabin. About an hour and a half north of Atlanta. So there may be a Cowboys cave, weekend. Cowboys cave weekend. You know what I'm talking about?
Thanks for inviting us.
Because there's probably some people we don't want coming into the cabin, but we got to make that. But you guys are on that guest list.
Oh, good, Mike. That's
have to
perfect.
Create a guest list, but yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. Carolina is a Cowboys home game. I went to that. And
oh shit! Okay.
I don't know if you guys know. He's in a lot of content. He's a follower. Doug from Carolina. I hung out with him and his family, and they take over. Like the Cowboys take over Carolina, so it's like a home game. Same with Atlanta. But if you guys end up going to Atlanta, let me know. Got a place to crash.
Let the people know where they can find you guys online. We appreciate you having you on today. What? Give us your socials. Give us where we can slide into your DMs.
It's 59 dash what?
Social Security?
No, I mean, for me, it's MTAG 1993 on any social media platform. CowboysCave.com is the easiest way to find anything. Obviously on YouTube, Cowboys Cave on YouTube. And like I said, we have a lot of former players on there, a lot of great stories. It's definitely a good time. So if you guys are into that kind of stuff, come check it out and hit that subscribe.
Well, and you know what? We've talked about we've had you on the show before, and we're very bad at inviting people back on our show, but like we need to do more shows with you guys throughout the off season. I know during season gets a little bit hectic, but let's make sure we make this not a ritual,
a
reoccurring theme. Thank you.
I'd love to collaborate. I mean, Kelly and I have been doing that more, trying to collaborate more because I've met, I think we've had the opportunity to meet so many great people, and now trying to do that more, to network more, and it's fun. And numbers talking Cowboys, it makes it even better, man. And you guys are always my favorite. Now, every time I open a beer, I always got a
yes, that's what we want. Crack them if you got them.
If you got them. Speaking of that, toss me one, AJ.
And Kelly, how about you?
Yeah, man. So first of all, just to say, anytime that I can come on a podcast and I can use the fuck word freely, that's I'm an instant fan. So you guys had a fan of me from day one, man. As soon as I started watching you guys shit, and I'm like, man, these guys are fucking drinking beers and cussing and shit. These are like my kind of people, man. They're like brothers. We don't have to be blood related to be brothers. These guys are brothers, man. So thanks for having me on. I appreciate you guys, but. You can find me on the Cowboys Cave with Mike Tagg, but also on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. You can find me at Kelly_K_9. Where I just basically specialize in talking shit to the haters. So,
there we go.
but yeah, I definitely would like to get on you guys more. And then, like Mike said, do the collaborations and stuff. It's one Cowboys content creators helping each other out and just kind of pushing this thing out because, there's a lot of Cowboys fans and, there's quite a few Cowboys fans that don't know, how great the content is out here amongst, all these great content creators. And so, pushing other people's, forums out there and helping each other out, I think it's just part of it, man. Because at the end of the day, man, we're just one big family. We all want to see the same thing. That's the Dallas Cowboys bring the number 6, back to Dallas, man. So that's what it's all about.
That's right.
Hell yeah.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for your time today, gentlemen, and have a great rest of the draft. And may you rest nicely tonight. We got Sunday to rest up before Monday hits. It's always nice when there's that extra day between the work week. So
I'm living in Florida. I'll be out on the water tomorrow. So you guys enjoy it up in Canada.
Awesome. All right.
See you guys.
Boys.
Thanks,
See you
guys.
later, man. Thanks for having us. All right.
Peace.
Bye.
Cowboys Cave.
Cowboys Cave.
Couple beauties.
Couple
Cowboys
beauties.
Nation's just full of beauties. Why does everyone hate our fan base so much? Like every Cowboys fan I meet just seems awesome.
I know.
Why does everybody hate us so much?
Well, we're also dealing with a select group of people, not only with our chat, but also with our guests that come on. So sorry, I just read a message from B Unit. My HelloFresh delivery has arrived.
That means it's a good Saturday.
Hey, B Unit, go ahead and eat the burger if you want, but save me a slice.
That's funny.
I'm gonna go grab a little bit of that Baba's dish.
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah.
There's like very little left.
Okay.
I saved you a little bit. There's no pizza left.
There's no
Adam
pizza.
and I- Adam and I
crushed it
dummied that last night.
buddy. I can make you a corn dog. Ooh. No, hey, not you.
Ooh.
Not you.
Did I hear corn dog?
Not you. I mean, you know what?
Ooh.
Legit, the corn dogs might not be there anymore. We'll see.
Interesting.
Jenkins says you're either a Cowboys fan or a Cowboy hater.
That's true.
He had to go.
Or you're also cracking them if you got them.
Okay, I might have to go to the bathroom, but we'll see.
What do you mean?
Like go Pepe.
But what's happening?
Well, I just didn't want to leave you solo in the
You
studs.
solo me up.
Nope,
Solo
not
me
doing
up.
it.
Give me.
I ain't doing it.
Give me my camera
Hey,
and go.
I ain't doing it.
I can talk.
Hey, I ain't doing it.
Eagles have another pick. It just seems like every time I look up, the Eagles are drafting someone.
So we are. This is probably another pretty big stretch before. Not like what you're stretching there. Look at you. Look at you just stretching it out. It's been a long couple days here.
You never think sitting in one spot would be so tiresome.
No, my shoulders.
I
are
know, just from
sore.
like slouching or slouching.
Yeah.
Slunching.
Slunching. Okay, so why do you think?
I'm slunching.
No. Why do you think Brendan Rice has dropped so far?
Brendan Rice, Johnny Wilson, Jason McClellan. Like, we still got three names on our big board. Johnny Wilson, gone to the Eagles. No! When I see a big board pick go to a divisional rival, especially like those dirty birds.
Cross them off the list.
Johnny Wilson to the Eagles.
Johnny Wilson is off our CanFan big board. We have Brendan Rice and Chase McClellan.
We didn't hit a single player on our big board.
Are we shitty at drafting? I thought all of our mock drafts and our picks were like solid picks.
Yeah, they were solid picks.
Until everybody in the comments tell us we don't know what we're doing.
Yeah, but if you look back at them, that's why it's always fun. Like, I go back and I even looked at some of our mock drafts from last year. There's a couple of our mock drafts from last year. If they would have played out and got those guys, Super Bowl. Super Bowl.
Jenkins Gaming says Johnny won't make the Eagle roster. LOL.
Good, and then we can get him on the cheap. Johnny Wilson out onto the Eagles.
Whopper said, "What is Canada?" And then Botg says, "Canada is love, beer, and boosh all mixed together."
Yeah, that's a big old boosh.
That's a big old boosh, baby.
Sometimes you got to boosh it. Sometimes you got to boosh it.
Sometimes you got to boosh it. Sometimes you got to boosh.
The trick is, like, sometimes you boosh, and other times you just booshed it. You just never know.
Okay, so what are we seeing here?
Tom Brady taken in 2000, senior, 6'4", 211. Just
Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Yeah, go take a leak. I got this. Brendan Rice still available. Bo Braid from Maryland, safety. Michael Pratt, QB from Tulane. Kamal Hayden, QB from Tennessee. The Atlanta Falcons are on the clock. We are into round 6. Casey Washington, wide receiver, Illinois, to the Atlanta Falcons. So Kirk Cousins Might get another weapon if he's not beat out by Penix Jr. Cowboys are still a nice 20 picks away. So over 20 picks. Cowboys are almost 30 picks away. 28 picks away till the Dallas Cowboys select in the 6th round. Which I believe is a comp pick. I think 216 and 244 were comp picks. Very surprised the Cowboys didn't end up trading up in the 4th to get someone. We selected a cornerback out of Wake Forest with pick 174. We'll see how he ends up being or doing. None of us really knew who he was. And that's kind of what will happen with us as we get later into the rounds, the less we know about certain players.
Jenkins says Eagles are back up in like 4 picks again, and you can see them at 190.
They just have, it's every time I look up, there's a Philadelphia Eagle pick. It's insane. It's actually kind of annoying, to be honest.
Was there enough food there for you?
A good plate.
Did you eat it already?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
It's a shepherd's pie.
Did you go cold?
No, I
You heated it up nice.
I do think I have like sourdough bread and some meat and stuff. I might make up myself a sandy.
Did you do a piece of rhubarb pie?
No, but I will.
I almost did that when I was up there, but I didn't want to be gone for too long.
Well, maybe I'm going to go do that quickly, too.
AJ,
you
Johnny
do-
Wilson to the Philadelphia Eagles.
No way.
Yep.
Yeah, and they have a pickup in 2 more picks from now.
What if they get?
How many picks did those down?
I know.
What if the Eagles take Jace next?
Yeah, they will. Okay, I'll wait to go up and eat after you do your double round there.
The rhubarb pie is delicious.
If you need a protein bar, I got some protein bars.
If you brought me down a piece of pie, I wouldn't be upset.
I can maybe bring it down a. Hey,
I'll take
I
some.
can maybe bring it down a piece of pie.
I'll eat pie on air.
Hey, I can maybe bring it down a piece of pie.
I'll take that piece.
Hey, I can maybe bring it down a piece of pie.
Why give me a single piece when you can give me the whole goddamn pie?
Jenkins is saying Eagles' next pick will be Rice. Do you think they'll take another wide receiver like that?
Doesn't hurt. This is where you stack them and crack them.
Stack them and crack them.
We don't really know what they're going to do.
Is there any value of trading up for
Right
the
now?
Cowboys right now?
If they have a player that they really like,
to
yeah.
take your two last picks and trade up to get a round in here.
I have a feeling the next 3 picks that the Dallas Cowboys have, we're not going to know any of them. That's kind of how I feel.
Oh, you know what? Also, is kind of I don't want to say it's exciting because you're just like, what the fuck? But when all of the moves happen in the undrafted free agents, so
yeah,
like
that is exciting though.
it's like fantasy football. As soon as you're done drafting your team, everyone goes home and they sit in bed like this. They just start changing their team.
That's how the Cowboys front office is.
Yeah, look at Mike McCarthy's sitting there with the Whataburger and he's just fucking texting Jerry to pick this thing.
Whataburger in bed sounds all right to me. If I have to be honest, having a Whataburger in bed with a nice Coke Zero.
Oh yeah. Whopper says, I kid, I love Canada. I'm from Alaska and I've never heard anyone down here in the lower 48 know about rhubarb, especially rhubarb pie, every birthday as a child. So
Hell
they say
yeah,
like,
well, we're gonna eat some.
we're about to have strawberry rhubarb pie. What do you think about that?
So Texans, and he's from Alaska. Okay, so he's actually he's the neighbor to Canada.
Yeah. When you're in Alaska, are you more Canadian than American?
Or Russian, because they're right beside the Ruskies.
Ruskies.
Texans are up again. We don't know what they're going to do. Chris Pratt's bro is still on the board. Nathan Thomas, Blake Watson, running back out of Memphis. Never heard of him. Give us some Dylan Lobby.
Dylan Lobby has not even made anybody's pick board.
Dylan Lobby is my hobby. If you have an easy rhyming name, bring him on.
You know how it was nice. It was cool to see all of the Detroit office when they showed their war room wearing
Rocking the black and blue.
The black and blue.
Those are sweet jerseys.
And the GM said, if you have a winning season, or I think if you win a playoff game, or if you make it to the playoffs, I'll bring back the black jerseys,
which is pretty sweet. Was it GM or owner?
Owner. I meant owner. When you look at what the Texans, not the Texans, but CJ Stroud, the university that or the college that he was playing at, his wide receiver core.
Yeah, insane.
It was Garrett Wilson. Anyways, It was all the fucking stud receivers. Okay, so Jamal Hill, linebacker, Oregon. Eagles take.
We're at that point.
Oh, no, sorry, the Texan take.
The Texans are on the clock. It was the Titans that just took them.
Oh. Hey.
Get your head out of your goddamn
Well, they said
ass.
select, and then
That's strawberry rhubarb pies. Good.
traded pick. Houston Texans trade pick.
Yeah, now they're on the clock.
So who did they trade with?
They just traded
Detroit.
to Detroit.
Okay.
It's easy. You just use those things in your head and you read the screen.
Called your nuts.
No, but I didn't see it.
Your balls.
Texans trade to Detroit. Okay. Again, I was saying to Anth, and he answered, would you see value in the Cowboys trading up into like these rounds here, like going ahead of their pick that they currently have?
Yes, I would trade 2 number 7s to move up.
Can we do some behind baseball here real quick?
Yeah, do it. You guys boosh it while I
Well,
go.
no, I'm going to talk to you about behind baseball
Oh,
real quick.
okay.
So the Cooper BB pick.
So Jace is off the board. Fuck.
When? Who do you get picked by?
Who did Chase get picked by?
186?
Oh, he's been gone
I
for
thought
a
he got. Yeah, I thought he just got.
Can you
got
double-
picked by?
No, we said Johnny Wilson.
Johnny Wilson got picked.
I know, and I saw Jace McClellan as well.
Ooh, maybe he went.
Maybe we missed it.
Maybe we missed it.
But okay, so the Cooper BB pick that or the thumbnail is a 2.3 percenter. So I think you should just find a different one and do the same look as you did for the Nealand. Like whatever that blue background is.
Okay. Well, yeah, that the BB one I was testing because it just pulled that frame grab from one of my clips from there.
Oh, did it? Oh,
and
interesting.
then I was like, oh, I'll just leave that. Okay, I'll look. I'll do that right now. Chase.
Oh, Wingo.
Chase
Wingo
went to
just
ATL. Chase McClellan went to Atlanta.
When did we? I can't believe we missed that.
Jenkins Gaming with Celis. That's where chat comes in.
So our big board's officially dead.
Oh, no, Brendan Rice is still there.
Oh yeah, Brendan Rice is.
So if Brendan Rice gets picked by the Cowboys, are we taking a shot?
Yeah, we have to.
Okay. The last man standing?
It'd be the very last big board pick. Eagles are back up on the clock because they have a million picks by the looks
Falcons
of
took Jace.
it. Yeah, crazy.
Bastards. You're fucking dead to me. So our last guest is on at 2 p.m., but he said he might be 10 or 15 minutes late. That's okay.
Oh, boys.
What?
We're officially at 16,000 subs.
Oh, 16K.
On YouTube.
On YouTube, 16,000 subscribers on YouTube.
We appreciate each and every
Oh,
one of you.
we appreciate
We fucking love you.
with what you do to your bodies.
Let me see. I can.
Eagles have one more pick after this.
Wow.
Fuck. They just nonstop get picks.
And they had him in some sneaky rounds.
So there's a chance we get a bloodline in either Brendan Rice or Frank Gore Jr.
Look, is that the coach or the GM? I mean, on the the black dude in Atlanta.
I didn't see.
Well, I'll just look
He
it
was
up.
the one that was arguing with.
Yeah, I think he's the GM.
Yeah, he's the GM. I just didn't see the one that we.
Oh,
he was up
Terry
there.
Fontenot. So
Fontenot decided to flaunt it, not.
he's flaunted his nut, that's for sure. But it looks like he's more casually dressed now, so he's stressed through that first day. And
I mean, the Falcons have had a decent draft, honestly.
yeah,
Little bit of a weird one in the very first overall pick, but after that, they've stacked up a couple nice players.
well, they got back-to-back picks. They got Jace McClellan and then KC Washington and wide receiver. So
Added
Washington
it up.
6'2", 200 pounds.
That's a good size.
Yeah, I'm about that big.
I was saying to add, I don't know if we're even going to know any of the last 3 picks for the Cowboys, but we're in for it.
Look, it is what it is, man. We've been here. We've gotten through. So far, how are you ranking this draft compared to last year's? In terms
better.
of how you felt?
Definitely better. The Mozzie Smith, the Mozzie Smith, it left a sour taste in my mouth right off the hop.
Right.
And then you had, the Overshown one was nice. Even the Schoonmaker one was kind of weird. Then you had Junior Fiocco. Then you had I'm trying to think who their 5th round pick was. Awesome Richards.
Yeah.
Then you had Scott Jr., Eric Scott Jr., and Deuce Vaughn.
Yeah. And then
So-
who was 7?
Actually, I think Eric Scott Jr. might have been 7th, and Deuce Vaughn was 6th.
Well, we had 2 6th.
Did we?
Yeah,
I'm
we
trying to think
made
who
a
the
trade.
7th. I'm trying to think who the 7th was for the Cowboys last year. Oh, Jalen Brooks was 6th.
Right.
Jalen Brooks, then Deuce Vaughn, then Eric Scott Jr.
Right, exactly. Okay. Well, I agree. I think this year we feel better. And look, Nealon, man, he just might be someone who's a wrecking ball, and then you find ways to get him and Micah Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence on the field together. Just run some funky schemes, right?
Get him involved. Ad, you said corn dog. I am game for a couple of those.
Sorry, dude. I can't do it for you.
Are they all out?
I don't know.
You're a real son of a bitch.
Let me go up and take a look. I just updated that stuff there, and then I can go.
Oh, the pick? You updated the pick?
Yep.
You didn't just use the same pick and then zoom out, did you?
Bro, come on.
Let me have a little look-see. There you go. Grab yourself a chang.
I will grab myself a chang.
Yeah, I like that. This is another thing that we're just learning about. Like next year, we need to go in with a template for all of our. Because I like how our format was for our picks. I like what we did for those videos.
Like the ones that we did afterwards.
Yeah, the ones that we did after. I really like those. I think they were informative. They were informative. We weren't sensationalizing the pick, even though some people thought we were. Like the Cooper Beebe pick, people are like, thought that we were saying it was a bad pick. And I don't think in any of those videos we thought they were bad picks. We thought they were confusing picks. Just because we didn't think guard or defensive end were essentially picks of need at the time. But we liked the players. We definitely liked the players.
It was never about the player's skill or their ability to play the position. It was about the position and the needs that the Cowboys have. Now,
strictly on position.
Luckily, they've gotten away with, they drafted 2 offensive linemen, and we have to kind of give that the benefit of the doubt when it comes to linemen in the Dallas Cowboys drafting.
Yep. And we were all okay if they double dipped in offensive linemen in the second in 2 times in the first 3 rounds, and essentially that's what they did.
Yeah. So what were the first 4 picks again? It was
the Cowboys were Guyton, then it was Nealand, then it was Beebe, and then it was Lufau.
Lufau, and he's a
LB
linebacker. So.
The only question mark and the only weird thing for me is no running back has been taken, and I just don't know if you get a running back. Like maybe in the 6th round they take Lobby and you pair Lobby and Deuce Vaughn and hope one of them has a good year. Yeah. It just seems like a lot to bank on.
The best available running backs. I mean, I'm just looking for a name that we had looked at.
There was Dylan Johnson and Dylan Lobby that we looked at.
Dylan Johnson, Frank Gore. Lobby's not even on this list.
Really? Did he get picked?
Oh yeah, yes. I'm sorry. He's the second last best.
So what is that still out there for running backs?
Blake Watson, 5'9", 195 out of Memphis. Then we have Lauby, 5'10", 206 out of New Hampshire. Then we have Jahar Jordan,
good name,
5'10", 193 out of Louisville. I'll give you the top 5, so 2 more. Daijun Edwards, 5'10", 207 out of Georgia. And then from Arizona, Michael Wiley,
and this
5'11", 210.
This is the thing, AJ. We never looked at any of those guys because in all of our drafts, we had already taken a running back.
That's true.
So we had always taken a running back usually by the 3rd round. So we never really deep dove into the running back class because we figured it would have already been taken with the top 3 picks that the Cowboys had.
Just looking at this Lions where we have Lions.
I like the
Lions.
Lions
Are A.
I like it.
That's fair.
I think that's fair. They got the lion on the backboard.
They lose it a little with the tables, but the tables are at least not the white folded.
We've looked at this guy before, Dylan McMahon. I remember that mugshot from anywhere.
Yeah, how could you forget it?
You can't. Dylan McMahon looks like he worked at Blockbuster.
Yes. Yeah, and he's giving you better value than expected on your trade-ins.
Nathan Thomas. Yeah, here's Miles Harden, Christian Boyd. So you got a couple what do we got for defensive tackles left?
Tyler Davis, 6'2", 301 from Clemson.
That's not bad. That's not a bad size.
Christian Boyd, 6'4", 317 from Northern Iowa.
Okay.
Leonard Taylor III, 6'4", 303 from Miami. From Auburn, we have Marcus Harris, 6'2", 286. And I do think we looked at him early, real early. I don't know that we took him. And then Jaden Crumedy, 6'4", 301 from Mississippi State.
Okay.
And Keith Randolph.
Oh, there's our guy.
6'4", 296. Keith
Randolph Jr.
That's a guy that we did draft and saw a lot just due to the nature of the mock draft.
Yep.
So I'd like to see after this somehow PFF take all of their mock drafts and make an average. Like they already have the average draft position. So just like print that out and then print it out next to, well, maybe
what
we
they
can do
had.
this. Yeah, what the actual NFL draft did and see like what's the accuracy and per round and per position and stuff like that.
Joe Milton. Hey, the Patriots took Joe Milton III.
Oh, wow. Did they pick another quarterback?
Yes, they did. They took Drake May.
Drake May. So they just doubled down.
I don't mind the double dip, man.
Not this far, right?
You need a quarterback. You put a couple in there.
And if they shift Mayton, sorry. What was his name?
Milton?
Milton. Mayton. If they shift Milton into tight end or just test him out there and you kind of get a taller, bigger, who's the fucking tight end quarterback in New Orleans?
Oh, God damn it. The white guy.
Yeah.
I can't
help us out, chat.
I can't think of his name for the life of me. I can see what he looks like. He looks like Christian McCaffrey to me. I can't think of his name.
Anyway,
I know who you're talking about, though.
Some sort of combo dude who can come in, throw the ball, but also catch it or run for it. I mean, a nice little special piece. Taysom Hill. Thank you.
Taysom Hill. Yeah, that's
Thank
the
you,
one.
Dev Any Gun.
We appreciate that. Taysom Hill. He's like a cheat code when it comes to fantasy because he's listed as a tight end.
Yes.
But you could use him as a quarterback.
Yeah, well, he gets some random really good points.
Yeah, just out of nowhere, he'll have like a 30-point game.
Yeah.
In fantasy football. Steelers pick is in. They only have one pick remaining after this. The Cowboys still have 3. Cowboys are really looking for depth coming up.
Depth or just like pick the biggest guy in the position or
just give us a couple size queens.
Fastest guy. Like just now you're looking, I think, for either standout traits or measurables or just fucking BPA.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. You're definitely looking for best available because realistically, the 6th round on, you're not finding very many starters. Just get somebody that you think's the best player there. Look at that name, Nehemiah Pritchett.
They have a good draft. A lot of guys we looked at.
The Seahawks.
Yeah, but they had a good draft. I thought the same thing last year too. So I think Christian Mahogany is a great pick there for the Steelers.
Mahogs.
Oh, that's best available. I'm sorry. I thought they just picked that. My bad.
Bo Braid, Michael Pratt still out there. Kamal Hayden, Nathan Thomas, offensive tackle from Louisiana. This is Mel's best available. Blake Watson, running back from Memphis. Miles Harden, cornerback from South Dakota. Christian Boyd, Northern Iowa. Jack Westover, tight end, Washington. A lot of names that we never looked much at.
Troy Fatanu. Oh, that's who the
so the Steelers
This is who they took. Okay.
Yeah, the Steelers had some nice picks. Let's see who they get.
The pick is in.
Milton to the Patriots. Ryan Watts. We looked at Ryan Watts a couple times, cornerback out of Texas. I don't know if we ever ended up taking him, but we did actually look at Ryan Watts. Steelers with a solid depth selection. What about this war room? Did we ever rate? Oh, this is the Patriots. Did we ever rate the Patriots?
This is Pats?
Yeah.
What do you think it was?
I'd say I thought it was a C+.
Oh, we had it as an E.
As a which?
An E.
An E?
Are we moving it up?
What's an E?
Like below.
Oh, so okay, ABCD. I was thinking like high school grades.
Oh,
Getting an E. I'm fine with leaving it down there.
nothing special.
No, it was nothing special.
It didn't do anything to make me think it deserves higher.
Okay, fair.
And I don't. Maybe they gave us the best angle. We saw another angle.
That's true.
before, so we're not playing that game.
So now the Rams are up. The Rams have had a decent draft already. They had Blake Corum at 83, which could end up being a very good pick. Brendan Jackson, edge out of Washington State. So they're picking some guys that were in the national championship game. The Rams still have 5 picks remaining after this. I don't understand that. Like, do you not think at some point you should have tried to use 3 of those to maybe move up into the 5th or into the move up somewhere? Like, do you need 5 picks in the 6th to 7th rounds?
No, I mean I would try to trade those every year if I could.
Yeah, if you could say you have 5 picks right now, even if you could split those in half and gain a pick in the 4th round or even the 5th round,
yes,
that just seems way better, more gooder.
You could definitely probably trade 3 to move up to like a late round,
like a late 5th.
Late 5th, yeah, or even a high 5th, depending on if the teams care or not. Right?
It's pretty surprising the Cowboys didn't make any moves in day 2. Oh yeah, you did it, did you? Oh, you dirty dog. You dirty dog.
Not the gourmet sandy that. I don't know, my gourmet fucking sandy is a little bit bad.
Oh, with some chips? Are you gonna put the chips on the sandy?
No, it's a Montreal smoked meat. Bocce asks, has any fullbacks been taken?
I don't think so.
No. Let me look.
Bandwagon Bob, and I don't know when you guys were talking about shows. That's because they traded earlier and got 3 extra picks, if I remember correctly.
Is that the Eagles or
Could
the
have been.
Chargers?
No, Rams.
Rams.
Oh,
okay.
Rams. Okay.
Hey, add Joe Milton to the Patriots.
I know. I was up there watching. I thought you guys were gonna yell up to me. That's one power sandwich, says Jenkins Gaming. Yeah. This is day 3 power sandwich. I'll just show. It's Montreal smoked meat, double the amount of cheese. Need to make sure that I'm consuming some of the last few days of alky in us. This is the eating break before we have our next pick. Here's Ant just sucking back on some corn dogs. Mustard only, because this morning I just found out after 37 years of being brothers, I found out that he actually doesn't like ketchup. And if I'm corn dogging it, you know what I do with the corn dog? I will take the mustard and ketchup and I'll use the corn dog to swirl it together and scoop it. I'm gonna get into this right now. My meat to bread ratio is a little off here. My meat to bread to cheese ratio, Alex? Way off.
Not good enough. Not enough meat.
I have way more cheese.
I like the cheese. I would have put one more slice of meat in there though.
That's all I had left.
Okay. Well, you did what you had to.
Well, you're done? What was that 5 for?
That was me just showing I was done.
Oh. Murph is so disappointed that I didn't let him come down here with me.
Thanks for those corn dogs. Those hit different.
Hey, there is extra corn dogs. If you want a corn dog, I can go make you one.
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you though.
Corn dog's good. It's a good carb to protein ratio.
I got
And it's got-
mustard mayo all over my thing here.
So Joe Milton gone at 193. Bordellini's still out there, fellas.
No, Bordellini was gone a while ago.
What the fuck have I been watching?
Well, we were in the middle of playing, and I didn't want to. Alex was and
it
Jesse,
happened
Alex
during-
and Jesse were going through something. I didn't want to bring it up.
It was during Friends and Foes. Okay, that makes more sense that he went that early. So he went in the 4th round then.
Mm-hmm.
Respect. Bordellini. You know who too?
I want to say Tennessee, but I don't think that's right.
Fair enough. Wow, that was a nice jump. Wide receiver Puka Nacua in 2023, 105 receptions, 1486 receiving yards. Puka Nakua is like a draft dream for our team. Tanner McLaughlin, if that guy doesn't look Irish, I don't know. I don't know what does. Look at this guy.
Salt and vin.
Some salt and vin.
That'll dry you up.
Chippies.
That'll dry you up.
Guys,
we're into the fucking slog of it now, gentlemen.
We're in the slog of it. Like I said, I don't know if we're gonna know any of the players that the Cowboys take. Bengals War Room, I feel like we would have given that all right. That's a B. Or is that just a subliminal message because it's a giant B in the background? Ryan Watts, that's one of the last guys that we talked about.
They had nice chairs, nice desks, and double projector.
Who was that?
Bengals. We didn't have them rated yet. Ant said B.
I said B. I thought
we
it was
we had it rated at a C.
That's not a bad pick.
Really? C.
Yeah, I can see that.
You could what?
Do you want to adjust?
I could see that.
I think it was a B. Compared to some of the other ones we've seen.
Go fringe.
How many Bs and how many Cs do we have? Or how many B teams are there?
The Bs and Cs are the most consistent here.
The meat and potatoes of
the
it.
Meat and potatoes.
Tyler Davis, the defensive tackle from Clemson. That was one of the guys we were just talking about, AJ, when we were talking about defensive tackles left.
Yep.
So the Niners have a pick right before the Cowboys at 2:15. Do they finally take Brendan Rice and follow the Eagle suit of getting a bloodline pick of a great? Or do they go Frank Gore Jr.? Wow, that's interesting.
Oh,
both bloodlines are both San Francisco players.
Frank Gore Jr.?
And like greats, like Hall of Famers, hardcore Hall of Famers.
Okay, you could only pick one of them at San Francisco. Who do you take? I don't think they're going to take Rice because they have a lot of wide receivers.
Or Frank Gore Jr.?
I think they would take Frank Gore Jr.
If they had to pick between the two, I think
Yeah.
they'd... Well, Rice is off the clock.
No, he's not. Who do you go to?
Oh, wait, hang on. My bad.
No, Brendan Rice is there.
There we go. Still there. Yes. Just Frank Gore Jr. is way too far down the line. So Rice is just the better value.
At 2, okay, but at 2. Where's Frank Gore listed on there?
Well, Frank Gore is the 11th ranked remaining running back.
Right.
So
someone's going to pick him up in undrafted free agency.
This is where you're looking at ESPN on this. They have a nice little best available ticker.
Alex says go Rice because he's a better value.
Oh, Rice definitely is the better value.
Why is he fault so much though? Why is he fault so much?
Nobody wants to deal with Jerry Rice on the sidelines.
They don't value the bloodline like we do.
At this point, like if we get to 216 and Frank Gore Jr. and Brendan Rice are there, I want them to take one of them. At that point, a 6th-round pick is just worth the pick.
And you know Frank Gore Jr. is made of animanium.
He is. He's got his dad's blood in him. Like he's not going to get hurt. Like you said, though, we're in the slog fest of the draft right now.
We're in the lunch break fest.
Yeah, lunch break. Hey, you got to eat. I can't believe you guys didn't eat yesterday. That's insane to me.
I ate before.
Still, you were here.
I know.
Heavily drinking for 6 hours. That's a long shot. That's a long go.
Same thing with night 1.
We ate.
I didn't eat until after.
I think I went up and ate at some point.
For sure you did.
I went
you
and
left
had 2
for a
slices.
bit.
Yeah, I went and had
Nate
a couple
did the
slices.
same thing.
I went and had a couple slices of pizza. I had to. I can't even imagine how shitty I would have felt yesterday if I wouldn't have eaten anything. Wow, that was a greasy bite that you just took that sandwich. You know you could have bit it in 2 bites, right?
It fell off.
Oh, I see.
I've just been snaking his chips one by one here.
Have you? Nice. Bro, I don't want any chips. And then eat all of them.
No, I don't want any.
I'm gonna order some pizza. Does anyone want? Nah, I'm good. Can I get a couple slices?
Eats a half a fucking pizza.
6 slices of the 8.
No, I don't want any more.
I'm not hungry.
Yeah, because
You want to chip into some pizza? Because no, I don't want any pizza. Nah, bro, I'm not that hungry. And then
Mark,
eat
then-
7 slices of that 8-piece pizza.
Well, the best thing is we went out on this trip to go when we were back in the Green Knights days when we were filming shorts. We went up to this competition in Whistler, nice little village north of where we live, northwest of where we live, and we all went out. There's about 6 or 7 of us. We bought all the food that we were going to eat,
like
steak,
steaks,
nice stuff,
potatoes.
Right? We're going to go make it, and then we're pulling out of the parking lot, and I'm not going to name the name, but Adam said it earlier. But that dude was like, "Oh, hang on, bro," and he ran out to go to
I'm gonna go to KFC.
KFC, and bought a KFC
A
meal
bucket of
instead.
chicken?
Yeah, instead, and it's just like, oh, why the fuck did you just participate?
Shop
and
with
buy-
us?
Yeah. But hey, maybe he just had a craving. Obviously.
I sometimes get that fried chicken craving. I do. And I have a Mary Brown's right by me. I'll just drive right on over there, get a 5-piece.
Oh yeah,
Mary Brown's, thing of gravy.
but you wouldn't go shopping for your food for the week.
No, well,
Maybe
sometimes.
sometimes.
I'm pretty bad for that too. Going to get my food for the week and then on the way back ordering sushi or
Yeah.
something.
Okay, well, we have another guest. Is this our final guest of the draft?
Final guest of the draft, unless we have Mike Poland said he may or may not be
Okay.
able to hop back on, but
And some people call him a space cowboy. Some people call him a gangster of love.
That's more Reese. You totally
Ooh,
you flubbed that. You
Hey,
flubbed
I
the line.
flub every fucking line there is out there.
You flubbed the line.
Well,
Wei J, want to give an intro?
yes, this is record, and maybe I'm gonna say this wrong. Ricardo Morales from the Space Cowboys Media on Twitter, and a Dallas Cowboys analyst on YouTube since 2015. But
So-
you've been on our show before as well, and I wonder
Yes.
if the boys will remember you.
Yeah, I do.
I think it was after the draft last year, wasn't it?
Yes, it was after the draft last year.
Same time slot?
Same time.
I believe so. Yeah.
Well, welcome to the
How we-
show yet again.
Returning.
How we doing, gentlemen?
Yeah, we're doing
How
pretty
we
good,
doing?
man. We've been sitting in this room now. We're pushing. I'd say what? Crack me if you got it.
Yeah,
18
yeah.
hours. 18 hours of drafting. I think that's been going on.
Yeah.
So we've
over the
been
last
sitting
3
here, and
days.
I'm sure you've been engaged in the draft just as much. And I want to ask you first and foremost, what have your thoughts been about the Dallas Cowboys drafting in the first 5 rounds?
I really like what they've done so far. It really shows that they want to build a team with attitude, specifically in the areas they had deficiencies in last year. We saw last year they had difficulties running the football effectively, specifically in the interior. And of course, I understand they lost Tyron Smith, so you get the Tyron Smith replacement, hopefully. And then defensively, you get 2 guys that are set to help you with stopping the run, or more particularly, bringing attitude there. The trade down made things a little bit more palatable
Yeah.
for that Tyler Guyton selection for sure. I think if they stuck and picked him, I would have been like, I don't know, but you turn a Graham Barton into a Guyton and Cooper Beebe combo that's fantastic. And so you have a lot more offensive line flexibility. And then they just took the corner out of Wake Forest, who is a sneaky pick for them. I knew that they were possibly going to go with corner later in this draft, but I thought they would maybe go with TJ Tampa earlier. But I guess with them not having the 4th round pick, they went other ways. But hey, they should be on the clock, I think, in a little bit. I think,
They're
what
16
are we-
picks, 16 picks away.
Yeah.
And it's interesting you bring up the cornerback from Wake Forest, because we did a bunch of mock drafts, right? But cornerback was never really anything we looked too far into. So we don't know too much about the dude. You find him being a pretty solid pick and depth piece. I like the pick, by the way. Like, getting a cornerback in the 5th round is not a terrible idea. It stacks up players in a position that you need a lot of them. So I don't know much about the guy, but I like the position pick in the 5th round.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting a guy that's going to be a versatile role player for you, and you hope he becomes better than that. And the Cowboys have had success with cornerbacks on day 3, as we've seen. Not necessarily like just turning into a DeRon Bland where he's like star caliber, but just getting solid production is what we're looking for. And, you look at what's going on in that room, they're probably not bringing back Stephon Gilmore. So you look, okay, you're going to need some depth there. And for me, I don't put too much value into day 3. Not saying that's a bad thing. It's just like with day 3, you can go wherever you want. These are guys where you're hoping they turn into solid role players or at best starters, quality starters for you. So I know a lot of people were high on him, the corner out of Wake Forest, Carson. I thought that, hey, he might go around here, maybe even sooner, but at this point, we're just waiting to see how they finish up this draft. I know a lot of people were like, oh, they need to take a running back, but I don't want them to force a pick if there's a better player on the board, and that's kind of what the Cowboys have been doing.
I was definitely in the camp of wanting a running back. Like, I think in the 3rd round, there was a couple pretty nice running backs still there available. And it does make me worry a little bit that there isn't an answer right now at running back. But I also agree, you don't just take one to take one. You stick to the Cowboys have their board, and it looks like they've been drafting specifically for best player available instead of position of need, which we've preached that since we've done the drafting stuff. So I can't then go and bitch about what they do by not taking a running back.
Right. For sure. And that's kind of where I'm at. Like, there were guys that I liked in rounds 5 and 6 that I think they can take. And now is like a proper spot to go with one. I think I understand they want to bring Zeke back. I think it's a done deal there, but long term, I think you're going to need someone else there, like a young guy. I understand there were people like, oh, draft him in the 3rd round, but I was like, they're really the guys you wanted to take in round 3 were gone by the time that you were ready to take those 3rd round selections. So it is what it is. The one guy I really liked was Jace McClellan out of Alabama, but he went. So I was like, well, great. But still plenty of other guys.
Yeah. We like Jace as well. And just for the opportunity of actually being able to pick him, crack him if you got him. So that's the hard part, is that 4th round pick would have been such a perfect sweet spot for a running back in this draft. But, we didn't have it. So I think the Cowboys, I as well wanted a running back, but at the right value. And so, the more and more that we're talking with people about the picks that the Cowboys have made, the more it's like, okay, I'm hearing a lot of a good sense being made. So that doesn't make me feel so bad that we didn't get a running back. And I'll just bring it up again. I like Dowdle, and I'd like to see maybe him get some more touches. He might be better than any of these other running backs that are available or that would have been available at the Cowboys' 5th and 6th and 7th round picks. So maybe that all makes sense at the end of the day, and you just wait till next year to find that guy.
Right. I think a lot of these picks are screaming 2025 and beyond, but if you know the Cowboys, that's typically how they draft. They always draft 2 to 3 years down the road. So if we look at days 1 and 2, these are guys that you're hoping 2 years down the road. You have 2 starters on your offensive line, wherever that may be, so be it. And then you have 2 guys defensively you're hoping that are starting. Mike Zimmer, he gets a guy that reminds me a lot of Eric Hendricks when he was coming out of college. In terms of the traits and stuff like that. And he's a very intelligent football player, that being the linebacker out of Notre Dame. And then for Nealand, reminds me a lot of Tank when he was coming out of college. And I'm not just saying that just to say stuff. Like, there are lots of NFL comps and scouts were comparing him to Tank when he was coming out. And it's the same thought process. You have a guy that has all these traits, but with Tank, it's going to take a bit. And with this guy, it's going to take a bit. So I'm not a fan of like prospects that are project players, but to me, if you're giving these guys minutes, which I'm hoping you're giving these guys snaps and all that other stuff, I don't care. Like, as long as they're on the field playing, that's what matters. So that's what I'm hoping for
sure. And
with these guys.
We pretty much, with our thought process for the first 3 rounds for us, like when we were thinking prior to the trades, with the 24th pick, the 56th, and the 87th, our main selling point was just to have them be one. The ceiling was starters, day 1 starters, and then obviously the floor would be role players. And I think with all 4 guys that they got in the first 3 rounds, that they've met that criteria. Where Guyton, he's going to be a day 1 starter in my mind. Depending what they do with Cooper Beebe, he might be the starting center, but come time of come start of September, and then with Lafau and Nealon, they're going to be role players right off the get go. So with possible starting in 2 to 3 years. So like you had mentioned, drafting for the future isn't always the fan favorite. Like you instantly want gratification on what the Cowboys have done. But in 2 or 3 years, if these guys are bona fide starters, then you have to consider the draft a win.
Right. And that's kind of where I'm looking at it. Like, there were plenty of guys that I felt like could step in and be day one contributors, but I also have to put the Cowboy hat on and think, okay, well, what are they looking at? And as we talked about with the offensive line, Tyler Guyton, they pretty much already made it known he's going to be the left tackle. So that would mean that Tyler Smith goes to left guard. But as I mentioned before, you have flexibility. So if there's a situation where like Terrence Steele doesn't pan out, which we're hoping he does, you can put Guyton at right tackle and you can put Tyler Smith at left tackle. You can move Cooper Beebe over to guard. The other key thing is you have 2 more years of control because of restricted free agency with Brock Hoffman and TJ Bass. So long term, the offensive line is set, and as those guys improve, you look at how young this offensive line could be in a year or two. You got guys in their early 20s, not even turning 24 yet. And then you got Steele, of course, as an outlier, if that's the case, if Martin does retire next year. But that's important. Getting these value picks outside of round 1. I was like, offensive lineman, it isn't the prettiest pick. But then again, I would rather they take a guy that they value after trading down than forcing a pick. I think that I'm not sure how you guys felt about the Guyton pick on day 1, but there were a lot of Cowboys fans that were not happy with it. But I think if they just stuck at 24 and took him, it would have been a whole lot worse.
Oh, if they would, if they would have taken Guyton at 24, it would have almost been unbearable. I'd said prior to the draft happening, I was like, okay, there's a bunch of decent offensive tackles. I would almost be happy with all of them, as long as it's not Guyton, is what I had said prior to the draft. But when you trade back and you gain that 3rd round freebie pick, it makes it a lot better. And it also, right away, I was also saying, like, who the hell am I to judge what the Cowboys do at offensive line? Every time they pick an offensive lineman, he becomes an all-pro, basically, right? Or at least a Pro Bowl, like you know what I mean? So like their floor is almost Pro Bowl and their ceiling is all-pro when the Cowboys draft an offensive lineman in the 1st round. So it's really hard to be pissed about it because they have such a good track record with the position.
Right. And it was really funny. I saw this on X or Twitter, whatever we call it these days. It was like, if you took the last 5 offensive linemen we've taken in the 1st round, you have like an all-pro starting offensive line.
Yeah, like an amazing offensive line.
And truth be told, we rated day 1 at the time, instant reaction, a C+. Now, I'll stick to that just for being consistent, but Anth, I don't know if you want to.
Well, I thought we went B because we said the player might have been C+, but gaining that extra pick made it better.
Okay.
So I thought we were somewhere. I thought we were actually like a B+. So I think the C+ was the Guyton pick, like the player himself, but the trade, and especially when the trade happened, like I always started having visions of the Cowboys getting Edgerrin Cooper and Trey Benson, and I was like, oh my God, this is going to be an all-time draft, right? But even with getting Cooper Beebe as that freebie pick, even if I did rate it a C+ on the night 1, I got to bump it up to at least a B+ that 1st round, just because you like Space Cowboys said there. Yeah, the Guyton pick itself might not be great, but Guyton paired up with the Beebe one kind of it tips it up to me for at least a B+.
Yeah, and I was just saying I'll stick to the C+, but I'm happy to be wrong, and I hope both of these guys are.
I still think Guyton is a C+ pick. Like Guyton alone is still a C+ pick to me. And if anyone says different than that, it'd be hard to take it seriously because he is super raw. He hasn't played a bunch. He is switching positions, and I get it. Players can switch position, especially on the offensive line. But at the end of the day, Guyton was the 8th offensive tackle taken in the 1st round, so you have to grade him in that regards. If Troy Fatanu is an A or a B+, well, then that defaultly puts Guyton around the C+, maybe even a C range. If you compare him to the rest of the 1st round draft offensive tackles that went.
Sure.
Right. No, and I was the same way. I think I got to look back on. I think I said a C plus, if with the player, because if you look at the player, and I said this on my last mock draft, I actually picked Tyler Guyton,
Oh, that's
not
funny.
necessarily because I wanted him, but because I knew how the Cowboys were going to go. I like the measurables. Big guy. If he learns anything in the sense of technique, improving on that, this dude is a 10-year Pro Bowler at tackle. Like, and that's something where if you get that to work, awesome. And, I just didn't like the fact that you might want to force a pick and show your hand, like, oh, we're going to draft this guy. But with the trade down, you only give up a 7th round pick, which you're going to get back in a comp pick next year. You get Cooper Beebe. Well, even before taking Cooper Beebe, I even gave it a B. Like, I was like, you get the guy you want plus a 3rd round pick, which makes up for your 4th round selection. And apparently they were going to try and trade down with 56, but I'm guessing it was kind of like with Guyton. They were originally supposed to trade down again, but the Pats and the Commanders were coming up for Guyton, so they're like, no, we're not going to do that. So I guarantee someone was coming up for Nealon. But no, I think it's a good selection in the sense of, it was a very deep offensive line draft class, like to say the least. So, if Guyton goes the last year, he's probably going in the teens, probably, honestly, just because you're seeing the league shift more to an offensive approach, but also I'm not sure if you guys have talked about it, but I know several others have, myself included, where having good offensive line play is rare in the NFL. We're just accustomed to having decent offensive line play here in Dallas. I think that if they didn't take Guyton, I think you have a top 15 offensive line here, and that's no exaggeration. I think that you have guys that are talented, but now getting Guyton and Beebe, your depth's replenished. And I think the Cowboys are going to have some maulers up there, man. Like Beebe, Smith, and Guyton on that left side. If they pan out, holy crap.
It's a wall. It's just a wall of human coming at you.
Right.
Yeah, and you, I mean, offensive line is one of the most pivotal parts of your entire football team because it can have so much fallout from how good your O-line is, right? In terms of the running game, giving the quarterback time, and as well as keeping offense on the field and giving your defense a rest. So there's a lot of payoff to having that solid
payoff
lineman. And the only thing I'll mention about that is I hope the Cowboys go with whoever is best and not just because they drafted Guyton in the 1st round. Like, I hope Guyton steps up and becomes the starting left tackle, but if someone beats him out in training camp, I just hope we go with the best group available. And I know that there is value in playing a player and having him get on an NFL field as quickly as possible. But, I just want to see that competition. If it happens to rise one of the current players on the Cowboys O-line in that depth chart, let's just play him. Let's play the best guy.
Right. And I mean, if Guyton is not starting, then I agree with you. Like, listen, whoever's the best guy starts. I would lose my mind if Tyler Guyton is not starting.
Right.
At some point on this offense, like I said the same thing when they drafted Tyler Smith. Like, people don't realize the original plan was to sit him and then try to find a place to put him. And I was like, dude, there ain't no way you're going to take a guy at 24 and just like
have him sit
on the bench. Like, I get it. Some positions, sure, like quarterback, I get that. But we're talking about the Dallas Cowboys, a team that does nothing in free agency. And you're going to tell me you're going to take your 1st round pick and sit him on the bench? Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
I ain't trying to see that.
Well, it's funny. It's funny because Adam and I were at the Vegas draft when they took Tyler Smith. One, I didn't even know who he was when it happened, and I'm a little ashamed by that now because we had just started our show a year before, so we hadn't dove into the draft as much as we do now. But when they took, we did a little video of me walking back to the hotel after the Tyler Smith pick, and it was kind of like trying to make sense of it at the time because, like you said, they drafted him as a left tackle knowing that Tyron Smith was still there and still a very like high level player, right? The only reason really that Tyler Smith ended up playing was because he ended up excelling at guard all training camp, and then Tyron Smith went down and he got kicked out to left tackle. So it was kind of weird too. We were kind of like with the Tyler Smith pick, like, okay, well maybe he ends up playing right tackle is kind of what I was thinking. And at the time, Steele hadn't had his great season yet, right?
Yeah.
Steele had a very good 2022 season. He hadn't had that yet, so I was like, well, maybe they're drafting Tyler Smith to maybe battle it out with Terrence Steele and see who the best player is. And then obviously Tyler Smith went on to have a very good season at tackle, then get moved over to guard, end up being an all-pro guard. And thankfully with the Guyton pick, I think one of the best things with the Guyton pick is Tyler Smith gets to stay at left guard where he's excelled extremely at.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, for sure. I think that when Smith was coming out of college, I said it, I think right afterwards, like I wasn't a fan of the tackle work, but I was like, if you move this guy into guard, I think you got something. And that's probably what the Cowboys were thinking is like, okay, we know that he can play tackle if we need him to, but I mean, he was your best guard last year. And no offense to Zach Martin, but if you look at how Tyler Smith was playing that position, dude, he was the best offensive lineman you had, which is impressive for as young as this guy is. So the Cowboys got very lucky with Tyler Smith and trusting their gut with that pick. But at this point, I mean, this is the only bright spot we have as Cowboy fans because the offseason was pretty slow.
Yeah.
And I know we have a pick coming up, I think. I think we're 9. what are we,
9-ish away. I thought 206 was the last I saw before. Yeah, they're at 208 right now. Yeah, so 8 away.
All right. Yeah, so I'm curious to see what they do this go around.
Brendan Rice is still on the board. How do you feel about a wide receiver this late?
I wouldn't mind it. I was like with the wide receiver talk, I was okay with taking one earlier, like a Tez Walker or even like an Adonai Mitchell if we're talking about like way earlier on. Primarily because if you look at that room, you have CeeDee Lamb. They're probably going to extend him. So you got him for 5 more years or technically 6 if you sign him this year. Then you have a situation where Brandon Cooks is gone next year if you don't re-sign him.
Yeah.
You then have 1 more year of control of Jalen Tolbert after this year, and then everybody else. I know you got Martavis, Bryant, and some of these other cats on the wide receiver room, but you're going to need someone else in that room long term. If they want to throw a pick at wide receiver, that's fine. But my plan was like, if you take a receiver this year, and maybe this is what the Cowboys are thinking next year is they'll go after a wide receiver is like, okay, you pair him alongside Lamb for 5 years. And then by that time, the next guy's up for a contract, whatever happens. That's 5 years down the road. I don't know what the hell's going to happen with 5 years, let alone 1. But this team, I think the 4th round pick really messed them up. But I'm not sure if they said it in a press conference, but odds are they'll be like, well, that 3rd round pick we had was basically our 4th. They're going to try and like skew it that way.
Of course. Yeah.
Where it's like, okay, if they were going for Guyton anyways and they dropped back and got him at the pick and picked up the 3rd round, it's like, okay, you're making an argument, but we don't really know the facts here. It's like the judge and the jury or whatever. That doesn't really make sense. But, we're getting the facts from the same source as the guys who are doing it.
So a kicker just went. The Rams took a kicker, a place kicker.
But you missed the Raiders before the Rams picked the great white hype Dylan Lobby.
Dylan Lobby went to the Raiders.
They didn't even have a rotational because they're like, who? Dylan Lobby, a white running back? We don't have any film on this guy.
Just photos.
Oh my god.
But we were joking that that's who the Cowboys were going to pick, and then we're like, oh wait, that's too far off. We can't have Lepke and Lobby on the same team. It's just not going to make sense.
Ricardo, what do you think of Nealand?
I really like what he has in terms of like the flashes on tape. My only concern is that there's a thing in the back of my mind where I'm like, we need guys that are going to be solid players for you now. The problem is I know the roadmap. They're going to look at Nealand as Tank's successor, which I say, like, if they had Chop Robinson or Darius Robinson in round 1, I would not have complained because I really like what those guys bring to the table. As I think I mentioned it earlier, the best way I can put it simply is if you remember that 2014 NFL draft, this thing's deja vu all over again. The Cowboys take an offensive line. I'm not trying to say that Tyler Guyton's going to turn into Zach Martin. If he turns into that type of player, awesome stuff.
Yeah.
But they took an offensive lineman in round 1. They then take a guy in DeMarcus Lawrence, who was a developmental defensive end, who you were hoping that turns into a great edge for you, which he did. He did break his leg in his rookie year, but that's besides the point. Now, they did trade their 3rd round pick to get him at the first pick of round 2. But if you guys remember, the plan was with that 3rd round pick, if they had it, was to double dip on the offensive line and go with Trey Turner, the guard that went to Carolina that year. And then with that 4th round pick, they took Anthony Hitchens. If you look at those first 4 picks that the Cowboys made this year, very much so deja vu.
Very similar.
You took it right, and I, that's all I can ask for is if it's a situation where those players pan out the same way. I'm fine.
Oh, totally, totally. Well, because even Anthony Hitchens, the 4th round linebacker, he was definitely serviceable as a Cowboy. He actually outplayed himself from the Cowboys, right? So the only reason he never got a second contract because Dallas couldn't afford to pay him. And then KC swooped in and gave him a contract. But he definitely, when he was in there, Anthony Hitchens was a great player. So if you could get that same type of play from our guy Lufu, then I'm all in on that.
Oh, for sure. What I said this in a Twitter space, and I feel bad for some of these rookies in the sense of they have to come in and be like Pro Bowlers basically to make up for the crap that the front office didn't do. And that's something that always has irked me as a Cowboys fan and just watching this team for as long as I have is that it's not fair to these players that they have these such high expectations. Like Mozzie Smith last year, if you know how defensive tackles work, they take time. So and also how they've kind of worked with his development. I mean, it's not fair to him. I understand that he's got to put in the work. I'm not saying he didn't. But then you look at guys like Schoonmaker and DeMarvion Overshown, and you kind of ran into brick walls there.
Yeah.
That's where I feel bad for these guys because it's like if Overshown's healthy, the linebacker conversation's completely different that we're having. I think that you have him coming back. Hopefully he's what he was before the ACL injury. You then have your guy this year. You have Kendricks to help those dudes get mentored. And our picks coming up, I think we were 4 picks away now.
Yep. Yes.
I'm keeping an eye out on my TV.
Oh yeah, we got the TV up too. Don't you worry.
We'll tell you. I mean, I don't know how fast,
for sure.
how far ahead we're.
But no, man, I really like what they've done here. Is with Nealand, you have a guy that you can. But an interesting thing, and I didn't mention this, and now it just came back in my head. I mentioned it in a video. With you getting Nealand and you having Sam Williams as well, this gives you an opportunity to play Michael with off-ball linebacker.
Yep.
Which is awesome.
Well, we were talking about. Sorry, Ricardo.
No, go for it.
We were talking about that. It's a scary pick if they plan on playing Lawrence and Micah at the same rate in those positions, right? However, if they do start dropping Micah back a little bit, it doesn't mean that he might not be rushing just as much, but just dropping him back to throw a different formation. And now you're bringing in these, Sam Williams also needs to get some more time on the field, but now Nealand as well. I like that. I like that option of being able to drop Micah back and he can play a little bit more of that linebacker position as well. It's not so necessary to be up there on the line.
Right, and that's something where, again, that's what I'm seeing. I see the vision of what Zim wants with this defense. You get a guy that you can build. Now here's the thing that I'm worried about is if things go left in 2024, where this whole team just falls apart, or it's the same thing and they get rid of everybody. this whole what you did here plan is going to look so wonky, depending on who the coach is. Now, I wouldn't be shocked, given how, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Mike Zimmer and how he's pretty much been connected to the Cowboys his entire coaching career from the 90s till now. And I don't want to say it, but I guess I'll say it for the sake of it. Don't be shocked if Mike Zimmer is the next head coach of the Dallas Cowboys.
if things hit. Don't be shocked.
With Mike McCarthy.
Don't be shocked. Mike Zimmer is a Jones guy, and I'm not saying he doesn't know what he's doing defensively. He definitely does, but the Cowboys love familiarity, and I think they might go back to that this year if things go left. But I have a good feeling that McCarthy will be extended. I'm not trying to say he's a perfect coach, but if we look at what he's done, 12-5, 3 straight years. I know.
One playoff game. Look, I'm not absolving him of that shit, but all due respect. But I mean, again, the deja vu. You went 8-8, 3 straight years, 12-5, 3 straight years, and then 2024 you had a little bit of a breakthrough year in a sense. But I mean, we all know that even if they make it to the conference championship, unless they win the whole thing, it doesn't matter. But it is what it is.
I agree. I love to hear that. I love to hear because everyone's always like anoints these teams that have made it to an NFC championship or even made it to a Super Bowl, but at the end of the day haven't won the Super Bowl. It's like, to me, making it to a Super Bowl and losing, why is that any better than making it to the playoffs and losing in the divisional or losing in the wild card? It's just one shittier draft pick that you get the following season, right? I don't think the bar shouldn't be set at an NFC championship game or at a Super Bowl appearance. It's set by winning the Super Bowl. And like you said, if they make it to the NFC Championship, lose, well, I don't give a shit. They still lost, and they didn't get they didn't attain their main goal. So I agree. It's nice to hear somebody else say that.
No, for sure. And that's my thing is that, like, look, I'm a young guy. I've not seen the Cowboys win a championship, been to the NFC Championship game. But what I will say is that it doesn't matter unless you win at all. And I think that people also don't realize that when it's single elimination games, that's high pressure. Like, this isn't like hockey or baseball where like you have multiple games where like, okay, if you F up one game, you can come back and plan for another one. That's again, and when I say that, people think I'm excusing the Cowboys of their failures, which I'm not. It's just the truth. You just had finally, for the first time in almost 2 decades, a back-to-back champion. Like, that's hard to do.
Yeah.
Let alone have a dynasty in this league. I mean, and don't fret, Cowboys fans. There are other teams that have had their shortcomings. I mean, you had the MVP. We know the MVP was actually on the team, but that's besides our team. But that's besides the point.
Agreed.
You have Lamar Jackson perform worse in the postseason than Dak Prescott. Just saying, and by the way, he was in that AFC Championship game, but no one wants to give him crap. Right. But hey, you know what? But hey, give the Cowboys all their stuff because they're the Cowboys. I mean,
Cowboys,
we're at the NFL's favorite soap opera, basically. But nah, man, I think that's where I'm coming from a mental space. Is I'm not going into this with any pressure. Is like, if anything happens, cool. If not, hey, it is what it is because there's 31 losers every year.
Do you think next year, if the Cowboys say they crash and burn again, like we've so all come accustomed to, is this a Dak Prescott last year with the team, or do you feel like they make some strides in negotiations and get him back on a restructured contract, a new contract going into multiple seasons after this one?
So here's the thing: is that from Dak's camp, they have not received an extension offer from the Cowboys, and from the negotiation mindset, you don't reach out first when you're making a deal. That's typically how it goes. So Todd France is just sitting there like, hey, we have all the leverage. I'm waiting for you to come to me, and we're going to work this deal out. Dak saying all the right things. It's on the Joneses ultimately to give him the money. Like, people want to say that Dak, regardless of the performance, you have a dude that's doing well at the position, which is all you can ask for to have a chance. But what I do think will happen is the Joneses understand that they need stability at the quarterback position. I don't think they're I'm going to take that back. They could be stupid to let him walk, because if we see how things are going, if they don't get a deal done by training camp, the Cowboys typically don't do deals in the middle of the season. They haven't done a mid-season deal. Geez, I think since Tony Romo in 2007, maybe. I don't remember, but it's been a while. Long story short.
if they don't get a deal done before the season begins, Dak's probably going to hit the open market. And that's the last thing you want to do because he has a no trade clause. Well, take that out of the way because he'll play out the season. He's bet on himself before. He'll do it again. He has a no tag clause. You can't tag him again. So he's going to hit that open market.
Yeah.
And then you got to compete with other teams that are like, it's going to come up to what he wants to do. And the worst part is with Trey Lance, the guy you gave up the 4th round pick this year for, right? Think about it this way. If you want to keep him, let's say Dak walks. If you want to keep him, you think his agent's going to be like, okay, I'll sign for $5 million. No.
Yeah.
Hell no. He's going to be like, $10 million, please, for 1 year because that's the going rate for quarterbacks. And also, the benefit to Trey Lance is he's an unproven commodity. He can have a fantastic preseason, and that's all that he needs to see to be like, hey, pay me up. But now I think that they will get a deal done knowing how the Cowboys are. It's frustrating that they're taking so damn long because it's bad business, as we all know. But as a caveat, if they don't get a deal done by training camp, I don't think a deal's happening at all.
I think there was who was it that was talking about waiting till after? Was that P Stu?
Yeah, so Paul was saying he talked to a couple guys that are pretty heavily involved with the Cowboys, and that they're waiting till the June 1st areas because the salary cap expands or goes up more. So if the Cowboys wait till after June 1st, it's going to make more sense to sign Dak after because he won't count as much against the total salary cap as he would right now if they signed him.
But I know that they can. I know that they can do deals now and just kick them off till after June 1st.
We also don't know.
They've done like football teams do that all the time, where they make an agreement, but it doesn't actually become active until on that date. So maybe
but maybe they're waiting for the language of the deal to know exactly how much the salary cap's going to increase, right? Like they don't know. They can guess how much the salary cap's going to increase by like say 10% or 15%. But
no, I think it's the salary cap set.
But I mean, I think they said June 1st it will change. I don't know.
You mean because all the other things that shift, right?
Like it'll go up, right? The salary cap right now is set, but for further seasons, June 1st they tell you what it's going to be in 2025, in 2026, 2027 type thing. So then you could work your deal around those numbers. That's how I kind of took it.
No, and the thing is like it's not. See, and this is like a misconception a lot of Cowboys fans have is like when Dak gets a new contract, it's not going to be. I'm not saying you guys are saying this. It's just that how it works is like if you look at how Dak's previous contract was, this is the only time he's had a massive cap hit,
right?
Because they kept restructuring his contract. With what you see from other teams, and this is why I get mad because the Cowboys are lazy as hell. Typically, what you can do is with dead money, you don't got to worry about that because you re-sign the player, and you can keep that cap hit down because you'll restructure the contract and push the money down the road as long as you keep restructuring. Now, the problem is that from the Cowboys' mindset, they're thinking, okay, we're going to take the money by signing him here so we can roll the money over to 2025 and beyond, which is unbelievably dumb because the money you would save for doing that versus just paying him now versus the rising cost of the quarterback position, there's no point. It's so unbelievably dumb. But I see San Fran is on the clock. I'm just keeping an eye out because I don't want to miss this pick.
So Bengals just picked up Cedric Johnson.
Yeah, so you might have your feed might be a little bit ahead of ours because we have pick is in by the Bengals. Cedric Johnson on the screen right now.
Okay, gotcha. I mean, I don't know what they're gonna do here. To me, like my brain turns off on day 3 because it's like they could do whatever.
Yeah,
exactly. Because they just throw darts at your board. But now to finish up my thing with Dak and this whole contract, like they can get all the deals done. There is no benefit to waiting. Absolutely not. Because if they continue to wait, all that's going to happen, price is going to go up, and then they're going to act like, well, at the end of the day, and throw all the lingos and all the words and buzzwords out there. It doesn't matter. What?
Well,
It is what it is.
They're going to say, Jerry's going to say something convoluted, but we got the guys that we wanted at the positions and blah, blah, blah. And, at the end of the day, you got to be happy with the first 4 picks that we had, I think. Were there guys on the board who who I wanted absolutely, but what the fuck do I know?
The Niners just
Not-
took Jared Kingston.
Toss him one, son. What
Guard
about-
out of USC. Yeah, toss me one up. Oh, the Nucci.
Okay, Cowboys.
Crack me if you got it. Oh, shit.
Oh, get it in you. Get it in you, son.
Oh,
Get it in ya.
That is a bad omen right there.
Oh, because
It's so cold.
That Ben DiNucci's been in there for a couple days. Whoa, it's gonna fall. Get control of your life, kid.
Jeez, son.
Okay, Cowboys on the clock. Here we go. 2:16.
I just feel like I wet
Let's see what.
Rice is
Curious
still
to see
on the
what the-
board.
Rice is still on the board. Bloodline pick.
That's crazy that he's still on the board, to be honest.
That'd be some funny shit if Jerry Rice's son became a
Oh,
It
Cowboy.
would be hilarious.
We
It almost needs to just be done for the trollness of it.
should we do
Honest to
it?
God.
Should we do it? I mean, they got two San Fran bloodline picks that they could take here.
Did they
Frank
take
Gore.
Ryan,
They take-
Ryan Florney?
Ryan
Ryan
Florney.
Florney, wide receiver, Southeast Missouri State.
So we got a wideout.
I know zero about him.
Pulling up something on him.
Do you know anything
Let me
about
see.
him?
I'm gonna be honest with you, no. Because some of these dudes, there's too many dudes to keep an eye on. I would have to do some homework on this guy, but
We're all like who? Even chat's like who?
Ryan Florney. Hey, Bo Limmer, center, Arkansas, right
The
after.
Rams.
Southeast Missouri State University Athletics.
So
Let me see.
what's going on with Brendan Rice for this epic fall? Because
I know.
people had him up in the third, fourth round range.
126 he was rated on PFF.
Like that's insane. That's a fall.
So Florney, so while you guys are looking here, 6'2", 197.
Okay.
Put him over on the big board there for us. For
Okay,
me.
in 2023, this is off of ESPN. In 2023, 57 receptions, 839 yards, a 14.7 average, and 6 touchdowns.
What's his size?
6'2", 197.
6'2",
Okay.
197.
I think this is more of a big body guy. So I'm wondering if this is a guy they're banking on being the Gallup replacement. I mean, and to me, Gallup was wide receiver 4 last year. As
Yeah.
much as I wanted Gallup to recover, so like if this, like I'm looking at the build, I'm trying to see any notes from any of my colleagues that I've worked with to see what they got. And yeah, I mean, the one thing he has to work on, based off of what I'm going through in my notes here, is route running. Which I mean, again, those are things that you can coach up, but he's got the body, and I think that if I'm looking at what he's done, yeah, I think that this could be a guy that you can develop into wide receiver.
What
for.
school
But
was he from?
Southeast Missouri State.
So and that's the thing. Like when you're in the later rounds where you take these smaller schools,
Yeah.
then completely, you're right. That stuff can be taught. Like he has size to play wide receiver in the NFL. Maybe he gets coached up, and who knows what could happen with the guy.
I'm just looking on Twitter to see what everyone's.
I love it that we're all just trying to figure out who, and that's exactly what we said. We're like, they're gonna pick somebody that we had no idea.
Oh, I figured the next two picks, even 233 and 244, are going to be guys that we just say who about. But that's fine. Like
Usually,
we don't
yeah,
get paid
the
to do
measurables
this.
tell you.
We don't get paid to do this. I'm not going to know who a guy from. Where did you say again? Sorry, what school was he from?
Southern Missouri.
Southeast Missouri
South-
State.
Yeah, Southeast Missouri State. Like we're not gonna know that. But hey, man, another piece, another depth piece. He's gonna be in there battling with Jalen Brooks against Jalen Tolbert. Like keep getting that wide receiver room and keep getting some fresh blood in there to keep everyone on their toes. You know.
Ooh, I got his draft buzz.
Oh, draft buzz boy.
We like this site called Draft Buzz, Ricardo, and what I like about it is it gives you this nice color-coded way of telling how good these guys did. So he at the combine, he's really powerful in those legs with a 91 percentile vert and a 97 percentile broad jump, and also pretty strong in his upper body, 85% percentile on the bench. So big hands on him too.
Speed.
4.4 speed.
I'm looking at his combine. Yeah, so just looking at the measurables and just gauging what I'm seeing from this guy, I think that you're hoping this guy turns into wide receiver 4 for you, which again, that's not a huge expectation.
No.
Like that's and I mean that's fine. I mean, you know, I did mention they kind of needed to go receiver, and so you get a guy like if this is a guy they like, that's fine. But I know a lot of people are like who running back where, etc. But like knowing with who's still on the board, I think they might just they might just be like, we don't need to take a pick. Like they could just be like, we can go into undrafted free agency, which they typically kill every single year.
Yeah,
So
I have a feeling you're going to see this might be one of those years where a running back does get picked up by the team from being an undrafted free agent, because there's some guys still out there, and this is the one year where the running back room isn't solidified yet, right? Like sure you have guys that are there in Rico Dowdle, Deuce Vaughn. I don't know if they end up bringing back Malik Davis. I can't remember if he was still on the squad. But none of those guys are set in stone to be there come September 7th or whatever day the Cowboys kick off, right? So it's going to be a lot of unknowns in the running back room, but it's going to be a competitive running back room, right? A lot of younger guys battling it out.
I'm just trying to also see if I find anything else in case I'm missing anything.
Yeah, all good.
So the next picks are 233, 244, right?
Yep, those are the last two.
Ooh, lottie.
It's been a slog today because the first 2 hours, nothing of value.
Yeah.
We actually, Ricardo, we played we played a version of Dungeons and Dragons where it was called Friends and Foes, where Fans and Foes, where we were in a situation where we were in Detroit, woke up at our hotel room, hungover without our cell phones, and we had to make it to the NFL draft. And it was actually a good way to burn through the first 2 hours of the Cowboys not being on the board. But people that were coming on the stream, they're like, what the hell?
What the fuck are you guys
what
playing?
The fuck
They're
are
like,
you guys
did you guys buy this?
So funny, but no, man, this was hilarious. So I was in Philly this morning, taking care of a couple things. And by the time I got back across the bridge into Jersey, where I live, the Cowboys finally got on the clock. Like I got home just as I went into Philly around 9 or 10 a.m. just as a heads up. And so that's how long it took.
Oh, it was a while. It was a while.
I think, so that's going to wrap up round 6. So, I mean, I don't care what they do. I know a lot of people are going to be upset with let me just see who's still available for running back, because I think there was a couple guys that I liked that, and when I say liked, I don't mean like, oh my God, they're going to turn into the next star running back, but a guy that's like
formidable to at least put on there, possibly.
Let's see. They got Carson Steele, Frank Gore Jr. Those are two names.
Dylan Johnson should still be out there, I think.
Yeah, he is. Is he? Kendall Milton was a guy that I was interested in early on in this process. So I'm interested to see. But I'm thinking if these guys don't go like halfway through, I don't think they're going to go at any point.
Did Blake Watson get picked at running back?
No, he's still on the board.
Out there, so he's
from Memphis.
Yeah, he's probably one of the top running backs left.
He's right. Yeah, he's rated right up there on Alex's board that he's looking at right now.
ESPN.
I call it Alex's board, not ESPN's board, by the way.
Yeah, at some point, the teams just will let these guys slide and just try to pick them up as UDFAs, right?
Which again sucks if you're a guy who wants to get drafted and then you get picked up in UDFA. I mean, there's a lot of players who
chip on your shoulder.
Chip on your shoulder, it helps. You look at someone like, I mean, yeah, Brendan Rice could be a fucking UDFA. He'll be picked up in free agency if no one picks him.
Someone's got to just throw a pick at him, like a 7th rounder. Why not just throw a pick at him?
Yeah.
Granted, yeah, like you also got to consider too is like when you're giving these picks out, it's a 4-round four-round contract, 4-year contract. So I'm wondering if they're like, okay, well, we like these guys, but we would prefer to give these guys because restricted free agency only get 3 years of control, but you had to put tenders on the contract, like kind of what happened with wasn't with Rico. There was they do it with the restricted free agents, but right. I think that you're going to see this with Hoffman and Bass next year, where they put the tenders on these players. But no, man, I'm just really excited to see, what they do. As my cat's trying to mess with my staff. My cat's just trying to play around. Huh?
What's your cat's name?
Maple.
Maple. Hey, like the Canadians, maple syrup.
Come here.
Just like that.
Come on, Maple.
Is Maple camera shy? Oh, there.
Yes.
Oh, look, it's Maple Space Cowboy.
Oh, yeah, she looks cuddly.
All right, come on. Yeah, she keeps messing with my setup when I'm live, so I'm trying to
Yeah,
Battler. Yeah,
my dog came down here while we were going live yesterday, and he was laying below our feet, but below Alex and I's feet. And then I thought my computer froze because everything was frozen on the video feed. but I could still hear everybody talking. I'm like, okay, we'll keep talking. I'll figure it out. And then after I'm troubleshooting stuff, I realized, oh, he laid on one of my plugs and he unplugged my my video switcher.
Got him.
And he got me. And guess what? He's been upstairs.
He's been banned.
Banned from the room.
Banned from the room.
For the last 2 days, and he's been crying up there. He's got to. Hey,
No, he's
don't fuck around like that.
He's with the rest of the fam. We're in the basement, so
Just don't fuck around like that. Is all I gotta tell him.
No, but no, I mean, right now this day 3 is okay. I mean, they're not forcing any picks, which is good. I mean, I don't know about the 6 and 7. Like again, like just like there are some people that are like, no, you're messing up the whole. It's day 3.
Yeah.
Every team's gonna throw flyers on it. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, and I'm not trying to act like it obviously doesn't matter. It's like the level of careness decreases as the draft continues to go on.
Yeah.
But no, man, I think that I'm curious to see what they do in round 7 here.
Yeah, well, what they say, the first couple rounds are like the general managers and the team, like the head coaches picks, and then the 5th to the 7th that's when all the scouts come in, and like they're gonna know more about any of these guys than say a Will McClay or a Jerry Jones, right? Like you're gonna have the regional scouts that have their very favorite pet cats in the 7th round, where Will McClay might not be as in tuned with those guys as say a guy that just focus on certain teams.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I mean, and I've seen this before with the Cowboys. It's typically with day 3, they just kind of like, all right, do whatever, doesn't matter. And you just kind of hope that you get a guy that works for you. But I also had to factor in how they do undrafted free agency is just an extension of the draft. So they did phenomenal last year. So I'm just hoping that continues. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what you like after day 2. What you guys were giving the grades for the draft? I gave it an A-, given the prospects they got. I might pull it down to a B+, but I'm still thinking it's going to stay a B- because the fact of what kind of players you're getting.
Yeah, I think we did after yesterday. I think we were around a B+ area because with the Nealand and the linebacker out of Notre Dame, those are both positions that are going to help extremely, very nicely. And then with the BB pick and the Guyton pick, if they are both starting, like if you have BB and Guyton both starting and you got 2 starters in 3 rounds, that's got to be like at least a B+ in my mind.
No, for sure. I mean, the other thing too is these other teams sometimes don't do a good job at drafting. That's something, I mean, ours included for sure. But I mean, we could have done something whack, like, well, I don't think it's whack, but like out of left field, like the Falcons taking Michael Penix with the 8th overall selection after paying Kirk Cousins, which I get the move. I understand why they did it, but if it were me, I would not have just paid Kirk Cousins then. It makes no sense. But no, I don't know. I just think that this is probably going to be the only time we have fun here with Cowboys, with the Cowboys, and then it's just because Zeke's probably going to come back. I don't know, man. This running back room, I feel a certain way about it because it's like long term. I don't know. And looking at what Zeke did with New England last year, you're kind of hoping he's like running back 2. And I like Zeke, but I don't know.
We were saying
it's a
that
tough sell.
Yeah,
it's a tough sell.
We were saying that we wanted to see, like, obviously now that Dowdle's going to probably get hopefully propelled into that RB1 spot, and we're going to see what he has.
Well, hopefully to see what he's got.
Yeah.
But maybe it won't be so hopeful.
Well, I was going to say that's not a great strategy, though.
No, I know.
Like hoping that your RB1's going to be good isn't a great strategy.
There's no clear-cut RB1 on this roster.
No, they all seem like they would
RBs.
be good RB. Yeah, not RBs with the beef cheddars. We're talking about RBs as in running backs, right?
Yes, we are.
But it would be nice for one of them to come up and add that production and be that dog. I mean, running behind a pretty solid line from what it's looking like. Running back 1, running back 2 will have that.
Everything will be answered in preseason. We're either going to be well, that's the end of the season, or we're going to the Super. We're going to the Super Bowl.
That's
It's
it.
one of those.
Yeah,
two.
yeah. It's either the season sucks or Super Bowl victory.
Well, because it's not like they're lining up. They're not lining up on wideouts. So we have CeeDee Lamb, and that's it as Dak's like main offensive weapons. I think Ferguson, if you're looking at as the tight end, like so you got Fergie as wide receiver 2, and then Brandon Cooks wide receiver 3, and you got CeeDee Lamb as wide receiver 1. And then
let's say target.
Yeah, sorry, target
Target
one.
2.
Yeah,
Tight end, like 'cause he's a tight end. So
I
let's
know,
say target 2.
but I was making a joke.
I know you are.
Same difference, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we have a pick. So the 7th round just began with the Bills on the clock. I'm just seeing where are we at 233. So we got 12 picks.
Cowboys are 233 and then 244.
And the Bucks War Room. We just saw the Bucks War Room. I'd give it a B.
Me too.
Yep, I'd give it a solid B. It looks a little dated with their one walnut door or whatever that they had in
The
there.
Bucks room looked like that hotel you check into, and you're like, it looked a lot better in the picture.
Yeah. You're like, oh, okay.
The pictures look a lot better.
Yeah.
than what I see now. Like, oh man.
They must have hired someone professionally to take those pictures.
Yeah,
'cause it does
Ricardo,
not look
we've
like
been rating the war rooms, so we have a ranking chart for our war rooms. I'll show you here.
Oh, I gotta see this. All right, let me see.
So these are all of our war room rankings right now, and we're doing it with the anime style. So Super Saiyan's the S, even though none of us are anime fans.
Look at this, Travis Clayton, and they just have England.
Travis Clayton from England. So
just Travis Clayton, and he's from England.
And obviously the Eagles get an F no matter what.
And you know what? The Eagles room actually isn't bad. The
Hey.
Still an F.
Listen.
Still an F.
Listen. I gotta say, I've been to the NovaCare complex several times. Not as good as the Cowboys War Room, for sure, but definitely a very good complex to say the least, and how they have it set up there.
It does. It did look. It looked half decent, but they're defaulted.
But an F.
Yeah, they're defaulted F.
Just relegated to F.
Yeah, F.
Relegated F.
Kick rocks.
It's like it's a flow chart. It goes, is it an Eagles war room? And if it's yes, it's F. And if it's no, then you can continue with how your grading goes.
Exactly.
It's a flow chart.
But you can see here we've got our S tiers are the Broncos, the Saints, and the Kansas City Chiefs.
Where I think the Cowboys, we didn't want to be complete homers,
Didn't
but
wanna be
they
homers.
should flirt with the S.
Well, you can see how
I'll move them up to A+.
The star's breaking in that S tier.
No. It definitely deserves an S tier. If you actually look, I'm not sure how the other war rooms are technology-wise, but if you were to include the technology, it's an S by far. Like the Cowboys have one of the best war rooms in all of the NFL.
My only knock on it, Ricardo, is each season I want to see something just a little bit better, flash it up a little bit more, you know, but they keep it consistent. It is a great war room. This guy looks like a.
It's because he's a rugby player. That's why they don't have a team.
Right.
Look at his fucking leg.
His legs are
That's the size of you. That's
my
the
back.
size of you, Alex.
His thigh is my back.
I saw some dude get drafted out of British Columbia.
Yeah, that's where, dude. We're 40 minutes away from.
I was gonna say you're from Vancouver, right?
Yeah, near Vancouver. Yeah.
Near Vancouver. Gotcha.
Manu, he's a big Polynesian boy.
6'8". I forget who took him, but I want to say the Lions. Crack him if you got him.
Is that the last one?
This is the last crack.
That's the last one.
Crack him if you got him.
Really?
Got him.
We went through 324 cases.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
I knew
more even.
Not today. Not today.
But that's pretty crazy.
I feel like we were a little lighter today or yesterday.
No, there was a few additional stranded soldiers.
So we went through even more than that then. Yeah. Interesting.
Holy crap. Oh my god.
Is that why my side hurts so bad right now?
Liver function.
And keep in mind, for the first day, I was just drinking the Sang Sum, so I didn't even crack into the Crackums. You and Adam polished off.
Really?
Yeah.
It's kind of making me feel disgusting.
Well,
oh my god.
Oh yeah, you are.
Man.
Once a year.
I've been trying to keep my mind off these Cowboys because they've been getting on my nerves. I've been watching the NHL playoffs, NBA, more so the NHL playoffs.
Yeah.
But oh my god, dude, I was like, please, I need a break from this team. My team's not even in the NHL playoffs.
I was gonna ask you, who's your team?
Philadelphia Flyers.
Oh, you're a Flyers fan. Nice.
So you're a Flyers fan in hockey, Cowboys fan in football. How come you're not an Eagles fan by being so close to the Eagles? And obviously, we know why they're the Eagles, but
so that's I get that asked a ton because but basketball, it's whatever. I kind of just passively watch it because I prefer the other sports. But the reason I'm not an Eagles fan, actually, well, number one, I wasn't raised that way. But
That's
number
right.
two, the way I was treated by Eagles fans growing up, just no. You know, I'm Philadelphia Phillies baseball. So, I'm not a with basketball. I'm not a Sixers fan. I'm not. I'm a Golden State Warriors fan, but they used to play in Philadelphia, so that comes like rooted through my family,
Right.
Because they used to be here. The Cowboys. You know, my mother was a Cowboys fan. My father was a Steelers fan. Um, I know they played each other in the Super Bowl. The whole thing was like, oh, whoever wins that Super Bowl, I'm going to be a fan of. And I guess
Yeah.
I lucked out. I guess
That's funny.
maybe I don't know, but no, man. I get asked that a ton, but it's just funny coming from the Northeast and going down to Texas to see how the fans are, and it's kind of just like a culture shock because like Philly's very blue collar. Not saying Texas is terrible. I'm not trying to imply that, but nah, man. Yeah. So that's a little lore for you.
That's some lore. We love lore.
You know, I do like the Flyers as well. They've had a long NHL history, and I always tend to lean towards teams that have been around for, the longest, rather than I've never really liked expansion teams in my history of watching sports. Like,
The
I've always
Vancouver Canucks might have the worst fans in the NHL. None of us even follow the Vancouver Canucks.
But I know they're in the playoffs right now.
They are playoffs.
Playoffs.
And if we get kicked out of the playoffs,
They won last night,
we're
actually.
gonna riot.
Well, who do you guys root for in hockey?
I don't really watch hockey, to be honest.
If we were, for me, it would be the Canucks. I haven't watched the Canucks, though. I stopped watching hockey when they lost the cup to the Bruins in 2011, I believe. And
oh my God!
Look,
yeah.
I used to be a big fan of the Canucks and watch them, but once that happened, I was like, I just can't deal with this anymore. And I switched over to football, and I've not looked back ever since. But you still watch a game here and there. It's just on, and a lot of my friends watch it as well. My Maple Leaf friends, and so.
But we're more. We would say we're probably NFL football first, obs, and then we're like UFC. It would be the next
UFC
kind of
would
thing
be
that
the
we're all
next
kind of following.
That'd be my next sport that I follow. Hockey's all right, and hockey playoffs are awesome. Like if you want to watch an intense sport, watch hockey playoffs because those guys are going 110%. There's too many games in a season.
It's just so grueling. The
what is it, 90 something, 96 games or 88 games? Or
I think it's
shit?
80. I think it's 80, the same as the NBA and 82.
82 games, but
So
then they just like the NBA, and NBA playoffs are grueling too. You could have up to 7 games for 4 rounds, so you could add on a total of 28 more.
Actually, I
games
think
to your season.
NBA, I think they do best of 3 in the first round. They do something a little different. Than
Okay. Well, hockey.
They have the play-in. Yeah, they got the play-in for like the. Yeah. So how it works nowadays? Before it was just strictly the best 8 teams make it. Now it's 7 through 10 play tournaments, a mini tournament to see who gets in 7 and 8, and then the regular playoffs are.
That's
what
it is. Gotcha.
It's like, all right, whatever. But I think for hockey, for me, the point system just gets me sometimes because it's like, you have to count the overtime losses and then the show. I'm like, dude, just make it simple. Like, stop.
Yeah. You win, you get 2. You lose, you get 0.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, come on, man. Like, it is what it is. But nah, football is simple. Like, you get all single elimination games.
Yep.
Except these goddamn Cowboys can't get past one more single elimination game.
Yep.
I'm trying to see, where are we at?
We're at 224. We're at
224.
We're at 233.
Yeah, so 8 away.
And Washington Commanders, like 2 picks ago, picked Joan Baptiste or whatever. John Joe Baptiste.
Oh, the French, the painter.
Okay.
Yeah, so they got baptized.
They got him.
They got baptized. And also, Ricardo, we love to keep you on, but if you at any point have to go,
I can stay.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, definitely. There's no rush. You are our final guest.
Brendan Rice.
Saving the
Brendan
best
Rice
for
is
last.
gone. Chargers.
Brendan
took
Rice.
There he goes.
Chargers.
Finally, eh? Didn't they pick up another wide receiver too earlier? Yes, they did.
Did they?
The bloodline is
did.
taken.
I believe they did.
I thought they took out.
Let me have a look, Ski.
I'm taking a look now. Yeah, I got nothing else to do today, so I'm just
Perfect. Hanging out
it's
with
up
us.
to you guys. You're the show.
And
Yeah, no,
roll
we're not
with us.
we're not cutting you off.
You're in the sandwich time with us right now. We were all eating food.
Yeah, this was the snack
There you
time.
go. They took Lad McConkey in
Yes.
Nice.
round 2. So Yeah, so that's their double dip there, and then
So Brendan Rice, okay, good. I'm glad he's got off the board. I hate when you see someone who's projected so high, and then they're just sitting there and they're not getting picked up. Like you just feel bad for I just feel bad for them for some reason, even though they're still going to be millionaires if they get picked up at some point. But
right.
You know, him going, that could be a nice steal for the Chargers.
I always think about this, and it's kind of nice that there's a lot more opportunities just outside of the CFL, as if you include the what's that one, the UFL. But just these players who professional sports is so tough because, especially football, hockey, at least you can go to another league around the world. But football's, I don't know how many other opportunities there are. At least they're very limited. When you reach the draft, you don't get drafted, so you're not welcome into the NFL, and now you got to go find a job. Like if you want to continue to make money off of sports, you're going to be making, I don't know, maybe between $50,000 to $100,000 playing somewhere else in the world. But it's not like those opportunities are plentiful, right? Once these guys hit that level, they might be like, if I'm not going to make it to the NFL, you know, it just really must suck to have that be your ceiling for something that you love and have poured so much time in and everything, right?
No, for sure. Like I've always been an advocate for, as long as I've been on YouTube, for a minor league system with the NFL. I felt like they need that. Every other sport has it. Every other sport has it.
Yeah.
It also helps with the development of players. Like, to me, I feel like every team should have a minor league team, because the way you look at it is it helps increase, the pool for players. So they're not SOL and they're like, okay, I got to go to the CFL, which the CFL isn't bad, but it's just the opportunity level.
It's bad.
And there's not as many
it's
teams.
bad. You can be
Is
honest.
it bad?
It's the CFL
I
is
don't
very
know.
hard. It's very, very hard to watch.
Yeah, it's
okay. I don't know. Some people say it's okay, but I don't watch the CFL, so whatever. But the thing is, this is what's crazy. The NFL did have a farm system. They had NFL Europe, and that actually worked out. You had Hall of Famers like Adam Vinatieri, who I think will be a Hall of Famer if he isn't already. And then you also had Kurt Warner. Though you had guys that came from that, and so I don't see a negative to having one.
And
also,
open that market.
Do you think it though? Because if you look at football, like baseball or hockey, it's not like you're seeing guys come from a university or a college team going into the show. They're going on to those farm teams. So football has such a, like, college football is so huge. It's almost like that's the feeder league for the NFL, or that's what's put them in this predicament this whole time. Because if we look at any other sport, it's not. I mean, maybe basketball. I guess basketball would be the other one where, even though they have European leagues and whatnot, and now the G3 or the Gatorade League, whatever it's called, the G League. You have college, and then it's the NBA, and that's kind of like the NFL, and then you got college, then the NFL, and that's probably why they have such a hard time generating these like farmer leagues or these feeder leagues.
Right. No, I look, it doesn't matter in the sense of who does it. I just think there needs to be something, because I think an issue is with football, the learning curve can be hard for some of these prospects. Like with the NBA, let me back up. MLB and hockey, typically you go through the farm system before you get called up to the show. Basketball, football, it's kind of the opposite. It's kind of like, well, football, you don't have it, but with basketball, it's you get drafted to the team. There's only so many players on the team, but you get sent to the G League team, they call it now. Or they've called it for years now. You send them there if they have problems. But with the NFL, it's kind of like, if you suck, you're gone.
Yeah.
And I get it. There's a whole lot more players involved when it comes to football. Sure. But, to that point, and I agree with you, I think they probably say, well, we have a minor league system. It's college football. Especially now with NIL.
Oh, yeah.
They might not need a minor league team. That's where it's kind of like, hey, college football. Now, I will say, like, some of these guys, like, they don't come in ready. I think it's for day 3 guys. I think it should be needed. But also, like Yeah, go ahead.
You probably think like some of these guys are actually going to stay in college maybe a little bit longer, or they're not gonna go. Now they're going to be a little bit more strategic, where it's like, okay, I have to make myself available for this year's draft because I need the money. Everybody around me needs the money, so they're forced into the position. Well, now they can kind of get a deal in college, and if it doesn't seem like it should be their year that they're going to go up high in the draft, well, I could stay in college, make just as much bank, maybe more staying in college, wait, and then, okay, this is a weak year for quarterbacks or running backs or linemen or whoever. Well, now I'm going to make myself available to be drafted by a team.
Mm-hmm. I was trying to see.
I think that it would be super interesting for them to figure out like a little 8-team, like they had with the European Football League. Was that what it was called? Yeah.
Yeah, NFL Europe.
Yeah, it was NFL Europe. The best thing about NFL Europe is you could play. I remember when Madden, you could pick teams, and they had the NFL Europe team.
Yes.
And you could pick your team, like you could pick the Cowboys and play against like whatever NFL Europe team. And
Yorkshire
they were a bunch of
Puddings.
40s, and you could just dunk on them.
What
and try,
year
like,
was that? Like 2000 and
Yeah, it was like the early to late
2003?
2000s. Yeah.
Yeah, like I think the last season was 06 or something, if I remember. I could be wrong.
I think it was right around then.
Madden's been very, like, it's still a fun game, don't get me wrong, but it's also been just so disappointing, the feeling of the lack of effort that they've put into like making the game better. If you remember 2008 ESPN, the NFL game, I think it was
No, it was 2K5.
2K5 had NFL Europe teams, so yeah.
Yeah, 2K5.
But it was what basically when they introduced that the
ESPN.
It was ESPN, but they had a different type of like tackling mechanism where instead of animations and shit, they used actual physics on the players. I'm not saying that it was amazing, but that felt much more realistic. The last Madden game to have that actually was the last college football Madden, whatever it was, college football 13 or something. Yeah,
well,
NCAA.
actually NCAA's coming back this year.
It is, but that game is probably for my money, the best version of Madden. Sure, the graphics aren't as polished, but the playability was just so fun. And then they tried a bunch of gimmicks throughout the series, like the quarterback cone and shit. But it just seemed to have. It's not over the last, I don't know, 4 years. It's just really not progressed. They've updated a couple things or brought back old features, but it's just not.
They should do it every other year if they're not going to make a massive thing. Provide the update with it. Where were you pointing?
Stump the Schwab. That guy died. Howie Schwab died. You remember Stump the Schwab?
Oh my God, I didn't know he died. That's
yeah,
terrible.
they were just showing that. You guys remember that?
Well,
And
rest
he
in
like
peace.
he knew like every fucking sports question you
Yeah.
could ask him.
That's sad, man.
He's only 64. That's not very old.
Yeah. Shit, I'm 1/3 of the way. I'm 2/3 of the way there.
Yeah, you're pushing it. I mean, granted, you look like you're in a little bit better spot than he
Yeah,
is.
but a lot can happen in 20 years, Anth.
That's true.
That's true. I could start slipping tomorrow.
Have a draft weekend where you're just completely off your routine,
and then just go into a binger for the rest of
This was your first step into that.
Oh my God.
Ricardo, I was out in Thailand for the last 2 months and a week. And so I just got back for the draft. I left these guys at home to do all the work until I got back. So
had a rabies scare. Got bit by a Thai maple out there, and
Oh shit.
Thai maple, a little stray cat bit me after 2 other people pet it.
We thought that he was gonna had a point during this time he was gonna start convulsing and like pus was gonna start coming out of his mouth.
Oh my God,
and then he was
bro.
gonna attack us live on the internet.
But he's made it.
Oh, these Cowboys podcasters get mauled by a rabies infested
by Raby Boy.
Like, oops. Oh no.
No, I went and got all my shots the day after it happened. So maybe I'm a little infected. But
just a little
that night, dude, I went into a 6-hour fever right at midnight.
Oh,
perfect.
man.
And I had to fly out travel the next day on a windy road. So I'm just like, fuck me. And I was squirting water out of my butt. I tell you this. Oh my goodness.
That's where we are in the draft. We're at that part of the draft where these stories come out.
We're past the
Dude, I was at that point in round 4, man. Like,
Good call.
like what are we doing? Like,
day 3 is all of that.
Yep.
Yeah. We've had
Like,
literally 2 picks in in 5 hours.
We went live at 9:00.
Yes, in 5 hours and 44 minutes, we've had 2 picks.
That's it. That's all we've had.
Well, and then we're gonna get 2 really quick, almost feeling like back to back.
Well, you think right now these picks would be going a little bit faster than they were. Like yesterday, I felt like the picks were just going off like so fast yesterday.
Yeah, look at our big board there, Ricardo. We have this massive board there, and you can see where we couldn't keep up. Anth went for some brekkie. And I'll show you.
I'm sorry. It's kind of hard to see. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
There we go. That's a lot better now.
So we have.
Is this like top prospects or is this like a particular order?
So that's our big board for today on who we wanted.
Rice is now off, so our whole big board.
Our entire big board's gone. So that's the CanFan big board, and then we legit have the other board where we were just writing the actual draft picks in order.
But they started going too quickly, or we got a little too drunk at 74.
A little bit both. Anth left the room and he started to eat.
I started editing.
Oh yeah, that's when it all fell apart.
I started editing after the 73rd pick.
No, when you went at 8 is when we stopped it.
You got, honestly, it would have been. This is just my, maybe make it work easier for you. Maybe, projector.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what?
Projector.
Here's the funny thing. I have a spare projector sitting right over there that we could have brought in.
Well, the reason we did it this way, we thought it was funny because we had a ladder here that I had to climb up every time.
Oh my fucking god, dude, that is amazing.
So it was more of just like a funny thing to do, and then it got to the Commanders, the Cowboys picked, they got BB, and then I was like, okay, I need to go eat something, and then.
You got your steps in, and you're like, okay, I'm done for the day.
Yeah,
because ultimately, we could. I mean, we could just bring it. We could just bring it up like we're doing our war room board. It could have a nice little graphic. It could show all of our stuff. But
or we could just find one that's like the CSPN
one. We're all early round millennials, so we kind of do favor.
We're stuck in between writing and we're stuck. Yeah, we're stuck in between analog and digital.
Sometimes you just want to disconnect from all this technology, right?
That's funny. Like content. I'll be honest. Like I'm 26, or I'm about to be 26 in 3 months, and so I had that weird period of like having the VCRs and going through CDs and now to digital and like this weird transition between 90s to 2000. Like it was like super fast, like going through everything.
Yep.
Well, so like there are still things that I do old school, but like I've been trying to make myself more efficient. With work.
And I got 14 years on you there too, so
we're both turning 40 this year.
Yeah, I remember, dude. I remember getting our first computer, a 386 or something like that, and then getting a couple years later an update to a 586 or whatever. You know how they.
Are you talking about modems or are you talking about computers?
I'm talking about like computer, like the actual speed of them at the time.
You lost me when you had a number for the computer.
Oh, I'm saying this was like megabytes or something like that. Like it was slow as fucking molasses, and I might be anyways. Now we have like whatever, fucking any laptop that you buy.
Your phone is faster than the computer that you grew up on.
But I just remember going from there
tenfold
through all the technologies, and it's just been. I actually feel that we are in a pretty gifted age group because we've got to see this technology and the fact that it's happened in whatever it was 30 years from that point, from analog to today. It's just wild.
Yeah, if I showed a younger me this shot of our studio room right here with 30 fucking televisions just sitting in front of Alex and I'd be like, "Are you guys flying a spaceship in the future?" Like 2024.
Is everyone working for NASA? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what is this? Are you guys trying to fly a spaceship? But no, we're trying to predict the NFL draft.
Yeah, no, we're doing a podcast in a basement.
Yeah.
So you guys have like
this
your own
is
cable
rocket
access
science.
show?
Like literally, the draft is a science.
It is a science.
Yeah.
The fact that this has more computing power than the Apollo 13 spacecraft or Apollo 11 spacecraft or all those and the Saturn V is fucking wild. That's how crazy. That's crazy how technology can be sometimes, man.
You know what I use mine mostly for? Scrolling through Twitter.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say looking at porn.
I thought you were dropping a porn.
Just
reference.
like 10%.
I guess that too. I mean, hey, it's got to go somewhere. I mean, not
landing spaceships, tweeting, and porn.
Yeah,
porn. Boom.
You can do this anywhere. You're not restricted by your home.
Hey guys, they're showing drone shots right now of Detroit. It's looking pretty sparse down there now.
Yeah.
Around pick 231. There's only the diehards are still there.
So it was
Two more picks.
275,000 people night one.
It's like might be
275, 2,700 people there now.
yeah, like that might even be more. That might be highballing it.
2 more picks, boys.
I was gonna say, what do you see on? I see the Patriots pick is in. Is that where you guys?
Yeah,
are
that's
at?
where we're at.
231
Okay,
Patriots
okay.
picks are in.
Just want to make sure I'm not ahead. But
No, that's exactly where we're at.
awesome.
Well, it looks like the center of it's pretty filled up.
Jaheim Bell, tight end, Florida.
The next, Jaheim Bell. The next draft we go to, we got to pin it and be those last guys there.
Oh, definitely. The
Cowboys
bookend,
should take a tight end just to fuck with everybody. That'd be
Right.
funny.
that would be funny.
The Cowboys are taking a tight end. No, you ruined the whole draft.
Well, there's that Stevens dude on the when we went to the training camp last year in Oxnard.
John Stevens.
John
John
Stevens
Stevens.
was lighting it up. He looked like the best tight end, and mind you, keep in mind at that time we were saying I don't think we have our starting tight end on the team, and it did turn out that Ferguson performed really well. But Stevens, man, I'm interested to see him come back, and he might be someone who shows up and can play a couple snaps during every game this season.
Well, that's another thing. You got to think of guys like Stevens and Overshone who didn't get a play in their rookie season. So that's kind of like two players that you could kind of say are rookies this year. They're obviously they're not, but like it's going to be the first time we get to actually see them play. Hopefully, Vikings.
All right, Cowboys are
Levy-
officially on the clock.
Yeah, Levy Drake Rodriguez or Levi. Sorry, Levi Drake.
Yo, they're gonna finally take a running back, and everyone's gonna be like, "Hooray, we finally!"
Yeah.
Cowboys on the clock. They take bloodline pick Frank Gore Jr.
You released me. Hey, Curtis 50 Cent Jacobs is still on the board.
Ooh,
Is
Curtis
he?
50 Cent Jacobs,
6'1",
linebacker.
241 pound from Penn State.
Oh, the Cowboys
Linebacker,
pick
yeah.
is already in. They wasted no time.
They know
Oh,
who-
these are gonna go quick, dude.
Yeah, no one's calling for a trade. Eh? I've seen a couple 7th-round pick trades, but it's
Okay, who do we got? Cowboys.
Keith Randolph Jr., defensive tackle. I don't know if that
Okay.
No,
No, I don't think I was
they
just
didn't pick
reading.
him.
I was just reading the name. Is a
Sheesh.
guy that I would like. Sorry, I should
He's
have prefaced
the
that.
bean
I
pole-
was like,
beanpole pick.
all right, hey, get
Yeah.
an interior lineman. That's fine.
Yeah, nice big beanpole pick there. on
Here it
that one.
is.
Okay,
here's the
selected.
selection. Come on. Give Daddy what he wants. Give Daddy what he wants. And I don't know what Daddy
Let's
wants.
go. Come on, let's get
Yeah, I don't
someone.
think anyone really knows what we want right here. Here it is.
Anything.
Nathan Thomas, offensive tackle.
Another offensive tackle. Dear Lord.
All right, not bad.
Louisiana.
Hey, you can't have enough offensive lineman depth. You know,
Just 6
again.
point.
Juice up that room.
Juicing and boot him.
Nate Thomas on the board.
I
From
mean, at this
Louisiana.
point, like, I wouldn't be upset if they didn't take a running back just because of looking at who's in the undrafted free
Right.
agency pool.
They're like, they might like 4 running backs that they kind of have slated the same, and they're like, well, we could get a couple of these guys as undrafted free agents. And a lot of players like going to the Cowboys because I don't know if
Let's
they pay
see.
more or have better contracts, but they always seem to have the pick of the litter for undrafted free agents.
So Nathan
see.
Thomas, 6'5", 332, out of Louisiana.
Good size.
Quick and excellent size. There's a lot of things.
Left side guy.
Yeah. A lot of things about his upside. He looks
Let's
like
see.
he's got. They got a lot of goodness to say about him in his ability for pass protection, as well as anchoring himself. Although he does set himself high, whatever that means. I guess
Just
it's easier
stands. He
to push
doesn't
over.
sit. Doesn't
Yeah.
sit. Doesn't
Easier
get
to
the
be
ass
pushed
down.
over.
I wonder if this guy moves inside as a guard depth piece. That's what I'm looking at because I'm looking at his measurables, and I think if I would probably push this guy onto the inside and maybe have him compete like as depth side on the left side. But yeah, I mean, you can't go wrong.
Does
You
he
know,
have
if-
short arms?
yeah, that's what I'm seeing a lot of notes on is the short arms, and also his technique at tackle isn't pleasant. So they're probably thinking, hey, you can move him on the inside.
Now his.
But I don't know.
Look, take this into consideration. 30. I think it's 34 and a half or 34-inch arms is like
36 is like.
Is that what they're looking for? I thought 34 was like the minimum of where you see quality players.
Yeah, and 36 is like, I think, really, really good.
Yes. So he has 33 and a 3/4 inch arm. So he's just out of that range, if that makes a difference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's see.
He can't even poke you in the eye if he was standing away from you.
I do have his measurables up here from Draft Buzz.
Here, let me bring it up there.
I mean, not great, but look, we're
in the seventh round, man. You're just, again, I think Ricardo
Yeah,
said
like-
it. You're just throwing a dart at a board and hoping you hit that bullseye.
That's all you
essentially.
do. That's all you do is, hey, at this point, if anybody, so like rounds 4 and 5, you're kind of hoping for like at best a solid starter. 6 and 7, the best you're hoping for is this dude can be a solid backup. For you.
Make the
That's all.
team. Yeah, you're just hoping he makes the team, realistically. Cracks the 53.
Yeah, that's why it's like nailing days 1 and 2 is important because
That's right.
Yeah, like a lot of people are like, oh my God, they didn't take this position. And it's just like, you kind of see how the draft plays out. And it's like, do they really need to do that? Because a lot of these other teams are just like, nope, ain't doing that. But I'm not sure if you guys also saw the numbers changes for some of our favorite Cowboys players. I'm not sure if you guys went over that.
No, what do you got?
So DeMarvion Overshown has
0?
changed his number to 13.
Oh, he went to 13
instead of 0?
I thought he was going to go.
I believe the Cowboys don't want to give out number 0. Kind of like they're like in the Steelers realm of things. They don't want to give out the number.
Okay.
Don't ask me why. I don't know. Whatever. You did also have a number swap with Jalen Tolbert and Damone Clark. Jalen Tolbert didn't get 33. Damone Clark got 18.
Interesting.
And Jalen Tolbert is now number 1, and then Martavis Bryant.
Ooh,
that's the one. The one number is like
the one is the
one has got some bad
boss man fat, and then as soon as J-Ron Kearse took it, he kind of had not the greatest seasons. So I don't know. I don't know if I feel about that one. Okay, so who else? What else did you got there?
And last one, Martavis Bryant has 84 because Sean McEwen's no longer on the team.
Right. Okay.
So those are your in case you're wondering like why the hell are these drafts? These guys like have different numbers. It came out today.
13.
So,
13. So Overshown took Gallup's X number. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's just whack.
So I like that. You think the Cowboys are keeping 0 for like a special,
or just never giving it out?
Or just,
So the Steelers, they're in the same realm of the Steelers. Like they have certain numbers that are not retired officially, but they won't give the numbers out. So like 8, 22, 12, 74, couple others, like they won't be given out.
Right.
Typically. Now, I do know that Zeke had a chance to get 22. He said no.
Really?
Yes, Zeke was actually given the opportunity to wear 22. But it wasn't like Emmett said no. Emmett was kind of like, make your own legacy, which I was kind of in the same boat.
Yeah.
But he could have wore 22. I think that I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, number 9's being thrown out there. Not that, I like Romo. I appreciate what he did. But if we're talking about like, I think 12's untouchable forever. Like 12 will not be touched.
It won't.
But I think 8 might, depending on where they take the quarterback.
It would have to be like first
shocked.
Overall again, I feel like.
Right. Like they
it'd have to
ain't
be
giving out.
It'd have to be on par. Like you need the hype.
And the player,
All right.
the player would want to have to take it too. So I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't want to.
I love how I love Michael Irvin's stance on 88 though, and how they're like, well, you never wanted it retired. Well, one, I mean, you have Drew Pearson who had 88 first.
Yeah.
But with the whole 88 thing, it's like every time that the guy does a catch that's similar to Michael Irvin gets brought up again, and he's like, I love that.
It's a legacy number.
Yeah, he loves, and I think the 88 thing
there's no other team that has that kind of.
No, there isn't, and they've hit on it, right? Like the Cowboys, essentially every 88 has lived up to it pretty much.
And that's what it's about. It's about finding a player who can carry the torch, and that's a really tough thing to do as a quarterback. And by the time Dak became capable of carrying that torch, he was already well suited to number 4. Like, unless
and he was going to wear number 10 originally.
Really?
Oh, really?
Dak was supposed to wear the number 10. That's because Devin Street, former wide receiver, wore number 15. That's what Dak wore in college. So he was originally supposed to wear number 10 instead. But because 4 was available, because his mom was born, I believe, on September 4th, he took the number 4.
So that's how Dak got number 4 very early
How
on.
funny is it that Devin Street was able to outweigh like at the time? Obviously, it makes sense because Dak, at the start of Dak's rookie season, he was slated to be the third quarterback, right? Before you had injuries to Tony Romo and Kellen Moore. But it's just funny to think like Devin Street's the reason that Dak Prescott didn't get 15 is kind of mind-boggling.
Yeah.
Well, I think he was going to change it to 4. But I mean, another funny thing, I'm not sure if you guys know this, but did you know that Jason Witten was supposed to wear number 49?
No, that's weird too. To
Really?
think of.
Yeah, he was supposed to wear number 49. He changed it to 82. I don't know why, but I do recall he used to wear it. Like, so
49
there
such a
are
weird number.
there are rookie photos of Jason Witten wearing number 49.
That's
so
funny.
they are there.
What could he? Back then, were you allowed as a tight end to be
40
wearing?
Yeah, Dallas
49
Clark
would've
from the
been-
Colts wore 44.
Yeah, the
Right,
40s tight ends were in the 40s and the 80s. When
Tight,
there was-
tight ends and fullbacks kind of have those high bridge numbers. Like you could get
Yeah, like
tight,
a fullback could have been in the 40s. I think low 40s though.
yeah. Like all
I really wish Ferguson stuck with 48 because I thought he was a badass in 48. I have people think 40s look ugly on tight ends. I disagree. I think if you put a 40 on a tight end, I think they're badasses.
Well, you stand out more.
Well, Fergie's still like the last season out of everybody, he showed some fucking major dog.
Oh,
in him.
imagine he was rocking a 48. I agree with that.
What's his number?
Oh my
now?
god, dude.
87.
He's 87, which I like. I think he fits 87 well, but like, dude, if he wore 48, I would have been like, why'd you change it? Like, stop. Like, but that's where I think the Cowboys have those like traditional roles. I don't think they don't want to give a tight end 48 or those numbers. I'm trying to think. Like, was there anybody else that I don't think so.
Well, I just don't like that.
off the top.
What are they just saying? Nah, it's not tradition to give out 0. I don't like that they're not doing the 0.
I think 0 is such a cool number too.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's something
That's kids'
like,
games.
They want to preserve that number for a specific pick. Maybe it could be 10 years in the future, but like if that's, I don't know if we're on the same page there, Ricardo, but that's kind of like what I'm thinking. If they were to be restricting it, we're going to save this for that
Their
special pick.
first round player that wears 0 for
I would
college.
love to see like if they hold on to it the years and the next badass quarterback walks through the door wearing 0, that'd be sick.
Yeah.
Is a quarterback wearing 0, that'd be fucking awesome.
I'll ask you this question because in chat we're talking about quarterbacks. Jenkins Gaming says Shadur Sanders should be the next 8. What's your thought about the Cowboys drafting someone like Shadur Sanders? And do you think
I like him. Go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you think he lives up to the hype that everyone keeps talking about Shadur? Tank for Shadur.
I think he will. I think he will. I think he has the swagger to play the quarterback position. I think the one thing that I need to just see is like continuous growth at the quarterback position. But I say that with any quarterback. I just need to make sure that we're seeing that consistent growth. The other thing too is with him playing on Colorado, he's going to get a lot of eyes on him, which is fantastic because with his dad over there, I like him as a prospect. I hope that he continues what he's doing. I mean, for him, I think him in the number 2 would be cool. Just because that's just him. I don't think he would. I don't want to see him in 8, just because that's I think he would rock the number 2 well, but yeah, I mean, with the quarterbacks, this is the thing, though. The conundrum is you're not going to be able to take them. The Cowboys are going to be too good to get a quarterback like him.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you'd have to sell the farm to get him.
Yeah, no. Or you just tank the season, which I tell every Cowboys fan that wants to move on from Dak, hey, if you want to move on from Dak, I'm cool with that. Just tank the season and let's just throw it away. And
Yeah, exactly.
Any team doesn't physically want to tank the season. It just kind of naturally happens, and then
you tank it with coaching and decision making. Players won't tank, but the shitty thing about that is, I agree, and it sucks to say, but you're going to be stuck in that 15 to 25 or 20, 24, what the Cowboys did range for 8 years, and never being able to get the player that's potentially going to put you over that hump that you need. Now, there are other guys that pop up, so it's not like you're stuck in that and there's nothing you can do. But it's just so much easier if there is that standout pick that you're looking for in the top 5 or whatnot, and you can make it up there. It just obviously seems better just in terms of the value, but no one's guaranteed. I don't mean to say that.
No, I got you. How many more slots we got? I think the Texans just
4
picked,
more.
right?
Or 5 more.
Saints. I got Saints just went with.
Okay, so 4 more now.
Yeah. So there, the
Okay.
Panthers are on the clock at 2:40 right now.
Badass. We're getting there.
We're getting there.
We're slogging through. It's like the movie Never Ending Story, and you're walking with Atreyu through that mud. Atreyu!
Yeah, that's a terrible scene.
Oh, I know. I'm sorry to bring it up.
That's an awful movie scene.
But it's great. The emotion.
The emotion's good.
The emotion it drawed from me as an emotionless child.
So
Bengals.
Yeah, we gave them. I think we gave them a B for their draft room. Look, the party's still happening in Detroit, though.
C+ for the Bengies.
There's people still down there. There's still people rocking out in the streets of Detroit. Still,
Yeah.
when they show the
Mike McCarthy. We're in Steelers gear.
when they show the ground level views of the place, it still looks like there's quite a few people until they show the drone shot. But looks like it's still a little bit of a.
That's a lot of people
Yeah.
though for that late. Like,
Oh, for
holy
sure.
shit.
Like we're getting into the fucking.
Yeah, like so the Panthers just took Michael Barrett, linebacker from Michigan.
Hey.
The Michigan boy.
Hey,
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, what feed are you watching?
I have ABC and I
Okay.
have ESPN on
Yeah,
both. and they're-
yeah, we're rocking
We're on
ABC.
Sorry, go ahead, my man.
No, I was just gonna say they should just troll people and just take the running back with the last.
Yeah.
last.
Well, we drafted a running back.
Well, we got the running back, so everyone stopped their bitching. Like that's.
I don't know. I get
Nah.
like it's obvious that they're going into the season with either Royce Freeman and Dowdle, and who's the other fucking guy?
Ezekiel Elliott.
Davis. Davis also is on the squad still. Is he?
Well, did
Malik Davis?
I'm sure. I think Davis is still there.
Okay, so
And
like
Deuce Vaughn.
maybe they're just like these are the guys.
Deuce Vaughn
This is-
RB1.
You know, and then if they do sign,
Dude. Oh my god. Sorry, not to cut you off, dude. If Deuce Vaughn is running back one, okay, I'm a short motherfucker. Okay, he's
Yes.
me and him are the same height. Okay, so those tall guys on the left side
couldn't
of
see
the
'em.
offensive line, you're not gonna see this dude, man. Like you're gonna be like, where's he at? And it's like, oh shit, there he is, like 50 yards downfield.
Deuce is going between Guyton's legs.
hey, if
Yeah, probably.
if maybe it was a line thing and Deuce could show up in preseason and performs well, like I play the man, right? But I just do not have high hopes for him, and I feel like it is a size thing. And I'm not tall either. I'm 5'8" on the short side of that.
Yeah.
But still, and the guy's definitely he's a muscle bound freak, athletic freak. But it's just the size that really scares me, and I'd be very happy if I'm wrong about that, and he shows us something.
For sure. Yeah, come on.
Okay, well, we're
3 picks away.
Yeah, I think they're at 242. Is that what it was? The Jags just picked at 241.
well, the Dolphins are on the clocks. Panthers picked Michael Barrett. Can't really see there.
Dolphins on the clock.
Curtis 50 Cent Jacobs is still available. Linebacker.
I don't think a single player has been taken that we took in any of our mock drafts, guys.
For the Cowboys.
Unless they take Curtis 50 Cent Jacobs
No,
or Frank Gore Jr.
We did take. I thought we took Nealon though that one time.
We may have taken Nealon in one of them. I know we were almost every time we talked about Nealon.
We looked at him
a lot.
I think we took him in the
Yeah.
third.
We were just always like, defensive end in the second or edge rusher in the second. Just seems
We
kind of.
might have taken him in the fourth.
We got him
go
later?
back.
So
Yeah.
it's a steal then for us.
Dude, I was when I did my mock drafts, people were laughing at me. They were like, "Oh my god, Edgar and Cooper ain't gonna be there in round 2." Well, he was there, but we didn't go with him.
Yeah.
Or no, we did get taken. I think.
You got
Or did he
taken,
go?
yeah, 46, I think
before that.
46.
Oh, it was Junior Colson. I think that's what I meant. Like they're like,
Yeah.
"Oh, he's not gonna be there." Well, he was there. I took. Who did I take? I took Cooper Beebe in round 3. And like, oh, he's not gonna be there, or I'm like, he will be there, and coincidentally,
That's
he
what
was there.
happened,
Yeah.
People are hilarious,
couple-
though. People are so funny.
Oh my dude, you're never gonna like. That's why I don't give a shit. Like people will be like, "Oh, you like, why didn't you take this player?"
Hey,
I don't
look,
know.
The worst thing you can do, my man, is put something out there that everyone agrees with.
True.
You want people to have
But that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like, dude, I don't want you to, like, people were like, oh, yeah, but that's good because it's like, well, it depends on why you're disagreeing, of course. It's like, but it keeps you on your toes. Like, you're like, what? Like, what? Like, why would you not want that? Oh, this ain't, all right, well, this can't happen, blah, blah, blah.
You know, it's really not often online. Usually you just get called a dumbass and that the pick was stupid or whatever. But when you do get someone who doesn't agree, but then they bring something back to you, it's like, oh, this is a guy I haven't looked at yet, or, you know, interesting little bit of insight that I overlooked about this player.
Yeah.
So
Hey, there's Zeke.
I like it when, you know, 1 out of 50, you get that quality response and there's someone who's not just an asshole. And look, I could be an asshole too, so I'm not knocking that, but.
So there's some players left. Michael Pratt, QB out of Tulane, still kicking around. Bo Braid,
Take us
from
in
Maryland.
with
Blake
take us in for
Watson,
the Titans.
Memphis running back still out there. Where the Titans going to take?
We're flying through. Dallas is on in 2 picks. So picks in for Titans, then it's Cleveland, then it's
Safety
Dally.
James Williams from Miami.
Miami.
Titans.
Miami.
So we got 244 and then 280.
No, that's it.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, 292.
287?
Yeah, 292 is the next pick for the Cowboys.
What's the last number of the draft? 244?
257. The Jets have the last pick.
Mr. Irrelevant.
How'd they get that pick? Is that a compensatory?
Comp pick. Mm-hmm. Yep, comp pick.
Mel Kiper doing his thing. 41st consecutive NFL draft on ESPN.
Wow.
Dude, that dude is like the epitome of having no life other than the draft. Like he's like, and yeah, like, and I'm not saying that in the bad way. It's like, dude, I would love that. Like doing the same goddamn thing year round and doing for what 40 plus years now, which is fucking wild.
That is wild. He looks pretty good then for 41st.
Yeah, because back in the 90s when they were showing him, or even the early 2000s, like, man, how old is this fucking guy?
He's got to be like in his 70s then, right?
Oh, look, I think he turned 70. He's 63. Holy shit.
Oh, wow.
He was born in He'll be 64 this year.
He started
wow, he
when he was 23.
Oh, that's cool.
Just a young frickin' who's this Mel Kiper?
Who the hell is Mel Kiper?
Who the fuck is Mel Kiper?
All right, Cowboys are on the clock.
Come on, boys. I wonder what his record has been in like
who he's picked.
Yeah, and or just like closeness, right?
Yeah.
Like I would give a 5 pick up or down.
Dude, just take a running back just to make people happy, or the chaos. That's fine.
I think they should take a punter.
What about a defensive?
That'll be funny as hell. Oh my god!
If you want chaos, let's take a punter.
And there's no. I think this late there's no defensive interior lineman that because when we were looking.
No, there is a couple.
There's Rudolph Jr.
Yeah, Rudolph Jr.
Who we took.
And then there's another the big dude, the really big guy. He's like 345 pounds. I can't remember his name.
The defensive tackle.
Yeah.
345.
Okay, so KJR. Miles Murphy?
No.
He also may have went. It's a dude.
Okay, yeah.
I can't remember what his name was, but he's like he was a bowling ball.
Oh, check out Evan Anderson. I think.
Yeah, it's Evan Anderson.
That's who it is.
It's Evan Anderson.
We've taken him.
He's like 345.
Holy shit,
I saw him right there on that list.
On this list?
Yeah, go back to DT. He's right at the bottom. Yeah, Evan Anderson right there.
Evan Anderson.
What's
Florida Atlantic?
6'3", 356 with the funky hair.
356?
Yeah,
356 pounds.
I said 345. I was giving him a little benefit of the doubt. Yeah.
No, remember he was red. If you bring up his draft buzz,
everything was
all red, but we loved his size.
All his measurables.
Size and hair
red.
we loved.
All his measurables were red except.
Is this the only pick that we hit on? Is the Evan Anderson pick?
I mean, I got 2, so that
that's good.
I don't like being I don't like being right sometimes, depending on the player.
Right.
But
yeah,
like shit, I'll take it. Whatever.
Yeah. So if you look on here, Evan Anderson, all of his
metrics are piss poor.
Metrics are piss
red,
orange, but the only one that's blue.
Wait.
And they have him at 319 on Draft Buzz. So maybe he's like, look, I'll be whatever size you need. I just want to show you that I can balloon up or I can cut it.
Yeah, and that's where we were like, you know what? You're 7th round. You're picking for the size.
We'll see. Blake Watson's still out there.
So I'm not. We're gonna see what the Cowboys pick here, but
so picks in for the Cowboys now.
Yeah. But Marquise Bell, I'm not sure if you guys talked about this. The linebackers coach mentioned that Bell's going back to safety.
Yeah, he's back to safety.
Full time. So that's great. You know, that kind of tells me what they're trying to do defensively.
So they took a
Justin
tackle.
Rogers, defensive tackle.
All right, that's fine. Hey, you know,
Auburn.
get that interior defensive lineman. You know,
Jolly Rogers.
What's his size?
Kentucky. Let's see. He is 6'2" and 330 pounds.
Okay, I'll take that. I like that.
Yeah, I
That's
like
a good.
that
That's
number.
a good size.
You know, just let's see. I
Big-
mean,
big nose tackle.
I don't have much more to say other than, you know, he's probably just like, you're hoping this guy's a Jonathan Hankins replacement at best, but that's okay. That's okay. Like, we need that, but awesome stuff. Now the Dallas Cowboys are completed.
They're done. All
That's
the
it.
picks they've had are in the books.
Well, let's give
Hey, welcome to the team, late rounders. Welcome to the team, late rounders.
Welcome to the team.
Let's do a final recap here, and then we can go and put our feet up, guys.
Yeah.
Well deserved.
Yes.
I feel like I have gout from all the drinking we've done. Just all the sitting and all the drinking we've done. My feet are just done.
Full of well, I'm happier this year after speaking with all our guests, present company included, not excluded. It was really nice to hear all the different thoughts, and so I'm excited. We got our team. We definitely missed out on some picks that we really wanted, but who the hell are we to know? Okay, trust in Will McClay.
Yep, I trust in Will. Trust in Will. Trust in Will. So yeah. So hey, Ricardo, let's get your initial. I know it all just happened, but your final draft grade on the spot.
For sure.
Yeah, on the spot, and you better not fucking lie to us.
No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just looking at it. So, Tyler got in round 1. You trade down, get the extra third. You then go into day 2. Marshawn Nealon, Cooper Beebe with that 3rd round pick you got from Detroit. Maurice Life. Oh my God! I'm so tired. I can't even pronounce the dude's last name.
That's all we've just been.
Yeah,
we don't know if we're saying it right.
I'll figure it out. I'm pretty sure he said it in a video, but I'll find it. Apologies. Kalen Carson, Ryan Flournoy, Nathan Thomas, and Justin Rogers all on day 3. If I had to just give the grade right here before I even hit record and make a video, I would say A-. Nice. I think that the Cowboys have a solid draft here. A lot of people will nitpick them and say they didn't take a running back.
Right.
Here's the thing. With how the Cowboys are handling the running back position, you have a lot of young guys out there in the unrestricted, undrafted free agency pool, which you can go get. I think what's really holding up this draft is the first 2 days and the trade down. But I think the selection of Kalen Carson is what's also holding it up. Anything after that's like whatever.
Right.
No offense to these guys. Congratulations to them being Cowboys. But no, I would say this is an A- draft for the Cowboys. This feels a lot better than last year's. And the key thing is they put focus on where we needed focus, being able to run the ball and being able to stop the run. Is it going to be foolproof? Probably not. But they did what they needed to do here. And I know a lot of people will be like, this is such a boring draft. But hey, sometimes the boring drafts are what you need.
Yep.
Sometimes on Christmas, you can't get the Xbox or the PlayStation, but sometimes you need pairs of clothes because that's kind of important. But, I would have liked an Xbox for this particular draft, but I think that's Cooper Beebe for me.
Yeah.
I think that's Cooper Beebe for me. But no, guys, it was good kicking it with you guys until the end of this draft. A- for me. I'm not sure where you guys land.
Well, what's your grade,
yeah.
Anth?
I'm gonna go B+. I think it's a B+. And again, like you had said, I can't rank too much on the later half because I don't know anything about the guys. So that could, as I dive into them a little bit, that could push it up a bit more. But I still think there's just a couple questions out there about certain players for me to go from B+ into the A territory. But B+ is still a great grade for me. Like I'm happy with how the draft played out in the first 3 rounds. I won't say 4 because we didn't have that 4th. I really wish we would have had that 4th round pick. But at the end of the day, I think the Cowboys got some nice depth pieces and some nice starting talent. So I think a B+ is a good grade for them.
Okay.
Wage?
I'm going B. We said at the trade back, and then the problem is there were just no one that they picked up that I liked, and Guyton was the guy who I was always avoiding in the mock draft. So, but the more I hear about him, the more I actually think about how they're going to use the guy. It makes me feel better. And
again, B is not a bad grade.
B is not. I'm not trying to be bad.
Like if we're saying an average, you get a couple starters is a C+, a B and a B+ and an A-, like those are very good grades.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. And that's kind of, and then I'll let you guys go so you can wrap things up. The thing is that these guys are going to need to take time. I'm speaking to all Cowboys fans here. Like these guys are going to take time.
Yep.
So like, it would be awesome if these dudes hit the ground running. And this is not like trying to hedge bets on anything. It's just, this is the facts. Like last year we ran into a class that needed more time to develop, and we kind of got impatient. And a lot of it has to do with the lack of free agency moves. At this point, we hope that they go out into the June 1st cuts and go add a couple dudes just so that we're safe. So I would presume they're going to say that Zeke is their running back selection from this year's draft. I don't feel comfortable with that. I feel like you could get some other guys in the free agency pool. But look, we'll see how things go. I think that they did very well for themselves. They addressed needs they needed to address, and now and also not reaching. They didn't reach. Maybe at the end of round 3, maybe, but I didn't feel like it was a massive reach for each player. So
they had so far to go to their next pick that
they had to take a linebacker.
They had to. But gentlemen, it was fantastic rocking with you guys. I'll be happy to do anything else throughout the year. If we want to do this again next year, it'd be great.
Hell yeah.
So
Yeah, for sure again next year, but definitely throughout the year. We're very bad at getting people back on the show, like reaching out, and it's not that we don't want anybody to come on. We're just bad at doing it. We just end up
listen.
So
hey,
if you ever feel like you need to get on and cuss and talk with some Canadians, always reach out to us. Guarantee you 100% you're on for that week anyways. But yeah, we'll reach out to you throughout the off season and even during season to check in and do another show.
That's awesome. That's great, guys. Why don't you, again, guys?
Anybody who's still tuning into the show, why don't you tell them where they can find you?
Yeah, you guys can find me at Space Cowboy Media on YouTube as well as X/Twitter. If you want to follow me over there, that'd be great. Make sure if you guys haven't done so here, like and subscribe. You know, you guys do fantastic stuff. Your reactions are hilarious. I will say that. My it was funny because my mom texted me. I think it was one. I forget. I think it was one of the plays from the playoff game.
Probably the Green Bay
because
game.
of how you guys react. I think it was the Dak pick 6, if I remember. I think it was. I gotta look. But I'm looking through.
It was either the Dak pick 6 or the tight end wide open.
He's
touchdown.
wide open.
It was the tight. Okay, no, it was the tight end wide open touchdown. But like she was like, "Oh my god, this is so funny." But I'm like, "Well, not at our expense." For fuck's sake, we're Cowboys fans.
Yeah.
But you guys are doing great work. Keep it up. I know you guys are getting closer to 20K, so just keep doing what you're doing. You guys are doing great.
Appreciate it, man.
Hey, man.
Thank you, Ricardo.
Of course. Have a good one, guys. All right.
Take care.
All right, take care, man.
Peace.
Ricardo Morales.
Yeah, great
dude.
chat. Ad, we never got your grade. What's your grade?
I mean, B+. Like B+. Yeah, I'm indifferent. I kind of wanted that. I wanted one of our picks. I wanted a running back.
You wanted the Xbox.
I wanted the Xbox.
I just wanted one of. I want to be selfish. I just wanted the goddamn guy we drafted. Hey, we got receipts now, I guess.
Yeah.
We got receipts of guys that we thought were good, but at the end of the day, I hope all the picks that the Cowboys took, especially the ones that are going to be suiting up early on in their careers, kill it.
Yeah. That's what they're drafted for, right? Well, and if they're not gonna make it on to the playing field on offense or defense, get them on their own special teams. That's what you're hoping for.
has to get submitted in for the end of the year awards. Jenkins Gaming was here literally
Oh,
from
yeah.
the start of the draft
Jenkins
show.
Gaming.
Actually, from the Jenkins Gaming. Big shout out to
Not
Jenkins
only was
Gaming.
he here for the Wednesday night show, he was there for the watch along of draft day, and then all 3 days of the NFL draft.
Yeah, Jenkins Gaming has been here nonstop the entire time.
Definitely NFL draft extravaganza MVP.
Are we finishing it? Are we going to wait till the end, or you guys care?
I think we could wrap it up now.
I think we can wrap it up.
I think we have to wrap
Cowboys
it
are
up. Our
done. We
bodies.
don't really care.
Yeah,
Like you said, sitting here, I remember this is exactly how I felt last
I'm just
year.
so glad it's Saturday and not Sunday.
Yeah, and it's,
all right.
It's part of the reason why we have to go live, so we don't have to sit here for 4 days straight.
Yep. So we will not be live tomorrow. Usually we have the Sunday service. We won't be around for that. We're going to take the day off. We're going to kind of just soak in everything that's happened in the last 3 days. We will be back for the Wednesday night main event. And anyone that's still sticking around, we appreciate you guys for following along on the Dallas Cowboys draft journey. Well, the CanFan boys took you through the second annual Draftacular Extravaganza. We will be back Wednesday night, and don't forget to crack them if you got them, son.
son.
We out.